Chapter 578. If you asked a constellatiate which department under the king was the scariest, he would most likely blurt out the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But if you asked him which department was the scariest, he would definitely not know. Only for Thales, this department was considered an old acquaintance. Whether it was when he first met the Black Prophet in Mindy's Hall, when he was imprisoned in Dragoncloud City, or when they met in a hurry in Bladefang's camp, they had interacted a little too many times. Unfortunately, it was definitely not pleasant. Now this mysterious department that had been operating since the era of the King of Renaissance, the highest intelligence agency of Constellation, was sitting in front of him. This is the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Thales stepped off the carriage and sized up the manor in the southern suburbs of Eternal Star City. It was surrounded by a small river, the fields were barren, the low walls were simple, and the mansion was old. There were even farmhouses, warehouses, and even free-growing woodlands that had obviously been left uncultivated for many years. It was ordinary and conformed to the norms. If it were not for the vast area and few people, this would be a standard suburban aristocratic manor. Maybe it really was confiscated after raiding some aristocratic family, Thales thought. At least for the past decade or so. Raphael greeted the carriage driver. The latter did not say a word and disappeared before Thales' eyes with the sound of horse hooves. Just like an ordinary passerby in the countryside. The Baron-Bone man made a pleased gesture to the prince and gestured to the iron gate of the manor not far away. However, the entire manor was silent, almost dead silent. Like a tomb. I don't see many guards. Thales suppressed his anxiety, stepped on the autumn leaves on the ground, and followed Raphael to the iron gate. But he soon discovered something unusual. 2 black crows flew out of the dense forest, flew over their heads, and disappeared into the simple manor. No need. Raphael's pace was relaxed. Ordinary intruders can't threaten us. Thales raised his eyebrows. Then what if it's not ordinary? But at this moment, Thales' hair stood on end, and he heard the whistling of the wind. Reminded by the roar of the Sin of Hell's river, he quickly turned his head. But it was too late. A huge black shadow broke through the air with an unstoppable force. It went straight for Thales. No. Amid Raphael's shocked and angry cry, Thales could only seize the time given by the Sin of Hell's river to react, and put on Iron Body style. Dong. In the blink of an eye, the huge black shadow arrived and crashed into Thales' bosom. He was sent flying. The first thing Thales felt was a violent jolt in his arm. Then he felt the pain of his back rubbing against the ground. His bones and muscles all over his body were protesting. It was as if he was about to fall apart. No, no. As the Sin of Hell's river surged, Thales gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He tried his best to open his eyes. But this was not the end. A huge black shadow immediately enveloped Thales' entire body. It restrained his legs, pressed down on his shoulders, and pressed a huge weight on his chest, making it difficult for the teenager to move and breathe. Thales could even feel the other party's heavy, violent, fiery, and hurried breathing as he leaned forward as if he was demonstrating his strength. He was so close to Thales' cheek that he could even feel the other party's rough, violent, and fiery breathing. No. Thales struggled fiercely. He swore that no matter how inconvenient, suspicious, or inappropriate it was, he would definitely bring the police or the sentinel with him. He absolutely could not allow himself to be slaughtered unarmed. The attacker stuck his head under Thales' neck and took a few deep breaths. Each breath was longer than the last, and he seemed to be gradually intoxicated by it. Raphael's exasperated voice was then heard. No. Edward. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt his cheeks heat up. Below his neck, a moist and sticky soft object covered him. His chin, cheeks, and cheekbones. From bottom to top, it slowly swept across the side of his face. Hot, warm, and soft. And a little fishy? Thales was stunned. The other party left his cheek, leaving behind a sticky liquid. When the wind blew, it felt cool. Before he could react, the black shadow approached him again, accompanied by rapid and fiery breathing. Another wave of warmth and dampness covered Thales' mouth, nose, forehead, and ears over and over again. It made him unable to open his eyes. The other party breathed continuously. The tip of his nose and lips brushed against Thales' skin countless times. They pressed closely against each other, and he seemed rather excited. Thales was stunned. Even the sin of Hell's River was silently dispelled. What is this? Edward, this is Prince Thales. He's not a threat. Finally, the Baron Bone Man's arm appeared on the attacker's neck, trying to pull him off Thales' body. As the attacker protested in dissatisfaction, Thales felt his chest loosen. He finally gained some space and raised his head. The prince was immediately stunned. On top of him was a large pitch-black dog. Woof woof. At this moment, Raphael was grabbing the fierce dog's neck and dragging it backwards. He was in a sorry state during the wrestling. Thales recognized its breed. It was an angry wolfhound. This breed of dog was known for its fierceness. It had always been a good helper for the nobles of Constellation when they went on hunting excursions. A long time ago, Chief Morris of the Brotherhood, Quiet and Rick's superior, also kept a majestic angry wolfhound. He even met Thales by chance in the back alley of Sunset Pub. The angry wolfhound also liked to play with Thales. The play that was not too friendly. The large dog in front of him also had similar characteristics, whether it was sharp fangs or a fierce face. Except for one thing. It was also too big. Thales stared blankly at the wrestling in front of him. Although Raphael was slender, he was not short. But even with his size, it was difficult for him to restrain the large dog. He was like a child trying to reach out and hug an old tree that was 2 or 3 times thicker than him. At this moment, the fierce-looking dog was looking at Thales on the ground with great interest. Its breathing was hot, and it occasionally licked its tongue and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sabo, Raphael, who saw that he could not hold on anymore, looked into the distance and shouted angrily, "Pull it up!" A gloomy and lazy voice rang out at the right time, approaching from afar. Coming. Be at ease." A right hand with only 3 fingers appeared in front of Thales. It grabbed the large dog's collar and exerted force in a very skillful manner. Finally, Thales felt his body relax. It felt as if someone had lifted the 3 layers of quilts covering him. And in the middle of summer, the large dog was pulled away from his body. It barked in dissatisfaction, and the sound was deafening. "I'm sorry, Lord Raphael. Edward was walking in circles, and I did not pay attention." The lazy voice dealt with the large dog's protest while apologizing insincerely. Thales grabbed Raphael's hand, felt his whole body go numb, and struggled to get up. "Damn it. What is this?" Thales patted the dust off his body, still in shock, and pulled up his sleeves to wipe the saliva that had not dried on his face. Raphael coughed awkwardly. "Your Highness, I believe you have met Edward. He is one of our guards." The Baron Bone Man waved at the large dog in front of him. The exaggerated movement made it roar. Woof, woof. It bared its teeth, its gaze fierce. But when it subconsciously wanted to move forward with a fierce look on its face, the right hand with only 3 fingers reached out and stopped Edward. "You know, guards. Edward doesn't like being introduced like this. He thinks this is his territory, and he is the master." Raphael snorted. "Is that so?" The person holding the large dog was a haggard middle-aged man who looked like he did not sleep well last night. He had dark circles under his eyes, and ignored Edward's threatening barking. He bowed to Thales. "Duke of Star Lake, I've heard a lot about you." Raphael looked at the angry wolfhound warily and introduced, "This is Sabo, the best tracker in the kingdom's secret intelligence department." Sabo shrugged. "Also a gatekeeper and a dog walker." The large dog next to him was dissatisfied again. "Woof, woof. All right, my bad," Sabo comforted Edward. "I mean, I'm a gatekeeper and someone who scoops your poop." Tracker, gatekeeper, dog walker. Thales, who got rid of the unknown liquid on his face, nodded awkwardly and returned Sabo's greeting, but his eyes kept drifting to Edward, the Secret Intelligence Department's watchdog, looking at the other's forelimbs that were as thick as his thighs, and the 4 paws that could reach the height of a normal person's shoulder, as well as the impact of a heavy cavalry charge. Thales gulped with lingering fear. "This is too big. That's against the rules." Once it noticed that Thales was sizing it up, the ridiculously large black angry wolfhound instantly lowered the volume of its growl. A whoop, the large dog Edward retracted its sharp teeth and revealed its tongue. Its lower jaw opened up into a huge arc, and its tail swung freely from side to side. Obviously he likes you, Your Highness. Sabo frowned and said in a dark tone. Edward opened his mouth in a frightening manner. He could not hide the saliva dripping from his mouth as he stared at Thales with sparkling eyes. Joy was written all over his face. He was full of energy. Thales quickly lowered his head to avoid eye contact, and tidied up his messy clothes in a flustered manner. Yeah, I can see that. Sabo held the collar with one hand, and scratched Edward's back with the other to soothe its restlessness. It's been a long time since he pounced on someone. The last time was a long time ago. Raphael cleared his throat and gave Sabo a warning look. I'll go open the door. Watch your dog. Sabo turned his head indifferently, and Edward bared its teeth again. Woof woof. You misunderstood. Raphael wasn't talking about you, he was talking about me. Watch me. The Baron Bone Man strode towards the double-opened iron door. Sabo looked at Raphael's back, and then at the large dog beside him that kept nudging forward, obviously interested in Thales. Tsk, Lord Hansen must be very upset. Thales suppressed his fear of Edward. Why? Don't you know? Sabo took out a chain. Who the F***ck uses a steel chain to chain a dog? The prince later complained, and buckled Edward's collar. He took a step closer to Thales. The prince subconsciously took a step back, and said in a low voice, There's a rumor in the Secret Intelligence Department that Lord Hansen's leg was bitten off by a terrifying dog. Ha! The Black Prophet's leg? Thales pricked up his ears. But there's always been a dispute over which dog it was. There's even a bet. But tsk if you ask me, Sabo winked at the large dog beside him, and put on a pretentious air, hinting at something. Do you understand what I mean? The terrifyingly large angry wolfhound barked excitedly, its enthusiasm for Thales undiminished. Thales took a step back and nodded stiffly. In the distance, Raphael approached the double-opened iron door, pulled up his sleeves, and waved his fingers in the air. What was even more bizarre was that as his fingers danced, the air in front of the iron door rippled like the surface of a sparkling water. Thales frowned. What is he doing? Magic veins. Sabo looked at the prince, then at Edward and answered casually. It's a trick of Soul Tower. Only by drawing the corresponding veins on the corresponding ceiling circle will one be let in. In comparison, I prefer Alchemy Tower. They're all classical, and like to use keys. Thales' heart skipped a beat. But I remember that magic is forbidden? Sabo shook his head. Forgotten. Thales raised his head in confusion. What? Sabo tugged at the chain on Edward's body, and prodded it, preventing the large dog from slipping out of the cage and approaching Thales. Magic is forgotten, not forbidden. Thales' expression changed. Is there a difference between being forgotten and being forbidden? Sabo shrugged. From the practical point of view, no. But in terms of motive and purpose, at that moment. Sabo, Raphael's voice came, sounding dissatisfied. That's enough. At some point, the Baron Bone Man had turned around, and the iron door opened a gap behind him. Sabo smacked his lips, and waved his hand nonchalantly. All right, but before he could finish, there was a sudden change in the situation. The large dog, Edward, suddenly jumped up and leaped towards the iron door. Thales was shocked, perhaps unprepared, or perhaps unable to let go in time. The equally shocked Sabo was pulled down by the chain and dragged towards the iron door by Edward. In the next second, the large Edward slammed into Raphael in front of the iron door. Bang! The Baron Bone Man was mercilessly sent flying and fell to the side, moaning. Sabo was thrown off by the chain, and rolled a few times on the ground, moaning as well. Thales looked at everything in front of him in shock. Two men were taken down by a dog. Are you guys alright? I knew it. This dog is too big. But what happened next was even more unexpected. In front of the dumbfounded Thales, the large black angry wolfhound dragged the empty chain, and happily smashed open the iron door on one side, then ran back and clumsily pushed open the other door. Once it was done, it turned around happily and looked at Thales. The prince's heart sank. Wait, hey, good dog Edward, right? I actually don't know them. If you have a grudge against them. But in the next moment, Edward roared, took a step forward, and rushed towards the teenager. No, 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 no. Don't come over. The traumatized prince took 5 or 6 steps back in fear. In the end, he could not care less about the dignity of the royal family, and turned to run. But Edward's size was not only huge, but it was equally fast. Thales had only run a few steps when the large dog swept past him and pounced on him. F***ck. Thales subconsciously raised his arms to block the attack. But fortunately, Edward did not recklessly pounce on him this time. It nimbly stopped not far in front of Thales, and obediently whimpered twice, as if to remind him of something. Thales lowered his arms in puzzlement. The large dog approached him carefully with short, quick steps. This time, as he looked at its obedient gaze, Thales realized that the sin of Hell's river in his body did not react. Edward stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and turned twice on the spot with its mountain-like body. Woof! Woof! It barked twice at the open door. Its gaze was obedient, and its bark was ingratiating. Sensing its kindness, Thales looked at the door in the distance, put down his arms in puzzlement, and pointed at himself. Me. The large dog became even more excited when it received a response. This time, it wagged its tail and barked once at Thales, then twice at the iron door. Woof! Woof woof! Under the dog's expectant gaze, Thales looked at the blocked path and the 2 figures lying on the ground in the distance. He did not know if they were dead or alive. He braced himself and forced a smile. You mean the door? Woof! The large dog happily pounced on the prince, whose face was ashen. It circled Thales twice, arched his back, and pushed him forward. All right, I'll go. The anxious Thales walked forward, not knowing what to do. Edward walked beside him, licking the back of his hand affectionately from time to time, and rubbing against the teenager's arm, until they arrived in front of the iron door. Oh! Standing in front of the iron door, Thales understood. He was a little enlightened, but also a little relaxed. You mean, you opened the door for me on purpose? Woof! Edward barked even more cheerfully. Good dog. Thales suppressed his uneasiness, tentatively extended his hand, and scratched its furry head in a rusty manner. Thank you? Edward stuck out its tongue, turned its head, and looked pleased. It was obviously enjoying it. On the other side, Raphael got up while cursing. He patted the dust off his body, and glared angrily at Sabo, who was also tidying himself up. All right, we all know that Edward is very smart, Sabo said eerily. He extended his hand to grab the large dog's leash, and took over Thales' action of scratching the dog. But this is the first time. Edward growled at him in dissatisfaction, its vocal cords threatening. We'd better hurry up and go in. Raphael looked at the large dog warily, his face full of displeasure. It looks like it's not done yet. Thales turned around for the last time, and waved awkwardly at Edward. The angry wolfhound responded excitedly, and wanted to move forward again, but was pulled back by Sabo. With a click, the iron door was shut. Sabo, who was equally displeased, and the large angry wolfhound, who was looking at Thales reluctantly, were both shut outside the door. Sabo. Through the iron door, Raphael looked at the large dog suspiciously. The Duke of Star Lake is traveling in private. Do you understand? Yes, I'll tell them. Sabo shook his head nonchalantly. An innocent and cute fawn accidentally trespassed on Edward's territory. The large dog howled angrily. All right. I know. Sabo scratched Edward's neck with a headache. I'll say it's a big wolf, a wolf, all right? It won't damage your reputation. I swear the other dogs will be impressed. Listening to the man and dog arguing further and further behind him, Thales felt a lingering fear. So Sabo, he can talk to dogs? The Baron Bone Man laughed. He thinks he can. What do you mean? At least according to Lord Hanson, that's what Sabo has believed for decades. Raphael shook his head indifferently. As for whether it's true, only dogs know. Thales smiled. He grabbed his collar, and sniffed the place where Edward's teeth had bitten him. The prince immediately frowned. He could not be mistaken. That was fresh, the smell of blood. So, old friend, other than eating, when was the last time you pounced on someone like this? Outside the iron door, Sabo took out an old notebook and opened the cover, which had the crooked words "Don't get eaten" written on it. As he listened to Edward's roar, he recorded something excitedly. What? You mean the smell? The same smell? Dog. Another dog? Sabo's eyes widened. What a big dog. His big dog. A powerful dog? A dog the size of the earth? A dog that gave birth to a dog? A dog that all dogs are afraid of? Sabo suddenly came to a realization. A big dog, his big dog, a dog that gave birth to a dog. Oh, I get it. He put down his pen, touched Edward's head, and looked at Thales back through the iron door. What you want to say is... The angry wolfhound stared at Sabo's palm, licked its saliva-filled teeth, and growled in warning. His mother. The angry wolfhound's eyes turned cold. In the next second, the fierce dog's muscles trembled, and it raised its head. Clack! The sound of teeth clenching exploded in the air. In the nick of time, Sabo skillfully and swiftly retracted his palm. I see. Fine, so you bully the weak and fear the strong. Sabo showed no fear. He raised his right hand, which only had 3 fingers, and smiled at the fierce angry wolfhound. I say, his mother may not be human. But you're a real dog. Edward snorted in dissatisfaction. Then, it turned its head in disdain, flicked its tail, and strode its paws, and went back for a walk in high spirits. Chapter 579. In the hall of the Manor of the Secret Intelligence Department, Thales stopped in front of a portrait that faced the porch. This is Leinster Covendier. Raphael's voice came from behind him. The man in the painting was handsome and well-dressed. He was sitting on a red leather chair, playing with a slightly unsheathed dagger in his hand. The exposed blade of the dagger reflected a cold light, and the tip of the dagger was inlaid with gems. One of the 6 knights under the King of Renaissance, Fatal Iris. Thales seemed to have understood something when he heard the surname and nickname. He looked at the tapestry under the frame. Leinster P. T. Covendier, top 27th, 20th, 700 years ago. He funded and trained the first batch of professional scouts and spies for Prince Tormund, who had yet to be crowned king. He contributed greatly to the Battle of Eradication and the establishment of Constellation. He was the first chief of intelligence of the kingdom. Raphael stared at the portrait as if he was staring at the real person. He was publicly acknowledged as the founder of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. The painter's Fatal Iris was no more than 30 or 40 years old. His expression was focused, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He exuded a gloomy and misty temperament, as if there was endless sorrow in his chest that could not be dispelled. It made the onlookers pity him. Leinster Covendier, the founder of the Secret Intelligence Department. The prince seemed to be deep in thought. He was also the ancestor of the Covendier family, the first Duke of South Coast Hill? Yes. Thales nodded and did not say anything else. He followed Raphael's footsteps. They stepped into the room, and onto the starry blue carpet that was commonly seen in the kingdom. The hall of the manor was wide and bright, completely different from the old and deserted manor outside. Thales looked around. It seems bigger than it looks from the outside. Sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the silver double cross on the wall carpet and hanging flag. It was not as deep and dark as he had expected. We have to thank the original owner of this manor. The architectural layout was unique and contained a universe. Raphael looked straight ahead and did not stop walking. Unfortunately, the manor was unlucky during the Bloody Year, and was almost burned to ruins. Otherwise, it would not have become our headquarters. A few people in casual clothes were busy in the hall. Some were handling documents, some were whispering to each other, and they turned a blind eye to them. It was almost no different from a normal municipal department. Almost. Raphael led the youth into a side hall. Whether it was the shape of the corners of the walls, the pillars, the stairs' handrails, or even the ceiling, Thales could tell that this place used to be luxurious, glorious, and historical. However, Raphael's pace was very fast. It was obvious that he was used to this kind of pace. The teenager only had the intention to admire it, but he could only take a cursory glance at it, until he saw another classical portrait in a corridor. Halvasi, in Caribbean 1465. The man in the painting was almost middle-aged, but there was no twilight between his brows. He had a mustache and even had a faint smile on his lips. He looked simple and sincere. It was a stark contrast to the shrewd Leinster. "That's Steward Halva." Raphael noticed that Thale's footsteps had slowed down. With just a glance, he revealed the identity of the person in the painting. Leinster's deputy and successor. Thales was struck by a thought. Raphael nodded slowly. Thanks to his talent and perseverance, the intelligence network that was originally privately managed by Leinster was not reduced to a flash in the pan after the passing of Fatal Iris due to its poor reputation. Instead, it was officially named the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. It recruited talents and established rules, and it has been passed down to this day. Thale's gaze shifted to the wall rug under the frame of the painting. There was a sentence embroidered with golden thread on it. The font was simple and unadorned. It was half literate and half white, and it was somewhere between the language of the modern empire and the lingua franca of the modern era. "The eyes and ears of the king, the night sentries of the kingdom. It is my duty to know and keep secrets." Raphael continued. Of course, Halva was eventually promoted from the position of Chief of Intelligence. He was promoted and became the Prime Minister of the kingdom, who was second only to one but above all. He was known as the Wise Minister. Wise Prime Minister. While Thales recalled Gilbert's history lessons, he repeated this nickname. Wise Minister Caribbean? His expression was strange. "I know what you are thinking." Raphael thought of something and sighed. Whenever this nickname and this surname are put together, the contrast is huge, isn't it? Thales snorted. He immediately suppressed the desire to curl up the corners of his lips. With a stern expression, he continued forward. Their journey was smooth and quiet. They passed through countless corridors and endless halls. Occasionally, someone would pass by with a stack of scrolls. They would appear from one door and disappear from another. Their footsteps were hurried, and they were busy. When they met the two of them, they would only nod in acknowledgement. "It seems like there aren't many people on duty?" the prince asked curiously. Whether it is because of a certain prince's accident in Western Desert, or because of a certain prince's accident at a banquet, many people have already stayed up for a few days and nights without shifts. Raphael did not care about Thales' pride at all. Take pity on them. Thales could only shrug awkwardly. But what are we doing here? Covendier cannot be punished, and you can't do anything about the case. Raphael glanced at him. He was about to answer, but a door behind them suddenly opened. A man called out to them. "Raphael, Assas has finished preparing for the white gloves. Do you want to come and take a look?" When the man said this, his eyes kept drifting towards Thales. He wanted to bow, but he was hesitant. Raphael was deep in thought, but Thales frowned. He said, "Assas?" Thales approached Raphael suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Ass?" Raphael turned around and spread his hands indifferently, as if he did not see the prince's expression. "It's a special team under me. I told you the full name. Do I need to repeat it?" Thales forced himself to smile. Raphael raised his eyebrows understandingly and turned back to walk towards the man. "Very well, Danny. Let us check the procedure. It won't take long. By the way, put your eyes in a normal place." The man at the door immediately stopped sneaking glances at Thales. Thales was about to follow him in, but was blocked by the barren bone man. "No, I'll be out soon. Wait for me here. Don't move." Raphael gave him a pleased smile and closed the door. Thales, who remained in the corridor, rolled his eyes. Wipe my ass." The corridor was still quiet. Thales was bored, so he took a few more steps and looked at the portraits hanging on both sides of the corridor. Most of them were men in their prime to middle-aged, either quiet and serious or aggressive. In contrast, one of the special portraits first attracted his attention. It was a full-body portrait of a woman. She was lying on her side on the dark sofa in a relaxed posture. Her skin was fair and beautiful, her facial features were deep and intimidating, and her clothes were full of exotic charm. She was not even afraid to show off her slender thighs to show off her sexy and seductive figure. Under the painter's fine brush, even her curled toes looked delicate and lovely. But unlike her figure that made men's blood boil, the expression on the lady's face was cold and mysterious. as if she did not care about everything around her. In contrast, when Thales looked at her, he sometimes felt that she was amorous, and sometimes felt that she was noble and inviolable. Thales shifted his gaze to the bottom of the frame. Alf Seldo ka Mimo Hanbol, 39-77. This is Alf. A slightly rough voice came from behind him, with a Western desert accent that Thales was familiar with. People call her Oriental Beauty. This is one of the few portraits of her that has not been burned. Thales turned around and was a little shocked when he saw who it was. Wait, I recognize you. You are. Behind him was a well-groomed man with slightly darker skin. He bowed respectfully to Thales, just like when he was in Bladefang's camp. I am Norb. It is an honor to meet you again, and I am glad that you are now healthy and at ease, Your Highness. Or should I say the Duke of Star Lake? Thales sized him up in surprise and finally confirmed the man's identity. The cadre of the Secret Intelligence Department who dared to contradict the legendary Wing in front of thousands of soldiers in Bladefang's camp. Norb. But why are you here? Thales subconsciously shifted his gaze to Norb's right leg. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, but the prince noticed that Norb held a cane in his right hand and supported half of his body. Norb smiled faintly and was as humble as ever. I came back to report on my work for Western Desert. Thales understood it clearly. Is that so? Thales hesitated for a moment, but in the end he could not help but ask, how's your leg? Norb froze. He slowly turned his head and looked at his right leg, then at his cane. A desolate look appeared on his face. Thank you for your concern. The Secret Intelligence Department has pretty good medicine, but Norb forced a self-deprecating smile and tapped the cane in his right hand. I have to learn to get used to this thing. Thales was silent for a while. He remembered how Roman rudely broke Norb's right leg in the desert to help him cover up the news. He suddenly felt a little guilty. I am very sorry. Norb shook his head and put away his gloomy mood. It is not your fault. Besides, if it wasn't for this leg, he said with a smile, I reckon they would not have let me come back so easily. I don't think they'll let me come back so easily. It's a blessing in disguise. Thales did not know how to respond to his self-deprecating and open-mindedness. Norb obviously noticed the awkwardness in the atmosphere. He quickly turned to look at the woman in the painting, and used the topic of conversation to drive away his momentary depression. In short, Elf comes from the Handel dynasty in the Eastern Peninsula. It is said that she is the exiled descendant of Amar Mimo Hanbol, the Grand Cattle. Elf. Thales was puzzled. So Elf? She is a foreigner and a woman. Also from the Secret Intelligence Department? Strangely, Norb first shook his head, then nodded. After Black Eye John I failed in his northern expedition and deposed wise minister Halva, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department was not trusted. Its future was uncertain, and teetering on the brink of collapse. Norb looked at the alien woman in the painting. His gaze was profound. Until Black Eye decided to give this useless toy to his favorite lover on the bed. Like a nominal job, or rather, a gift, as a reason to convince the ministers to keep her by their side. The king's lover? Thales subconsciously turned his head, wanting to take a closer look at Lady Elf. In the painting, she still looked indifferent and her posture was natural. She did not care about the gazes of outsiders. With contempt and hostility from the inside out, Elf withstood the pressure to fight for the budget, reorganized and preserved this dying department with low morale. Norb seemed to sigh. That's right. In those years, Dongfang Yinying controlled the flow of intelligence and spread the information network widely. She was the head of the Secret Intelligence Department, the chief of intelligence. He was lost in thought, and she did the job very well. Even too well. Therefore, after Black Eye's death, she was sent to the guillotine for the crime of murdering the late king. She was despised by all. Thales snapped out of his daze. What? Murdering the late king? Norb smiled and shook his head. It's not her. Black Eye is not a person who can force the 10 great clans of Extet to let go of their former enmity and unite, to the point where they had no choice but to seek help from the great dragon to prevent their country from being destroyed. Norb leaned on his cane and took a few steps forward. He pointed at the words embroidered in gold below Elf's name. plans are a bitch. Do not believe them, even if you pay them enough. But after Black Eye, his 3 sons inherited his ambition, but none of them had their father's great talent and bold vision. I know this part. It's the end of the 1st century in the calendar of eradication. Thales continued. The 3 stars were divided, brothers were at odds with each other. The land was divided to fight for the throne, and the flames of war reached the heavens. Norb nodded. His gaze was profound. So when you do not have the corresponding achievements and popularity, yet you want to surpass the other 2 and wear the 9-pointed star crown that your father left behind, he looked at Elf and said faintly, the fastest way is to avenge the late king, and if you want to avenge, the prince came to his senses. He raised his gaze in a daze and continued the conversation. You have to have a murderer first. Thales looked at the charming beauty on the wall. I've seen this plot before. At the same time, she was loved by the late king and feared by everyone. She was a foreign spy who was beautiful and skillful, and a whore. The teenager seemed to have understood something. His voice was low. When it comes to murdering the late king, there's no better scapegoat than her. Norb nodded. The prince stared at Elf's beautiful figure, imagining the scene of this former foreign beauty with disheveled hair and dirty face, with clothes that did not cover her body, covered in cuts and bruises, shackles and shackles, limping and walking alone to the guillotine under the cold eyes of the conspirators and the curses of thousands of people. At that moment, her head was probably held high as well. As if he had guessed Thales' thoughts, Norb took a deep breath and smiled. Don't worry. When King Taiping Kessel I was crowned, the separation of the 3 stars was ended, and the kingdom was reunited. Oriental beauty was rehabilitated. Thales felt relieved. He looked at Elf's most beautiful appearance and felt the sadness in his heart lighten. That's why I can still see her portrait here. But Norb shook his head in denial. Repaint. Thales turned around in surprise. When this painting was completed, Oriental beauty had already passed away. Norb sighed. The people who painted could only rely on a few memories to restore her former glory of walking at the peak of power and ruling the underground world as a woman. But you can see, no matter how much they exhausted their talent, or how extravagant their imagination. Looking at Elf's seductive curves, Norb shook his head in disappointment. Thales and Norb were silent for a while. After a while Norb reacted. Are you waiting for someone? Yes, Thales said, not without resentment. But the prince looked at the room Raphael had entered and shrugged. He won't be coming out for a while. In that case, Norb extended his hand to the next painting in the corridor in a friendly manner. You don't mind? Thales nodded and followed him forward. This was much more interesting than Scholar Bonner's grammar class and Raphael's satire. Norb raised his hand and extended it to the other side. Gamble Tabark, known as Dark Moon. Thales turned his head. Gamble W.B. Tabark, 137, 215. Tabark? The ruling family of Blade Edge Hill, Blood Moon of Blade City? Thales thought of Duchess Lyanna, whom he had not seen for many years. In the painting, Chief Gamble was a middle-aged man. He was plump and had a noble face. The pitiful thing was that he put all his weight on the cane in front of him. He puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach with all his might, which made his smile look a little stiff and comical, coupled with his hairline that looked like he had lost control of the city gate. In another world, he would probably be unphotogenic. He was the chief of intelligence who served 3 generations of kings at the end of the 2nd century and the beginning of the 3rd century. Norb nodded. From Pulsebreaker Sumer I to Ascension King, Alan I, and even Thorn Cutter, Tormund III, the 3 kings relied on him as their right-hand man and trusted him. Ascension King. When he heard the familiar name, Thales could not help but compare it to Gilbert's history class. He thought of something and his expression turned slightly cold. Norb's words were filled with nostalgia. Don't judge him by his appearance. People born in our era might find it hard to imagine how great Chief Gamble's contribution to the kingdom was, how significant it was, and how deep his influence was. Why? Norb exhaled. Because in the history books, everyone only saw the king, the prime minister, the generals and the dukes. They were moved by their foresight and great achievements. But they did not know or turned a blind eye to the filth in the night. Because it is also hard for us to imagine how much power and influence Sunset Church once had within the kingdom in the era before Gamble Taberk's reign. It was as big as seizing territories in ruling succession, and as small as weddings and funerals, daily necessities and daily necessities. An order could be changed and a word could be spoken. Thales was deep in thought. Norb clicked his tongue and shook his head. At that time, the king's scepter was lighter than a bishop's ceremonial robe. The loyalty of the people came from the piety of their prayers, and the gaze of the gods was the fate of the mortal world. The next moment, Norb raised his head and looked solemnly. But from the time Gamble took charge of the Secret Intelligence Department and assisted the king, to the time he gloriously retired from old age in Blade City, half a century had passed. Sunset Church's believers split into two major factions, the church and the temple. They fought endlessly, and the internal frictions weakened them. They could no longer meddle in the royal family's genealogy of succession, nor could they interfere with the kingdom's policies, let alone dictate the daily lives of the people. Thales frowned. Priestess Melgen, who talked about the conflict between the elders and the young, in theology class, appeared in front of him. And that nervous little nun. In the end, the gods became high and mighty again, illusory, and their believers had no choice but to bow their heads to the nine-pointed astral crown and gradually withdraw from the center of power in constellation. Norb looked at the plain-looking Gamble, and his eyes sparkled. During this period, Chief Gamble hid his reputation, but his contributions were great. As expected, Thales stood in front of Gamble's portrait. Do not judge a book by its cover. But it was still too early for him to say that. Because the next portrait Norb pointed at was of a hunchbacked old man with a weathered face. William, 226 to 306. Rather than make people fear him, it is better to make people underestimate him. Hunchback William, Norb introduced. The William in the portrait was ordinary and well-behaved. Not only was there nothing outstanding about him, he even looked deformed and ugly because of his hunchback. The first chief of intelligence who was born a commoner. As you can see, he did not have a surname. From the middle of the 3rd century, he was in charge of the kingdom's secret intelligence department for 50 years. He was conscientious and diligent. Norb's walking stick tapped the ground lightly. He looked at William's hunchback and seemed to have the same feeling. When people talk about the legend of the Empress Dowager Iron Spike's regent reign, which lasted through 7 dynasties, they always overlook this low-key official, who was in the same period as her. Norb spoke to himself. For a moment, he even ignored Thales' existence. But it was also William, the chief of intelligence who lacked illustrious achievements and a noble reputation. Together with Empress Dowager Iron Spike, he managed to support Constellation during the weakest, darkest, and most dangerous half a century in its history. Thales lowered his head and remembered the origin of Ballard Room. Did I make you feel bored? Of course not. Thales snapped out of his daze and spoke in a standard manner. Please continue. Norb's eyes lit up. I got it. You must be more interested in this senior of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. He led Thales forward a few steps, past a few chief executives of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, and stopped next to the most outstanding portrait. Thales was stunned. Unlike the other portraits, this one was framed in a silver frame, which made it stand out from the rest. What caught his attention even more was the young woman in the painting. She was riding on a horse, fully armored, holding the reins and a sword. She looked confident, arrogant and calm, as if she was going to rush out of the frame the next moment and stab the heart of the viewer with the sword in her hand. This was the second woman Thales saw in the kingdom's secret intelligence department besides Elva. More importantly, Thales squinted at the pattern engraved on the woman's armor, and was astounded. That's right. That's the 9-pointed star. Chapter 580. Dazzling Star Theodora. This is the daughter of the Oath Keeper, the noble princess of the royal family. Norb paused and looked at Thales meaningfully. Also the Duchess of Star Lake. The daughter of the Oath Keeper? Thales held his breath as he looked at the female knight with sharp eyes and thin lips. Never married, she was not famous in history, but she was the longest-serving chief of intelligence of the Secret Intelligence Department. Her elven bloodline allowed her to live a long and healthy life, so long that she had to retire behind the scenes and appoint another chief to avoid controversy. Thales looked curiously at the heroic princess and the Duchess of Star Lake. His ancestor, Theodora M. Jade Star 354-. Her temperament reminded people of the fortress flower, but the latter was far from Theodora's domineering aura, which was like a silver radiance that made people bow their heads. But her death year is not written on this, Thales said, puzzled. Norb smiled. Because we, the Secret Intelligence Department, do not know. It is said that when Princess Theodora truly left the Secret Intelligence Department at the age of 101 and went far away, the reigning surviving king, Alan III, was already one of her great-grandchildren. In comparison, her brothers had a much shorter lifespan. Norb said. Thales looked down and saw the princess words embroidered with gold thread. Look, look, look. What the F***ck are you looking at, idiot? Thales was petrified. What the hell? Thales looked at the neatly embroidered but full of profanities, and his face twitched in disbelief. This is the Princess of Constellation? Can't you say something else? Something more normal? Norb showed an awkward expression and hesitated. Well, because it was her own will. It's not convenient. What if she comes back one day? He bit the words in his mouth. Thales narrowed his eyes and understood. He accepted the advice and stopped looking at Theodora's portrait. As you can see, although she was a woman, Theodora was unyielding and domineering when she was in power. She was the best in the Secret Intelligence Department. Norb took the opportunity to explain. Starting from her, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department spread its spies all over the world. They are ruthless, radical, and vengeful. If necessary, she wouldn't hesitate to sign the much-criticized foreign assassination mission, even if it might trigger a war. Assassination outside the border. Thales was stunned. He remembered what King Nuvan had told him that night about the fate of his eldest son. But it was said that during those years, the secret room dreamed of crossing the great pine forest in the south, and Quintana did not dare to cross the Sea of Eradication. Even though they hated the Secret Intelligence Department to the core, no one dared to touch even a single hair on the spies of the Secret Intelligence Department. Norb stared at the special princess of Constellation. He did not hide the admiration and longing in his eyes. Thales exhaled. Damn the Secret Intelligence Department. In this place, how much history had not been written in the history books? Oh, I'm afraid we'll have to watch the next 3 together. Norb leaned on his crutch with great interest, as if he was still getting used to his new third leg. He pointed at another painting to Thales. In the painting was a tall, handsome man. Noah C.P. Almond 434 to 462. Loan sale. Noah Almond. Rumor has it that he was one of the lovers of the conqueror of the north, Queen Erica. The queen's lover, so this is the queen's man? Norb lowered his head and blinked. His previous solemnity was gone. Of course, some people said that the conqueror of the north liked to chase after women. There was no one in her court that the queen had not slept with, regardless of gender. When he heard the gossip, Thales looked at the handsome Noah differently. From afar, the Noah in the painting had a fit body and a handsome face. He was indeed outstanding and the best choice. Norb shook his head. Unfortunately, as Queen Erica fell from power, Lone Sail was sent to the guillotine by his deputy-cum-successor. Deputy? By his own deputy? Thales frowned and thought of my home tavern in Bladefang's camp, and its thought-provoking slogan. Norb nodded and sighed. Indeed, not every pair of partners can work together as happily and seamlessly as Leinster and Halva. He looked at the next painting. And this is Lone Sail's deputy. There was a hint of reverence in Norb's words. The pale Baron Sancho. Thales looked up and saw a man with a pale face but a pair of deep eyes in the painting. Sancho's face was not bad, his posture was elegant, and his fingers were slender as they plucked the strings. He looked like a scholar. He was not the chief of intelligence of the underground world. Sancho D. Doyle, 438 to 489. Thales was stunned when he saw the surname. Doyle. His surname is Doyle? Norb was puzzled. Yes, what's wrong? The pale Baron Doyle. Nothing. Thales shook his head and thought of wise Minister Caribbean. That is, whenever you put these nouns together. Thales tried his best to chase the image of the other sloppy personal guard, and his equally eccentric father out of his mind. He sighed with emotion. He sighed and said, "It always makes people wonder. Oh history, what have you done to them?" "Please continue." Norb was a little puzzled, but he still continued. Sancho was once the head of the ruthless officials under the Red King, John II. He was at the top of the powerful officials, and his hands were stained with blood. The Secret Intelligence Department was just an intelligence agency before him, but in his hands, it became a terrifying monster that combined supervision, control, judgment, law enforcement, violence, propaganda, censorship, and stability maintenance. Norb spoke in a cadence, as if he was telling a ghost story. As the most powerful chief of intelligence in history, he spread the Red King's anger and tyranny to his heart's content. He did whatever he wanted, and his power was so great that it was difficult to control him. He ended the historical legacy of countless noble families. Thales frowned and looked at this different Doyle again. He was noble and elegant, and did not look like an executioner with a heavy debt of blood. Norb's tone became urgent, as if he saw the bloodshed of those years. Until the Pale Baron also died in the hands of his deputy and successor, Black Messenger Mason Jonvold. Thales raised his eyebrows. Died again by the deputy. He followed Norb's gaze and saw a third person. Mason H. A. Jonvold, 443 to 506. This person stood alone in the darkness. His eyes were gloomy and his face was not bad, but he appeared harsh and merciless, like a beast choosing its prey in a corner. If one only looked at the portrait, Lone Sail Almond was a righteous and heroic young man. The Pale Baron Doyle was a gentle scholar who admired himself, and the Black Messenger Jonvold. There was no doubt that his gloomy and terrifying temperament made him look like a villain. Norb's voice traveled into his ears. The Black Messenger betrayed his master for glory, and after killing Sancho, he failed to defect. He was fortunate enough to receive the first execution order issued by virtuous King Mindys III after he succeeded to the throne. To spend the rest of his life in the prison of bones. Thales exhaled deeply. In that case, from the time of the Conqueror of the North to the Red King, the three chief of intelligence of the Secret Intelligence Department all died from internal troubles, and did not have a good ending. Why is backstabbing popular in the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department? As if sensing the Duke's sentiments, Norb said slowly, "During that time, the kingdom was in chaos." Thales nodded. "A little gossip. Perhaps to liven up the atmosphere." Norb lowered his voice and smiled faintly. "It is said that these three chief of intelligence slept with Queen Erica, or rather, were slept with by the Queen. Slept with by the Queen." Thales raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze over the portraits of Lone Sail, the Pale Baron, and the Black Messenger. He suddenly realized that they were either heroic, gentle, or gloomy, but they were all men in their prime with their own unique characteristics. All right. Taking advantage of her position, this queen really knows how to enjoy life. As expected, it's very chaotic. Thales blinked. In every sense of the word. At that moment, enough. They turned around in unison, and found Raphael standing behind them with a displeased expression. He stared at Norb gloomily, then looked at the prince reproachfully. "I said do not move around," the Baron Bone Man said coldly, "especially with strangers." Thales glanced at Norb, and the latter lowered his head apologetically. The Duke of Star Lake twitched his lips. "I'm sorry, I thought." Thales glanced at the room behind Raphael. "It's not that fast to wipe your ass." Raphael's and Thales' gazes met in the air, and they exchanged a series of blows through the air. Norb observed their expressions and walked forward at the right time to greet them. "Raphael." Raphael seemed to have just noticed the man with the crutch as she replied coldly. "I'm not sure." He replied coldly, "Norb." For some reason, Thales felt that the relationship between the two of them was a little stiff. Norb smiled faintly. "So, I heard that there is a sudden major case involving a Western Desert noble?" Raphael nodded. There was a faint sense of alienation in his words. "Yes." Norb nodded in understanding. He looked into Raphael's red eyes. All right, although it's not my case if you need help. Raphael cut him off bluntly. If I need help. When he saw that Raphael did not want to speak further, Norb stopped talking to him and turned to Thales. I have not had the time to thank you, Your Highness, Norb said respectfully. If you do me the honor, I would like to visit you later. His Highness still has matters to attend to. Raphael suddenly stood in front of Thales and warned him. And he came in private. Norb shut his mouth indifferently. Of course. He looked at Raphael, who refused to budge an inch, and nodded dejectedly. Of course. Norb bowed to Thales again, and limped away with the cane that he was not familiar with. His figure was lonely and a little pitiful. Thales could not bear to see it. What did Norb do? Thales suddenly asked after Norb left. Raphael frowned. What? Thales caught up with the barren bone man. What did he do wrong in the bloody year that he was sent to Western Desert, which is tantamount to an exile? Raphael's expression tensed. You will have to ask him himself, or his lordship. Really? Thales observed Raphael's expression and snorted. If you want to come to the Secret Intelligence Department for a day, Your Highness, Raphael said unhappily, I can totally satisfy your needs. Why? Are you jealous that I'm so popular? Thales was happy to see Raphael's displeasure. Raphael snorted softly and continued walking. All right, so, tour guide Raphael, who is this? Thales pointed casually. Raphael glanced at it. Lissandro Esposito, no nickname. Or rather, there were too many nicknames, so he simply did not want to use them. Thales moved closer to the portrait. It was a middle-aged man with a humble smile, a kind and humble expression. Lissandro Esposito, 530 to 602. When you know your mistake, you are right. He was born in the year the virtuous king passed away. As the son of a lowly cobbler, he changed his fate by passing a literacy test. In the end, he became the chief of intelligence of the Silent One Sumer IV and attended the imperial conference. Raphael moved forward steadily, not caring that Thales was left behind. Since him, the kingdom's secret intelligence department has swept away its old traditions. It is no longer the king's private toy, but an important national intelligence department with clear rights and responsibilities, efficient operations, adequate budget, and a clear position. Little by little, step by step, we have taken back the disadvantages we have faced against the secret room over the past 100 years. Hence the secret intelligence department today. Raphael's tone was respectful. Thales had to speed up to keep up with Raphael's inconsiderate pace. And he is also Lord Morat Hansen's teacher. Raphael walked out of the corridor and came in front of a specially shaped iron door. Similarly, he swiped at the air with his finger, opened the magic lock in the ripples in the air, and turned into a dark inner room. You mean the Black Prophet? Thales quickly caught up and walked into the inner room. His teacher. But the moment he stepped into the room, Thales suddenly felt a pang of panic. The sin of Hell's river stirred restlessly, but it was different from any previous danger. This feeling was illusory, but it made his hair stand on end. Hiss hiss hiss. A faint hissing sound rang in his ears, reminiscent of a slithering snake. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting, as if it had been there. If it had been any shorter, Thales would have even thought it was an illusion. What's going on? Thales adapted to the darkness of the inner room, and followed Raphael's footsteps with trepidation. You know, we usually don't mention this nickname, Your Highness. The Baron Bone Man's tone became cautious. Especially in the Secret Intelligence Department. Why? Under the dim light, they walked more than 10 meters forward. Thales was still immersed in the fear he felt just now. He subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" He subconsciously asked, "Why not?" In the next second, a hoarse voice that he had not heard for 6 years rang out in the darkness. Just like how we usually don't mention star under your skirt in front of you. Your Highness Thales. This is, hearing this voice, the prince stopped in his tracks. He did not even have time to understand the ridicule in the other party's words. The feeling of panic attacked him again. Even more so than before. The sin of Hell's river was restless. Raphael stopped a few steps in front of him, and turned around, revealing the person behind him. Thales' eyes widened. He had expected this to happen, but Lord Hansen. Thales stared at the thin black figure in front of him. Long time no see. In front of him was King Kessel's current chief of intelligence, the head of the Secret Intelligence Department, the Black Prophet, Lord Morat Hansen, who had been out of sight for many years. He was sitting in a dark wheelchair facing him. The old man in front of him panted painfully while raising his repulsive face, which was only skin and bones, and gave Thales a frightening smile. Thales looked at Morat in surprise. How? He remembered 6 years ago, although the Black Prophet was old, he was hale and hearty, imposing, and could still threaten Gilbert and Gines with a cane. But now Thales stared at the wheelchair under the other party. Why does he look like he's about to die? But Thales soon realized that something was wrong. Hiss. Hiss. Hell's senses fed him countless hair-raising hissing sounds, which came from the dark and colorless wheelchair. The sin of Hell's river spread to Thales' eyes, allowing him to see the dark room clearly. Thales instinctively looked down and saw that the Black Prophet's wheelchair was wrapped in countless sticky, moist black veins, like muscle veins, which also wrapped around Morat's legs. It even squirmed, contracted, and breathed from time to time. That's not a wheelchair. At that moment, Thales' hair really stood on end. That's a living thing. Like branches, vines, tentacles. Its back extended to the walls of the room, covering half of the room like vines, all the way to the ceiling. And Morat, sitting in the wheelchair, seemed to have grown out of these vines. Thales breathed blankly and suddenly thought of the blood mystic. This is... Don't be afraid. Morat breathed with difficulty, raised his skinny arm, and connected it to the thousands of black vein vines that were squirming like thousands of snakes. Some necessary means like taking medicine to cure a disease. Raphael stood by the side, his expression unchanged. Taking medicine to cure a disease? It took Thales a few seconds to calm down. Your Grace, what's wrong with you? Morat laughed, causing the black veined vines around him to sway. I'm old. Your Grace. The Black Prophet's voice was a little ethereal, but it still chilled one's heart. Time has caught me. Just like how it captured Teacher Lysandro and King Adi. Just like it will eventually catch everyone. The Black Prophet's gaze froze, revealing a yearning look. Of course, except for the elves. Thales breathed in a daze. At that moment, he did not know how he should face the monster-like man. I believe you have seen, Your Highness, the kingdom's secret intelligence department has gone through 57 chief stewards. Morat came back to his senses. They are all closely related to Constellation, sharing honor and disgrace. Inseparable. We are not your enemy, Thales. Morat looked at the disgusting living thing wrapped around half of his body, and called out the Duke's name. In fact, we are struggling just like you. Thales stared at the black veined vines and felt his eyebrows twitch. The Black Prophet raised his hand and did something. The black veined vines that covered half of his body trembled and broke away from the back of his wheelchair, releasing Morat. Hiss! The sound of the vines contracting made one shudder. Only the part that was still wrapped around the wheelchair was still moving back and forth, like maggots surging and pupae twitching. Watching this scene, Thales felt a little uncomfortable in his abdomen. Morat closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths before opening them weakly and nodding at Raphael. Let's begin. The Baron Bone Man bowed his head respectfully, turned to open another door, and disappeared into the darkness behind it. Seeing Raphael leave, Thales suddenly realized that only he, the Black Prophet, and those black things were left in the room. This thought made him uneasy. Mind giving me a push, Your Highness? Morat stretched out his skinny hand towards Thales, opened his deformed mouth, and smiled like a dead man in a coffin. Don't worry, I won't read your mind this time. Chapter 581. In the dim corridor, Thales put his hands on Morat's wheelchair, which was covered in black veined vines. It took him a lot of effort to struggle with his thoughts before he reluctantly touched it. Following the Black Prophet's instructions, Thales reluctantly became Morat's means of transportation and pushed him forward. The black veined vines seemed to have sensed his approach. They immediately wriggled and courteously made space on the back of the chair to accommodate a pair of hands. This only made Thales feel weirder and more hesitant. Don't worry, it doesn't bite. The Black Prophet chuckled as if he had seen the Duke's expression behind him. It only eats people. The old chief of intelligence murmured leisurely. Thales twitched the corner of his mouth and continued forward. It was not that he had not thought of refusing, but since a week, with one foot in the grave, he had no choice but to comply. Since the crippled old man had made such a request, he had no choice but to comply. But are the people of the Secret Intelligence Department all dead? The teenager complained silently. So much so that a newcomer is needed to help with chores. Shouldn't this job be done by the kind-looking, black-hearted, sharp-tongued Raphael? The wheels covered in strange vines rolled on the ground, but strangely, they did not make any sound. Raphael's figure was hidden in the darkness ahead. Only the faint sound of his footsteps could be heard, barely pointing the way for Thales. They moved forward in silence. Facing the back of Murat's bald skull, Thales felt more and more uncomfortable. Despite the gloves, the inexplicable touch on his hands was still uncomfortable. The places covered by the vines were moist and warm, with a strange stickiness. But Thales still tried to find a gap on the back of the chair as a landing spot for his hands to avoid touching the disgusting black vines. Even though it was difficult, this made it even more inconvenient for him to exert force. Is it alive? Does it have its own consciousness? The Black Prophet did not turn his head. Are you alive? Thales frowned. Most people in the world are muddle-headed. It makes no difference whether they are alive or dead, Murat said indifferently. Does it matter whether it is alive or not? And whether it has its own consciousness? Thales sighed helplessly. He had also pushed the wheelchair of Gleeward, a veteran from Dragon Cloud City. In truth, the roads in Shield District at night were bumpy and uneven. There were many twists and turns, and it was difficult to walk. The old cripple from Northland kept cursing and swearing, which left a deep impression on the teenager who needed his help, and he suffered a lot. But now, Thales would rather bear the burden, beat, scold, and push Gleeward's wheelchair for another year than stay with Murat for even a second longer. What the hell is this thing? Oh, Your Highness. The Black Prophet shook his head and sneered silently. You have seen it. More than once. Thales exhaled a long breath through his nose, as if he wanted to expel the man's nagging words along with the anxiety in his heart. Raphael. Thales turned his head away unnaturally. He forced himself not to look at the strange vines that expanded and contracted as if they were breathing on the wheelchair. He tried hard to find a topic that could divert his attention. 6 years ago, his palm was clearly cut open, but it was as good as new, and he was still able to communicate with you via voice transmission. Against the fire night, his sleeves were set on fire many times by the rising sun saber, and he always retreated in a fluster. In Heroic Spirit Palace, my attendant mentioned doubtfully that he seemed to have seen his heart pierced. The back of Murat's head was fixed, no longer swaying leisurely. And as the *T stirrer of the Secret Intelligence Department on the night of Dragon's Blood, he only behaved in one place. Thales focused his gaze. Bright Moon Temple. They did not change their speed. The road ahead was still dark. There was a slight change in Murat's tone of reply. So. Thales slowed down a little. Devil. The vines on the wheelchair were still wriggling. From time to time, they would change angles and entangle other parts of the wheelchair. The Duke of Star Lake remembered what Zachriel said and said absent-mindedly. Flesh and blood for food, souls for hunting. Revealed in the fire, vanquished before the gods. Thales stared at the vines. This is the flesh of a devil. Murat tilted his head slightly and glanced at the prince. Thales came back to his senses and remembered the other party's identity. Vigilance crept into his heart. He quickly added, I heard it. That's what I heard. When I was a hostage in the north. There was a moment of silence in the corridor. Only the strange rustling of the black vein vines could be heard. Sometimes it sounded like the crackling of flames, and sometimes it sounded like the gurgling of water. You can always find the answer yourself. Murat turned his head and smiled. As always. So devils in hell. Thales ignored the other party's sarcasm. They exist here, in the Secret Intelligence Department. And developed by you into whom? Thales glanced at Murat's disgusting wheelchair. Medical prosthetics? Morat seemed to be interested by Thales's words. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. Not us, Your Highness. Not us. We are just inheriting and imitating. We are far from the first batch of people in the world who are unscrupulous and covet the mysterious taboo. Unscrupulous and covet the mysterious taboo. Thales narrowed his eyes. Magic, the prince said quietly. He picked up his pace again and caught up with the faint footsteps ahead. Another legacy left behind by wizards, is it? He said sarcastically. It seems that the kingdom's secret intelligence department is the rightful heir to the magic tower. This time Morat's tone was cold. I thought Priestess Melgen had already reminded you, Your Highness. Hearing the familiar name, Thales was slightly surprised. Priestess Melgen, you know her? The Black Prophet snorted coldly and did not answer his question. Believe me, Your Highness. Magic is not as magical, interesting and fascinating as it sounds. Its gorgeous appearance is on par with the sins it has committed. But you have a clear conscience in inheriting your predecessor's legacy. The prince looked at the living creature wrapped around the wheelchair, and continued with a frown. Whether it is the prison of bones, the magic lock outside, or this. Morat shook his head. Perhaps it is not yet time for you to understand. But let me put it this way. The Secret Intelligence Department is like a lock, locking the door to the world's self-destruction. He was slightly emotional. Just like all the obsessions in this world, going too far is as bad as falling short. Pursuing too deeply will eventually backfire on you. Pursuing too deeply. Backfire on you. Thales raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered what his two teachers had mentioned to him. The three major covenants of mystics. Do not delve into each other. Stay true to yourself. As he thought of this, he probed. For example, mystics. In that second, Thales' arms were covered in goosebumps. The sin of Hell's river surged wildly. The next moment, the vines on the wheelchair suddenly sped up and contracted violently. Terrified, Thales instinctively let go of the wheelchair and stopped in his tracks. He was on full alert. The Black Prophet's figure trembled in the wheelchair, undulating. He let out a low and strange guttural sound, like dissatisfaction, but also like an instinct when he was deep in thought. Like an asthma patient. Thales frowned as he watched. What's going on? A few minutes later, the black-veined vines returned to their original form and became docile again. Are you all right? Thales asked tentatively. After a while, Morat, who looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, panted a few times and said faintly, I won't die. For the time being. Let's keep going. We're not there yet. Thales put away his uneasiness, put his wheelchair back on and started walking. Look at this thing carefully, Your Highness. Morat said with a sickly voice. Do you think it's something beautiful? Our good neighbors in hell are beyond imagination. They're even more different than the power of eradication. The head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department said weakly. Even the pieces of meat that are cut off from their bodies look different. Thales stared at the wriggling vines and became even more suspicious. And this one? It appears to be extraordinarily energetic and adaptable to its host. It's a surprise gift for doctors when they're at their wits' end. Morat's tone tightened. But it proliferates endlessly in the dark and corrupts its host. It's an unclean thing that the priests abhor. Just like this world, fascinating and deadly. Thales was silent for a while. So it can help you get through this temporarily, but will eventually kill you? Morat laughed. It's worse, child. The Black Prophet's words seemed to be rueful. It's worse than that. Thales subconsciously looked forward. But Raphael's figure had already disappeared in front of him. Don't worry. Morat noticed where Thales was looking and snorted. He's not me. He's still young. He can handle it. The Black Prophet's tone fell silent. He's still young. He can handle it. Thales frowned. Just to save his hands that were maimed by Dukerund? The Black Prophet silently looked at the black vines on his legs and shook his head. It saved more than just his hands, child. The devil is always there, but the devil does not speak. For some reason, Thales suddenly thought of this sentence. The former Crown Prince Midir. For some reason, Thales suddenly remembered something. As the creator of Project Dragon's Blood, he used to lead the Secret Intelligence Department, or at least worked with you, right? Morat looked up, his gaze sharp. Did he use it? Thales looked at the black veined vines tightly wrapped around the Black Prophet's legs. Using this thing to treat his crippled legs? This time, the silence lasted for a long time. It's not that no one suggested it. It was rare for Morat to express his emotions. He spoke in a nostalgic tone. But Prince Midir, he refused with a smile. He said. Morat stared at his skinny hands, then at the vines on his legs. Without these legs, he can still stand up and be a complete and healthy person. Thales' eyes lit up. As expected of him. It's thought-provoking. He said sincerely. Of course. Morat hunched his chest and could not help but lament. Most of the defects that people need to fill are not in their bodies. Looking at Morat in this state, Thales suddenly had an illusion. In his state of being wrapped in vines, Morat, who was weak and in pain, had lost his once terrifying appearance as the Black Prophet. He now behaved like a sentimental, ordinary old man. Perhaps, facing this Morat, he could gain more. With a thought, he patted the wheelchair, and the vines on it shook. Then how did you get this thing? Don't tell me you have a mind that leads straight to hell? Morat was silent for a while. Just when Thales thought he was not going to answer. According to the agreement, the leader of Blood Whistle should be standing here now to continue talking about our cooperation. Morat sighed. But unfortunately he missed the appointment. Thales was stunned at first, then his eyes widened. Who did you say? Morat chuckled. You know, child. His frail body trembled in the wheelchair. I can read minds. Thales' expression changed. This again? That's right. I know Ricky, I know the disaster swords, and I also know that you spent at least a few hours together, the old man in the wheelchair said flatly. Ricky, thinking of the strange disaster swords Crassus. Thales put away the surprise in his heart. Continue talking about our cooperation. The Duke of Star Lake remembered Ricky's words in the dungeon. Our relationship with Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department is closer than you think. Disaster Swords and the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. He was just trying, but he actually managed to get some information out of him? I thought you said you wouldn't read minds today. Thales leaned forward slightly and carefully observed the Black Prophet's expression. No. Thales understood. It's Norb. It's him. He came to report to you about Western Desert. That's how he knew I met Ricky. Morat raised his head and met Thales' gaze. Compared to 6 years ago, you've become sharper, Your Highness, he said softly. Even their fear of me has dissipated quite a bit. You're really impressive. Thales pursed his lips. Is that so? Then who was the one who reported the prince's presumptuous and reckless actions to King Kessel's Secret Intelligence Department? But in the next moment, Morat asked softly. Then, Your Highness, as someone who personally experienced it, can you dispel my doubts? In Blade Fang's camp, what made the mercenary Ricky break his promise, give up on our long-term cooperation and run away? Long-term cooperation. Thales caught on to this keyword. His gaze fell on the wriggling vines on the wheelchair. The flesh of demons. For some reason, Thales suddenly remembered what Morat had said earlier about the flesh cut from their bodies. I see. That's their cooperation. The Black Prophet's words pulled him back to reality. Do you know? Thales came back to his senses. What made Ricky break his promise and run away? At that moment he thought of Zacriel in the prison of bones, of the blade of purification drawn on the paper, of the former king who was the enemy of the world, according to the Night of Judgment. No, I don't know. Thales really wanted to answer that. But he couldn't. Because he knew. Thales remembered Yodel's reminder. He could not lie to Morat. Yes. Thales answered naturally, calmly and smoothly. Williams. The legendary wing used Ricky's mercenary group to create chaos and recapture Bladefang's camp. After that, he threatened him to scram as far as he could. I guess he listened. Williams. The Black Prophet's gaze froze when he heard the name. He was silent for a few seconds. All right, maybe. Very well. Looking at the other party's reaction, Thales said quietly, If Sabo really opened the bet on the evil dog that bit off a certain person's leg, maybe I can really win money. So the disaster sword and the kingdom's secret intelligence department are old friends? Thales was determined to continue exploring. He endured the discomfort and tapped the vine, causing it to shudder again. Did Ricky give you these things? The black texture on Ricky's face, Raphael's arm, the Black Prophet's wheelchair. Not just this. The disaster sword from 100 years ago, Crassus and the Red King, mercenaries and the kingdom's secret intelligence department. It all adds up. Morat was silent for a while as well. But this time, he answered Thales with a low, sinister laugh. It made the second prince flustered. I say, you've become sharper, your highness. But you're still not cautious enough. Thales was slightly startled. Not cautious enough. What do you mean? Morat stopped laughing and said abruptly, Raphael's report is very correct. Thales had a bad feeling. What report? Morat looked her up and down and shook his head. After 6 years of observation, he said, when you're in trouble, Prince Thales is capable and broad-minded. You're good at collecting information from various sources, combining intelligence, piecing together clues, observing and thinking from a different perspective, and then using your bold and imaginative mind. You go straight to the point, and creatively come up with solutions that no one can think of. But, his tone changed. You're too stubborn, too focused on the questions you raise, and lack the prudence and rigor required for intelligence work. It's inevitable that you'll be misled by the logic of the story you deduced, and miss out on inconspicuous but important details. For example, your stunning appearance at the national conference. Thales held his breath. You're also too emotional, too concerned about the nature of things, and lack the smoothness and comprehensiveness needed to deal with complex problems. You're often bound by principles and ignore the cost, making impulsive choices that ordinary people cannot understand. For example, your all-out gamble in Heroic Spirit Palace. The Black Prophet narrowed his eyes. Even last night's bravery. Thales felt the arm that was pushing the wheelchair stiffen. Why is he suddenly saying all this? But Morat's words were still unstoppable, like a demonic voice. So, you often fall into unpredictable and terrible consequences after you act decisively to turn the tables. You've guessed the beginning correctly but missed the ending. The Chief of Intelligence of the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, the Black Prophet, Lord Morat Hansen said faintly, commonly known as, acting smart, shooting oneself in the foot. At this moment, Thales could not help but think of Raphael's team. The prince's ass. A wave of indignation welled up in his heart. But at this moment, Morat raised his eyebrows slightly and brought the topic back to its original topic. I mentioned Ricky, and only said that we're working together, but I never said it was for this thing. He looked disdainfully at the black-veined vines wriggling beneath him. But why did you connect the clues so confidently, and think that this thing must have come from Ricky? The Black Prophet glanced at him leisurely. It seems that you've long known what the leader of the disaster swords is. Thales seemed to have figured something out. He suddenly became speechless and his face turned pale. Then here's the problem. This is his most secretive secret, and he would never take the initiative to tell you when he introduced himself. Morat was intrigued. So the next question is, when he broke out of the prison of bones and created chaos, with Ricky's skills and Blood Whistle's combat power, what kind of threat did he encounter, and what kind of threat did he encounter? Was that why he was forced to show his trump card in front of you, and reveal his true form? The Black Prophet looked coldly at the vines on his legs. So that you would believe that this thing is of the same origin as him? Can you answer me? Your Highness. Thales clenched his teeth and swallowed with difficulty. Damn it. What did Ricky encounter in the prison of bones that forced him to reveal his true form as a demon? Revealed in the fire, vanquished before the gods. The heavy but unstoppable figure of the Night of Judgment appeared before his eyes. No. The teenager shook his head and forced himself to focus and answer Morat's question. Do not lie, Thales. Do not lie. The legendary wing. The prince tried his best to speak calmly. He beat up Ricky for being so audacious. We all saw his face. It looked like it came out of a black mineshaft, just like this. The Black Prophet fell silent again. Very well, you are telling the truth, the chief of intelligence said slowly after a while. At least you think you are telling the truth. Thales breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. However, the next second, but the second time, Murat's voice became cold again. The legendary wing. This is the second time you have used him to answer a question. Thales' expression changed slightly. It is as if you are certain that this is your shield, and that he will prove your words. The Black Prophet rubbed his skinny wrist and muttered. Both times are related to him. Both times are related to him. Is it a coincidence? Thales pursed his lips. Or, Your Highness, is it because you do not want to talk about the situation when Ricky revealed his true form, and because you do not want to talk about what happened in the prison of bones? You would rather send a troublesome busybody like me to ask Williams, and throw all the troublesome details to the fiend who is brimming with murderous aura? The encounter in the prison of bones. At that moment, Thales heard his own breathing. The black-veined vines on the wheelchair began to surge again, making Thales increasingly uncomfortable. But he had no time to care about it. If I were to guess, perhaps you have some sort of tacit understanding with the legendary wing to hide something. Something that could force Ricky to reveal his true form. Something that could even make him abandon his relationship with the Secret Intelligence Department. The Black Prophet pondered. Is it Shadow Shield? Or is it the reason why the secret room came all the way to Blade Fang's camp? At that moment, Stake and Quick Rope's figures flashed before Thales' eyes, almost causing his entire body to tense up. No, Quick Rope. But Murat shook his head. No, you used the legendary wing as an excuse. The person who can force Ricky to reveal his true form is at least on the same level as him. Finally, while Thales was still in shock, the Black Prophet relaxed his furrowed brows, exhaled, and ended his speculation. So it has been more than 10 years since we last met. At that moment, Murat looked at Thales calmly and calmly. How is our dear former watchman of the guards, Lord Zakriel? At that moment, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. As for those prisoners of the prison of bones who escaped from prison during the chaos according to the official announcement, and were executed by Williams, the Black Prophet looked at him with great interest, as though he was sizing up prey that had fallen into his trap. Although the unruly Baron of Blade Fang's camp did not give a specific list, I guess it must include some of the former royal guards who colluded with the enemy during the Bloody Year, right? The Black Prophet spoke softly, and each word seemed to be laced with poison. That is why they were not executed. Instead, they were released by you and Williams. The mercenary Ricky was a witness. Thales did not know how to think anymore. All he did was say one sentence more than he should have. But the other party could. See? This is what we call. Murat chuckled and tapped his fingers on the wheelchair a few times. Smartass. Shooting yourself in the foot. Thales pushed the wheelchair stiffly, and only then came to a realization. I was wrong. Very wrong. The prince's gaze froze in the air. Just like how he could not be king and still make Williams look good. Even though Murat was in a wheelchair, he did not have long to live. But he was still the master of the Secret Intelligence Department, and King Kessel's chief of Imperial Intelligence. He was the entire kingdom's, the Black Prophet. So, Your Grace, as the heir to the throne, why did you, Your Grace, confine this group of prisoners with sensitive identities, extraordinary skills, and knowledge of the secrets of the palace? At that moment, Murat spoke slowly, like a venomous snake hissing. If your father knew, what would he think? Chapter 582. Thales subconsciously pushed the wheelchair. His surroundings were blurry in the darkness. Only the figure of the old man in front of him was clear, making him fearful. F***CK. This was the first word that came to the teenager's mind. He stared solemnly at Murat, who was in the wheelchair. He accidentally touched the black vein vines, causing the latter to contract. Damn it. Even if I know the truth of mind reading, even if I've gone through 6 years of training, even if I think I'm prepared, the Black Prophet is still the Black Prophet. Even if there are no clues or evidence, he can still follow the scent of deception and lies, and smell the truth. How did his father, his grandfather, and the rulers of the supreme throne face this old monster? How could they be at ease with such a venomous snake, a dark figure who was sinister from head to toe, holding an important position in their imperial conference and holding the power of intelligence. Thales gripped the wheelchair tightly. But more importantly, at that moment, everything in Blade Fang's camp and the prison of bones, whether it was Quick Rope, Zacriel, or Barney Jr., flashed before Thales' eyes. All of you were tortured, and escaped with great difficulty, not to change your shackles. Those people, the debts they carried, the hardships they suffered, the pain they experienced. Thales tightened the muscles on his arms. Your Highness? Morat still did not turn around, leaving Thales with only the back of his head, which was hollow and thin. It was a stark contrast to the endless haze he brought with him. Thales raised his head slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. What wanted criminal? No, at that moment, the teenager said silently. No. No matter how intimidating the Black Prophet was, he could not break through him. He had to hold this line. No matter the cost. Morat sneered. I believe Yodel must have told you not to lie in front of me. Lie? Thales interrupted the Black Prophet abruptly. Morat glanced sideways slightly. You're right. Having made up his mind, Thales did not think further. I did lie. Right now, right in front of you. The prince's expression was infuriating, and his next sentence was even colder. So what? The Black Prophet froze. The corridor was quiet and dark. Only Thales' footsteps reverberated without a care, covering the terrifying sound of the demonic vines. I lied. With gritted teeth, Thales said coldly, as if he did not care at all. Because I don't want to tell you the truth, but I don't want to make things awkward for both of us. And your damn mind-reading superpower, I don't know how much of it is real, has to tear apart this layer of tacit understanding every time, leaving no room for negotiation and forcing us into a corner together. Morat turned his head slowly and looked at Thales with a gaze that was rarely seen. He stared back at the Black Prophet, trying his best to forget the fear that had taken root in his heart since their first meeting. Why? To prove that you can do it? To show your power? In order to get the bargaining chip he wanted? To threaten and control me? Thales summoned the sin of Hell's River, and tried his best to stabilize his heartbeat and breathing, sealing off any possible emotions from leaking out. He imagined himself to have a heart of stone at this moment, invulnerable to blades and spears. The corridor was silent for a moment. Because it's my job, son. Morat opened his mouth slowly. His voice was hoarse and dry, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Be vigilant in times of peace and eliminate threats. Thales stopped in his tracks. The wheelchair came to an abrupt stop, causing Morat's body to sway slightly. The footsteps stopped and the darkness remained. Only the flesh of the demon on the wheelchair was left in the corridor, wriggling and curling back and forth. The eerie rustling added a hint of silence to the atmosphere. Then this is my choice, Your Grace. A few seconds later, the Duke of Star Lake's emotionless voice rang. I lied, out of my own interests and considerations. So what? From an invisible angle, the Black Prophet narrowed his eyes slightly. And you used the wrong form of address, Morat. The second prince stared straight ahead into the darkness. There is no child here. Only Thales Jadestar. Morat was silent for a moment, then snorted softly. Your choice. Even if your choice may endanger the kingdom? Even if your willfulness may go against your father? Bang. Thales slammed his palm on Morat's wheelchair, causing the demonic vines on it to squirm violently. It also silenced the Black Prophet's words amidst the loud noise. Then let him come to me. The Black Prophet's gaze froze. In the next second, Thales exerted strength in his hand and slowly turned the wheelchair around, so that the old man was facing him. At the same time, he forced himself to look directly into the eyes of the famous chief of secret intelligence. Go tell him. Thales' voice was soft but emotionless, so cold that it made one shudder. Tell him that I have a group of ex-guards with extraordinary skills hidden outside the palace who are familiar with the palace's rules. His tone suddenly changed. So that I can launch a coup at the critical moment, take over Renaissance Palace and make myself king. The Black Prophet did not speak. The demonic vines on his legs surged again. Morat took 2 light breaths, as if to adapt. What's wrong? The Duke of Star Lake stretched out his hands and pressed them against the arms on both sides of the wheelchair. He slowly leaned down and approached Murat's aged face, even though it was not comfortable. Didn't he send me here to let you ask something like this? Thales looked directly at the Black Prophet from a very close distance. He could even count the wrinkles on the other party's face. Be prepared for danger in times of peace, and eliminate threats? The surrounding darkness seemed to become more rampant, invading everything in sight, leaving only the two people who were looking at each other. Murat's eyes were as dull and unmoving as before. Thales could not get any information from them, but he knew that he could not retreat. Finally, after what felt like a century, a smile crept onto the old man's face. I have to admit, this is an unexpected surprise. Murat carefully sized up Thales and clicked his tongue. Your Grace. Thales also twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing an insincere, fake smile. There are a lot of things you didn't expect. He let go of the arm of the chair, straightened up and called out Murat's nickname. You are not the only ones who are tired of cleaning up after others. The Black Prophet. Murat leaned against the back of the chair. The change in his movements caused the black-veined vines to tremble. You look very confident, Duke Thales. The Chief of Secret Intelligence narrowed his eyes. I'm confident that the escaped prisoners won't pose a threat to you, your father, or the relationship between you and them. Thales snorted coldly. So what? The prince repeated for the third time, his eyes cold as frost. In the next second he spoke softly. Didn't my uncle, the former second prince, Horus Jadestar, do the same thing during the Bloody Year? The Black Prophet's eyes widened. He secretly hired a fugitive like Black Sword, bribed the assassins of Shadow Shield, instigated millions of people in the capital, bewitched the guards in the guards, and made them cooperate tacitly. At the critical moment, he seized the palace, staged a coup, and even assassinated the former king and crown prince. Thales was expressionless, his tone nonchalant, until he died from the betrayal of the former Duke of Manchester on the eve of his return to the kingdom to succeed the throne. But you can't do it again. Neither my father nor you are that stupid. The old man in the wheelchair was silent for a long time. He also sized Thales up for a long time. He looked into Thales' eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure. You are indeed good at gathering information, aren't you? But Thales did not care about the other party's answer. He just stared straight at Murat. So you know. The sin of Hell's river roared in his veins, helping the prince resist other impulses. Those prisoners in the prison of bones, some of them acted according to orders, some had no choice, some were forced, some were at a loss, and some were completely unaware. The Black Prophet just stared at him without saying a word. Colluding with the enemy? Thales sneered. They may have failed in their duties, but it was mostly because of the Jadestar royal family's internal strife that they had to bear the blame. He thought of Barney Jr. and the deceased Heir and Nalji in the prison of bones. He gritted his teeth and said, bury the past. Murat closed his eyes and inhaled softly, as if savoring the dim light and oppressive atmosphere. I understand. The Black Prophet slowly opened his eyes and looked straight at Thales. About why you let them go. Thales did not avoid his gaze. He met the other party's gaze and nodded. They have paid the price for not seeing the light of day for more than 10 years. And at least on the day I see them, they have completely atoned for their crimes. He said sarcastically, much more useful than a certain intelligence department that is full of loopholes and only knows how to clean up after things are done. Murat did not defend himself. He just continued to stare at Thales, his thoughts unfathomable. So I gave them freedom as a reward, Thales continued. His tone was firm and brooked no argument. In the most low-key, safest, most in line with the kingdom's interests, and in a way that does not damage the royal family's reputation. The prince took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. Now Murat Hansen, your grace. Or, you can go to my father and tell him that his only son is raising men of sacrifice, harboring fugitives and coveting the throne. It is better to eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent future trouble. The Black Prophet stroked a demonic vine on the arm of his chair with a profound expression. And I will talk to him directly, one-on-one, face-to-face, king to king. I will bear his wrath. Thale's gaze was solemn. But this is only between me and him. There is no need for you to intervene, Lord Hanson. With the arrogance that he had sensed from King Nuven and King Kessel, he said coldly, because as a Jade Star, I only answer the questions of another Jade Star. The corridor fell silent. Morat stared back at him, his emotions indecipherable. Thales narrowed his eyes. Or, you'll know your place. Put away your sniffing nose in front of me. Put away that self-proclaimed prophetic psionic ability of yours. Control the Secret Intelligence Department's voyeurism. Don't meddle in the lies I'm about to tell, and don't threaten me with this strange tone. Silence seized control of the conversation. The only sound he could hear was the endless hissing of demonic flesh and blood, like the restlessness of snakes and rats, or like mosquitoes and flies scavenging. In the next second, Thale's expression turned cold. He suddenly reached out and grabbed a restless black-veined vine by the arm of the chair. The demonic flesh and blood on the wheelchair trembled violently. The Black Prophet's expression changed slightly. Shut up, this damned, noisy thing. Shut up. The sin of hell's river surged. Thales clenched his teeth and pulled hard, forcibly pulling it out and throwing it to the ground. Or I will, he said coldly. The effect was immediate. The demonic flesh and blood immediately moved away from Thales and fled to other parts of the wheelchair. The hissing disappeared. Throughout the entire process, Thales stared at the Black Prophet without moving his gaze. Morat steadied his breathing, but looked indifferently at the vine that was struggling on the ground, gradually losing its vitality, and finally turning into a withered branch. His gaze was profound. After a few seconds, he turned his head and looked at Thales again. The trip to Northland was indeed extraordinary, Your Grace. In the past, you were not so strong-willed. Even if you took the initiative to attack, it was inevitable that you would be nervous and unaccustomed. Morat narrowed his eyes. He was both emotional and surprised. But look at you. Whether it's threatening, extorting, being tough, or spying, you can be said to be handy and instinctive. What changed you? What changed me? Then think about it carefully. What did you become after you became a prince? Are you still you? Are you still Thales? Or have you become something else? Thales frowned and cast aside Quickrope's words. Nothing at all. He straightened his back and forced himself to be tough. Only I was born this way. And you came to realize it too late. Morat was silent for a while. They must be very important to you, right? The old man in the wheelchair said with interest. Those wanted criminals. Thales snorted coldly. Save it. If you're going to bring up the elimination of weaknesses speech from 6 years ago again. The prince recalled the honesty in Ballard Room and said disdainfully, My father has been talking nonstop all morning. The Black Prophet did not speak. He was still waiting for his answer. Thales looked away, trying his best to forget the people in the prison of bones. It's not them that's important. It's me, he gritted his teeth and said. My principles, my rules, my choices. Loyalty will, be rewarded. The Duke of Star Lake lowered his head and looked straight at Morat. And those who hurt me must pay the price. Do you understand, my lord? This time, the silence lasted especially long. Until Morat, who was watching him silently, curled the corners of his mouth and smiled strangely. The vines on his legs were still wriggling, but they were much more restrained. Looking at Morat's smile, Thales tried hard to suppress the anxiety in his heart. Don't worry, Your Grace. I'm not that heartless. The Black Prophet put his hands on his knees and narrowed his eyes. Since you've spoken and vouched for it, we'll give you face no matter what. At that moment, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Besides, it's been 18 years. Morat tapped the wheelchair gently, as if to appease it. At the same time, his eyes were in a daze. Those old people from Renaissance Palace are long outdated. Their damage is limited and they won't be able to do much. There's naturally no need for me to waste my budget on issuing arrest warrants. Well, except for one person. The Chief of Intelligence snapped out of his daze and grinned. But, Your Grace, please give us more trust next time. Trust? Thales frowned. Williams is not a professional after all, the Black Prophet said calmly. It's not like the Secret Intelligence Department can't arrange something like a fake death. He glanced at Thales. And you don't have to use this method of looking death in the eye to avoid trouble? Thales' mind froze. He said with difficulty, of course. The Black Prophet smiled. But your father will find out sooner or later. Do you understand? Thales froze. Of course. Then can we continue, Your Grace? Thales took a deep breath, gripped the back of the wheelchair again. The black veined vines fled to the other side again, turned it in the right direction, and hid Murat's face in the darkness. Of course. Thales took a step forward. They moved forward again. Very good. You're starting to get on the right track, Murat said leisurely. Thales was startled. What? I've been in the Secret Intelligence Department for a long time, child. This time Murat's words were tinged with a hint of sadness. I don't know when it started, but everyone became cautious and timid in front of me, no matter who it was. And as for a person who has no qualms about lying to me, and is not afraid to lie to me, a person who is not afraid to lie to the Black Prophet. Thales thought about this sentence. Murat continued. Ever since the bloody year, when the late King and Crown Prince Heir passed away, only the Sunset Goddess knows that I haven't met such a person for a very, very long time in my life. He chuckled as if remembering something, and shook his head slowly. Thales had a strange expression on his face. He could not believe that he actually felt nostalgia and sadness in the words of this notorious intelligence chief. So what about before that? Thales took the opportunity to ask. My uncle, my grandfather, when they stood in front of you, how did you get along? The Black Prophet was silent for a second. Just like you just now. Thales' footsteps faltered, but he quickly adjusted. Whether it was the late king or the late crown prince, they were never afraid or concerned about lying in front of me, even though they knew that I had the ability to detect their lies. In the endless darkness and desolation, Murat said faintly, and do you know why? Thales' thoughts paused. 82nd and Crown Prince Heir. They were never afraid or concerned. Lying in front of the Black Prophet? Thales was a little surprised. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the image of the two described by King Kessel in the Star Tomb, as well as the king who was the enemy of the world, mentioned by Zachriel in the Prison of Bones. But he quickly reacted. Power. Thales pondered. Because they have power. They are not afraid of you. And they do not care what you know. He stared blankly at the back of the Black Prophet's head. And as a subordinate of power, you have even less motivation and need to expose their lies. For some reason at this moment, Thales remembered the night he and Quick Rope exposed each other's identities. This has nothing to do with your power, Thales. On the contrary, the more power you have, the tighter the chains will lock you, and the deeper you will be trapped, the more you will be unable to break free. Just like our father. Well said. The Black Prophet suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. He laughed for a few seconds before slowing down his tone. Power. Only power. Murat's words were full of emotion. Power is not afraid of lying. To a certain extent it likes to lie, enjoys lying, and is good at lying. The power it possesses can only flow through lies, distinguish between friend and foe, and manifest its existence. His tone slowly tightened, causing Thales to be on guard for no reason. When it really makes people go against their will and nature, it makes those who feel that something is wrong start to become numb, and convince themselves to give up questioning and believe in lies. Only then can it become real power. Thales was a little lost in thought. The emperor's new clothes, the elephant in the room. The prince said faintly, they lie to us. We know they are lying, and they know that we know they are lying. But they keep lying, and we keep pretending to believe them. The Black Prophet pondered for a while, then hummed in puzzlement. I didn't say it. Thales came back to his senses and coughed. It was a female author who said a certain saying from Northland. Murat was silent for a while, as if recalling, then denied. No, there is absolutely no such saying in Northland. Thales was embarrassed at first, then smiled in relief. Indeed there isn't, he said without hesitation. I'm lying. The Black Prophet smiled. I know. Thales snorted softly. Yes, I know you know. He raised his head and looked at the road ahead. A door appeared at the end of the corridor. So when I lie next time, please be understanding. Morat heaved a sigh of relief, seemingly satisfied. Welcome aboard, Duke Thales. Thales was silent for a while. My pleasure, Lord Hanson. The Black Prophet nodded and clicked his tongue. But you have to understand, when I know it but do not expose you, I am also lying. His words carried a deeper meaning. Don't get too used to it. Thales' vision turned blurry. Distorted, Thales, distorted. They were all twisted and captured, including my father and elder brother. Thales was captured by power, enslaved, and lost. In those chains they became something else. Indifferent tools, cold-blooded scum, suspicious tyrants, but they were no longer themselves. Of course. Thales shuddered and stopped thinking about Quick Rope's words. Of course. The teenager's footsteps moved forward steadily. For some reason, after the negotiation and probing with the Black Prophet, he had clearly resolved the crisis for the guards in Quick Rope and blocked the threat. But it was different from all the previous escapes. This time he did not feel the slightest bit relaxed. He felt a momentary sense of relief. On the contrary, this time, especially when the Black Prophet laughed, Thales only felt that the burden on him was getting heavier and heavier, tighter and tighter, difficult to escape. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the wheelchair. One last question, child. Thales' ears tightened and he became extremely vigilant. Can you be more stable? Under Thales' strange expression, the old director of the Secret Intelligence Department leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. You're pushing me to the point of falling apart. Finally, in a complicated mood of awkwardness and anxiety, Thales followed the instructions and pushed Morat into a dark room. Thales let go of the wheelchair and looked around the strange room doubtfully. The decoration was simple, the area was small, and the visibility was poor. The biggest feature was a huge mirror embedded in the wall opposite them. It barely reflected the blurry figures of him and Morat, one sitting and the other standing. However, in the next moment, a spot of light appeared on the mirror, and the entire mirror lit up. Thales frowned and stepped back, but then he found that the mirror revealed another, larger room, and Raphael standing in it. One-way glass, Morat chuckled, made by infiltrating crystal drops. It's expensive. We can see them, but they can't see us. I know, I've seen it before. Who are you trying to scare? Unhappy, Thales suppressed the above sentence to the bottom of his heart. Where is this? The interrogation room. Morat answered simply. Please remain quiet, Your Highness. We can't achieve a perfect one-way voice transmission. We can't do it cheaply. Thales frowned and looked into the room on the other side of the glass. Raphael said something to his subordinates, and they retreated out of the door. The Baron Bone Man turned around and nodded slightly in the direction of the Black Prophet and Thales. Who do you want to interrogate? Thales was puzzled. Anchor Byril from last night? Morat did not answer the prince. Instead, he looked around the dim surroundings and sighed. Whether on this side or the other, I really miss this place. This glass in particular is of great significance. When we moved, we almost moved it over in its original state. Why? Thales stared at Raphael on the other side. The Black Prophet snorted. 18 years ago. He pointed to the one-way glass. His old demeanor was different, and his eyes were full of vigor. On the other side of this glass sat a notorious extension nobleman in his prime, the Count of the city of Halting Light from Black Sand region. He whispered a name. His name was Chapman Lampard. Thales was shocked. He looked at the glass again. And on this side, I stood in your position. As for my position, sat the Crown Prince of Constellation. Morat exhaled, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Meteor Jade Star. In the dark and depressing room, the Black Prophet said slowly, the young dragon devours the Dragon King. The vow must come to an end. The new blood will replace the old, and the great furnace will be activated. That year, Dragon's Blood, a top-secret plan to use the leader of the enemy country as the target, to open the curtains for Constellation's revival, and to place the final chess piece on the virtuous king's chessboard, was born on both sides of this glass. Chapter 583. Dragon's Blood Project. Thales furrowed his brows and tried to forget the discomfort he felt that night. He looked at the dazed Murat, and could not help but think of Crown Prince Midir, whom he had never met before. It was hard to imagine that the man in the wheelchair, the man who Gilbert, Gines, and even the Black Prophet praised endlessly, could devise strategies and completely change the rules of the game in the kingdom of the Great Dragon. However, Thales thought of the stone jars in the constellation tomb. As a prince and the heir to the kingdom, he could not save himself. At this moment, on the other side of the interrogation room, the door was flung open. Thales snapped out of his daze. A man in luxurious clothes with a black hood and his hands cuffed was violently escorted in by two burly men to Raphael. "No matter who you are or what you want to do, we can talk about it." The man staggered all the way, looking battered and exhausted, but still tried to persuade the other party. Unfortunately, the burly men were unmoved. They roughly pushed the man onto a chair, pulled up the chain connected to his handcuffs, and cuffed him to a ring on the table. The only thing they did not remove was his hood. "Who is that?" Thales whispered, puzzled. But Murat only raised a finger, gesturing for him to calm down. The escorts left the interrogation room without looking back. For a moment, only the man's nervous breathing could be heard in the room. Then, Raphael coldly walked behind him and pulled off the man's black hood. Seeing the light, the interrogator squinted his eyes and turned his head away. It took him a minute to get used to it. He looked at Raphael, who was the only one left in the room. "Where am I? Who are you?" The man was middle-aged. His hair was messy and there was a bruise on his face. It was obvious that he had not been treated well before. "Forget it." But seeing the light again made the man feel a little more at ease. He observed his surroundings and cleared his throat. "But I strongly suggest that you let me go, before things get worse. My fish is too big. You can't eat it." Raphael did not answer. He just sat down opposite him and stared at him coldly with his red eyes. The man snickered and tugged at the shackles on his hands, causing the chains to rattle. "Ha, that sounds like it. Tell me, brother. Is it the Blood Bottle Gang or the Brotherhood?" Thales looked at the Black Prophet in confusion, but the latter was unperturbed and seemed uninterested in the interrogation. Although he looked disheveled, the interrogator seemed to have gradually recovered his bearing. His tone was confident and confident. "If it's the Blood Bottle Gang, Catherine and I are old friends. We are old acquaintances in South Coast Hill. We are not just familiar, hee." Raphael remained silent. The man's smile faded slightly. "If it's the Brotherhood?" The interrogator leaned back in his chair, shook his head and clicked his tongue. "That's even better. I know Senza, he's a man who's been through hundreds of battles. There's also Alpha Wolf Rezanki. I've known him since he was selling goods on the streets. We almost became partners. Fatty Morris also has business dealings with me." However, the Baron Bone Man seemed to have made up his mind not to speak. He only stared intently at the other party. "If it's neither," the man calculated, and his expression changed again, "then they must have come specifically for me." The interrogator left the chair and looked at Raphael seriously. "Who's your employer?" "Let me guess. Fragrance Chamber of Commerce? The Carpenters United Guild? Or some noble with a misunderstanding? Or some ignorant country bumpkin?" But the man thought of something, and his gaze shifted. "I got it. Did my bumpkin subordinates hire you?" He leaned back in his chair and snorted. "They think that they can. All right, listen. The people who hired you are so poor. No matter how much they pay, whether it's 100 or 200, 1,000 or 2,000, I'll pay double." The man raised his hand with ease and tugged at the shackles, gesturing to Raphael. Raphael was unmoved. The man frowned. "If you're not doing this for money, for example, for friendship and loyalty, or if you're their relative, then listen to my advice. It's not worth it. You're helping them, but you're putting yourself in danger." Although he was in a bad situation, the man's words were habitually bossy. "No," Raphael interrupted him with an unfriendly tone. "We're not a gang robber, nor are we seeking revenge. We're not using money to avert disaster." The Baron Bone Man pressed the table, leaned forward, and stared intently at the interrogator. "We serve the kingdom." The interrogator was stunned when he received an unexpected answer. Serve the kingdom. The man repeated it a few times, then laughed heartily. You're from the government? Very good. You may not know, but I'm the most law-abiding citizen of the kingdom and a big taxpayer. So where is this? Which police station? You're a plainclothes police officer? How should I address you? Where do you work? He relaxed, tilted his head, and sized up Raphael. He smiled maliciously. Most importantly, who's your boss? Raphael was expressionless. You don't want to meet my boss. Beyond the glass, Thales could not help but glance at Morat. The man narrowed his eyes, and a shrewd glint appeared in them. Oh, you can't be sure. Raphael twitched the corner of his mouth and flipped open a stack of documents on the table. What's your name? After knowing the other party's background, the man became very comfortable. His attitude became a lot more relaxed, and he did not care about the Baron Bone man's question. And I have a lot of friends in the police station. Many important people, such as Lord Lorbeck Dara, the head of the Western City Police Station. Raphael sighed. The Baron Bone man silently closed the documents and methodically took them down from the table. He then raised his voice and repeated. Yes. He raised his voice and repeated. Name? The man shook his head. I'm also an honorary director of the Central Territory Wine Merchants Guild. In the next second, Raphael's left hand turned into an afterimage. He grabbed the chain that handcuffed the man to the table and pulled back. Bang. The interrogator had obviously lived a comfortable life for a long time. He could not react in time and was pulled out of his seat. First, his waist hit the edge of the table, then his nose hit the table. The man whimpered in pain, and blood flowed from his nose. He wanted to get up and look up, but Raphael grabbed the back of his head by his hair and pinned him to the table. Name? Raphael smiled calmly. The man on the table struggled, his expression twisted and exasperated. You damned little. Raphael lifted the man's head, aimed his nose at the table and smashed it again. Bang. The man trembled, gritted his teeth and grunted. Name. Raphael's smile remained. The man's face was bright red, tears and mucus flowing, but his toughness was beyond expectation. I know this process. Start with simple questions. Let the prisoner get used to answering. Without waiting for him to finish, Raphael exerted force in his hand, turned the man's head, and pressed the interrogator's bleeding nose firmly against the table, grinding it back and forth. The man let out a muffled howl like a pig being slaughtered. Watching all this, Thales frowned. Beside him, the Black Prophet laughed softly, causing the black-veined vines on his knees to tremble. Raphael's next sentence was light, like the ravings of a lover. Last name. But it was different for the other party. F***ck Moss. Moss. Under the intense pain, the man cursed, but he answered very quickly, yes. Degori Moss. He protested angrily. Come on. You're working so hard. Did you get paid overtime? The corners of Raphael's mouth curled up slightly. At that moment, the Baron Bone man looked sinister and awe-inspiring. He let go, and the interrogator named Degori was able to sit back in his seat. He covered his nose and gasped in pain, indignant. F***ck. Damn it. Raphael took back the documents, but he frowned as he looked at the sticky puddle of blood, mucus and tears on the table. He shifted his stool, and finally put down the documents at the corner of the table. What do you do? Degori pinched his nose and glared back fiercely. And what do you do? A new temp? Hiss, wait. Degori's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped Raphael, who was tugging on the chain again. Answer me. The Baron Bone man smiled brightly and shook the half-torn chain. Or answer it. Degori looked at Raphael seriously, and finally confirmed the other party's gaze. Wine. The interrogator heaved a sigh of relief, as if resigned to his fate, and answered without hesitation. I'm a wine merchant. I make wine and sell wine. I sell wine in the capital, and many of my customers are high-ranking officials and nobles. Degori gulped, his eyes never leaving the chain in Raphael's hand. You know, bro, overstepping one's authority and overstepping one's responsibilities is nothing under normal circumstances, but if someone wants to mess with you from the inside, this is a good reason to fire them. Mr. Moss. Raphael ignored him and opened the document. Many of the orchards, wineries, warehouses, and shops under your name, as well as other related businesses, have recently closed down? Degori rolled his eyes, trying to read the contents of the document, but Raphael raised his head, and the man quickly looked away. If you want to pick a fight with the taxes, you can give up now. Degori cleared his throat. Back in familiar territory, he was once again in his element. City Hall, Police Department, Department of Finance, City Defense Team, Department of Discipline, all the departments in the capital can prove that I'm a law-abiding citizen, a great philanthropist who repairs bridges and roads. If I go to trial, I can hire the best defense lawyer. Many high-ranking officials and nobles will be willing to vouch for me, and even testify in court. In fact, I've not only paid enough taxes, but I've also paid quite a bit more. You know, quite a bit. He stared at Raphael, his smile sly and arrogant, but the smashed bright red nose somewhat ruined his image. The chain in Raphael's hand tightened again. So, Mr. Moss, why have you closed so many wineries and shops in recent weeks, and laid off a large number of workers? Degori stared at the chain with a sour expression. Well, let's be polite. I'm a businessman. What other reason could there be for closing them? Of course, it's because the market is bad. Raphael raised his eyes. But you're one of the largest wine merchants in the Central Territory, the wine supplier for many aristocratic families' banquets. Degori raised his eyebrows and laughed fearlessly. Ha, so you know. Raphael still ignored him. So the many people who work in your winery industry, farmers, workers, craftsmen, assistants, including a few venture partners and some raw material merchants upstream and downstream, as well as distributors and retail wine merchants, totals up to hundreds of people. Raphael looked at Degori. They intend to file a joint complaint and send you to trial. The wine merchant's expression changed. It was first indignation, then disdain. Ha, I knew it. He spat harshly, his eyes fierce. That bunch of little bastards, ungrateful bumpkins. On the other side of the one-way glass, Thales frowned at the Black Prophet. This guy is an experienced and cunning businessman, but I don't understand why I'm here to see this. Relax, Your Highness. Morat raised his finger to his lips and said softly, Some things may be small, but you can see the big picture. Some things may be small, but you can see the big picture. Some characters may be small, but they can understand everything. Thales was stunned. On the other side of the room, Raphael smiled slightly. So, Mr. Moss, do you know why they're suing you? Why? Degori seemed to have regained his confidence. As you know, the wine market has not been doing well recently, and sales have not been good. My cash flow is not good, and for the sake of costs, I have to relocate my business and make difficult choices. Closing down some wineries is just one of them. Raphael narrowed his eyes. Really? As if he did not hear Raphael's suspicion, Degori continued to speak. In the process, I may have had some minor disagreements with a very small number of employees on the issue of salary. Raphael smiled coldly. So you've owed your subordinates wages on credit for a long time, and even owed your partners money, including the purchase money for upstream and downstream, security deposits, and not counting the usual embezzlement, and you're just going to let it go? Degori's expression turned cold. Staring at the chain in Raphael's hand, he explained carefully and patiently. Owed? Listen, I admit, I did make some minor changes to the calculation of the money, including the time limit. Raphael interrupted him. So you want to run away with the money? Degori frowned and said sternly. Run away? Hey, I'm just out of town on vacation. I'll say the same to anyone who comes. Don't even think about illegally inducing a confession. Raphael sneered. But the people you owe money to, especially the workers, don't think so. Degori frowned and stared at Raphael for a while, then said seriously, Listen, I bear the cost, creativity, and route. They provide the labor, skills, and time. The boss and the employees work together to make the best wine, and work towards a goal. So, the winery business is not just mine but everyone's. We're like a family. When a family experiences setbacks and hardships, everyone in the family should be considerate of each other, and work together to overcome the difficulties. He glared and tapped his fingers on the table. as if to teach the person in front of him a good lesson. But some people just don't understand. They're narrow-minded, don't see the big picture, and can't take the slightest bit of hardship. Just because their salaries are a little lower, and their lives are a little less smooth, they turn their backs on me. They don't care about the opportunities and conditions I provide them. Raphael nodded and pursed his lips. But you're the boss, and this is your winery. That's right. Degori said bitterly. So, I can see the truth of this industry better than they can, care more about the future of this industry than they do, and grieve the depression of the wine industry more than they do, because I'm like a father to them. Raphael glanced at the document. But you've closed the winery. Degori's expression froze, then he snorted. It can't be helped. No matter how warm the family is, no matter how hard the father works, if the children are rebellious, disobedient, and immature, there's nothing that can be done. And you know, some people, they're just... The wine merchant looked exasperated. 90% of the reason I shut down the winery is because these lazy workers are demanding a pay raise. These people are simply cancer in the industry. They're short-sighted and don't know that the most important thing about a job is not salary and benefits, but room for growth and prospects, including the value of training. Degori looked indignant. They also don't know how to look at the problem from a higher perspective. You should know, as bosses, when have we ever cared about our salaries? They only know how to make a fuss. But when they make a fuss, why don't they think about what happens if one day the winery closes because of them? What happens if the entire industry falls apart because of them? When that time comes, won't they be the unlucky ones who have to pay for it themselves? Degori was tired from speaking and paused for a moment. He exhaled through his nose with a regretful expression. Now, I can only say that they have only themselves to blame. Enough. Raphael was obviously tired of listening to his speech. We don't care about your business. The Baron-Bone man leaned forward and said coldly, and we don't care if you're another shameless and unscrupulous boss. We only care about one thing. Degori exhaled and smiled coldly with an expression that said, it's finally here. Well, let's get straight to the point. The wine merchant said scornfully. How much target did your boss give you? How much money to let me go? Raphael stared at him, his eyes cold. He said coldly, I want to know the real reason why you closed the winery and withdrew from the wine industry. Degori was puzzled. What? Raphael sneered. Before you closed it, you said at a private gathering at the Winemakers Guild that the wine industry has no future? So you'd rather withdraw your investment and run away? Degori's expression changed at first, then he said indignantly, I'm not running away, I'm just going abroad for a vacation. But Raphael repeated emotionlessly, answer me. Degori was stunned for a long time, but he finally shook his head. I've given you all the answers you want, and to be honest, you're suspected of illegal torture. Raphael smiled and flipped to the next document without changing his expression. In fact, I have a list of bad debts that you've accumulated over the years by robbing Peter to pay Paul. Degori's expression changed. Raphael continued as he observed the other party's watch. And a list of your assets outside of the wine business. 6 estates in the Central Territory, 2 long-distance merchant ships docked at Maiden Harbor, a large plantation in South Coast Hill, a saltworks in the Land of Cliffs, a large field in Blade Edge Hill, 2 foreign titles bought at a high price, your wife's private garden, the positions of your 2 sons, as well as the assets under the names of your 3 mistresses and 8 other illegitimate children. Seeing the change in Degori's expression, Raphael narrowed his eyes. If I send them to the Department of Finance and the Department of Justice, Degori swallowed, but he said firmly, you're right. Then go ahead. Raphael frowned. Degori got up from the back of the chair, leaned against the table, and gritted his teeth. I can guarantee that no matter where you go, you'll only get one answer. That's my legal income, with all the necessary documents and clear property rights. If you dare to use the public power of the king's officials to extort, illegally embezzle private property, and do such a vicious thing to a powerless civilian businessman, well, this is a serious crime, and it goes against the kingdom's policy of encouraging the market and supporting commerce for more than a decade. The wine merchant glared at Raphael fiercely, as if he wanted to return the favor of having his nose broken. It won't be good if this news gets out. With my status, I guarantee that many chambers of commerce will protest, including many righteous and open-minded bureaucrats and nobles, and powerful people from all over the country. They will all speak out. By then, it'll be your boss who doesn't want to see me anymore. Dagori's tone was threatening. Because you're not touching me, but the cheese of many big shots behind me. Do you understand? Now, whether it's a labor dispute or a tax issue, you have no reason to detain me. Raphael closed the document in his hand and began to size Dagori up again, as if realizing for the first time how difficult this person was to deal with. The latter looked back at him coldly and shook the shackles on his hands. After a few seconds, Raphael smiled. He was handsome to begin with, and this smile was warm and bright, which made him feel even more favorable. The Baron Bone Man stood up, took out his key, and unlocked Dagori's shackles in an almost ingratiating manner. Please rest assured, Mr. Moss. This evidence will not be sent to the Department of Finance or the Court of Justice. We don't want to be troubled by the people behind you. Seeing that his strategy had worked, Dagori, who was freed from his shackles, looked overjoyed. Very good. In my opinion, you're young and have a bright future ahead of you. You're a promising young man. How should I address you? But Raphael did not answer. He just continued the topic. I'll just pack up these documents and send them to Jade City. Dagori was stunned. What? Raphael's smile was like a spring breeze and rain. Yes, send them to Iris Castle, to the desk of the ruler of South Coast Hill, Duke Zayn Covendier. How's that? Chapter 584. Zayn Covendier. At that moment, Dagori froze. On the other side of the glass, Thales's expression also changed. Why? The wine merchant asked subconsciously. You know why. Raphael's smile did not falter. Dagori sat up straight and said nervously. This little brother. You said you serve the kingdom? Which department is it? Raphael nodded and became even more interested. That's strange. You're not afraid of the bone-sucking Department of Finance, nor are you afraid of the fiendish police department. You're not even afraid of the Transcendent Court. It was only when I heard the name of a foreign noble that I lost my composure. Dagori shuddered. He understood something and looked around nervously. This isn't any police station, is it? Who exactly do you work for? Raphael snorted. Oh, perhaps you're afraid that the Duke of Iris Flowers will find out that Dagori Moss, the capable businessman who received his help, grace, and mission as his representative in the Central Territory wine business, has been pocketing his own money behind his back, reaping huge kickbacks for so long, and running so many private businesses elsewhere. Thales saw Dagori tremble with every word Raphael uttered. Raphael smiled amiably, and he actually dared to say that the business had failed, and that he would go back and complain to the Duke that he was poor? Dagori's breathing quickened. He swallowed hard. Listen, little brother, there must be some misunderstanding between us. I don't understand a single thing you're saying. Raphael picked up the documents and left his seat, looking like he was going to pack up and leave. Don't worry, we will arrange for a carriage to send you home with great fanfare in front of everyone to thank you for your cooperation and confession. Right after the evidence is sent to Jade City and into Duke Zayn's hands. Dagori froze. The confidence and arrogance on his face were gone. You can't. He wanted to say something, but he was tongue-tied. Raphael turned his head sideways and smiled wickedly. He threw the last straw. After all, you know that the kingdom's secret intelligence department is not allowed to interrogate people illegally. In that second, Dagori shuddered violently. What? You said you're the king? What king? The wine merchant asked blankly. The Baron Bone Man just smiled and turned to leave. Wait. I remember. Perhaps the last sentence was too powerful. Dagori threw himself off the chair and got up from the ground in a panic. His voice was choked with sobs as he said, Today, I have a large amount of funds coming in. I guarantee that those who are owed wages and debts will soon receive the money. There is still a large amount of surplus. I want to donate all of it to you or your department to support your work. Can you just pretend that I have never been here? But Raphael smiled wickedly and remained unmoved. Don't worry. You are very familiar with Boss Catherine, right? When you go out, the Blood Bottle Gang will definitely treat you well. Or I heard that the custom of Jadeite City is to sail a ship and bring people out to sea. No matter what happens on the high seas, it has nothing to do with the laws of the kingdom. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. We can't do anything even if we wanted to. It seemed that with every word Raphael said, Degori could remember something. As a result, his sobbing grew louder, and his gaze grew more terrified. No, please, you're killing me. I am also a citizen of the kingdom. You can't leave me in the lurch. Raphael came to his senses and smiled apologetically. Of course not. The Duke of Iris Flowers is so magnanimous and approachable. Maybe he won't mind? After all, you have such a big family. You have to support them too. Support them? Degori shuddered. He stood rooted to the ground and stared at Raphael blankly. Raphael smiled as usual and looked back at him happily, patiently waiting for a response. After a full 10 seconds. Damn it. Finally, under Raphael's gaze, Degori could not bear the pressure and fell limply to the ground. All right, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. He completely broke down. Tears and snot flowed down his cheeks as he sobbed. Just don't tell the Duke. I just want to make a fortune before I retire. My family, Raphael smiled, very happily. Welcome to the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, Mr. Moss. Satisfied, he bent down and helped the trembling Degori to his feet. Don't worry, with our care you won't retire so soon. Degori stared blankly at the young man in front of him, his face numb. At the other end of the room, Thales turned around in disgust. Is this how you recruit and win people over? The Black Prophet in the wheelchair chuckled. I know you despise such tactics. I don't despise it, it's just... The prince shook his head and said uncomfortably. It reminds me of Shadow Shield. That's right, Morat sneered. Because this is our division of labor. We stay in the dark and do the dirty work. You stand in the light and are responsible for condemning the dirty work. It's a pleasure working with you. Thales glanced at the Black Prophet, his frown deepening. On the other side of the glass, Raphael finally pacified Degori, who had broken down and surrendered, and rearranged him in a chair. Now, can you answer my question? Degori's eyes were red. He was wiping his nosebleed with a handkerchief when he looked up in a daze. What question? Raphael repeated patiently. Why does the kingdom's wine industry have no future? Perhaps frightened by the experience of the past 10 minutes or so, Degori froze for a moment before reacting. Yes, the wine merchant replied bitterly. Although it was only a rumor before, it was confirmed last night. Now it should have spread among the wine merchants in the country. Raphael's eyes flickered. What's wrong? Degori, who had just experienced a drastic change in his life, pursed his lips and said reluctantly, That prince. Hearing his own news, Thales was taken aback. Degori said sullenly, Our wise Prince Thales, the Duke of Star Lake, doesn't like wine. At yesterday's banquet, the wine that my family brewed was placed on his table. He didn't touch a drop. Not even a drop. He said resentfully. Even during the toast, he deliberately spilled it and refused to drink it. Raphael snorted. Perhaps your wine doesn't suit his taste? The prince doesn't like wine, or wine doesn't suit his taste. What's the difference? After Raphael destroyed his psychological defense line, Degori, who started the conversation, went on and on. He looked like he had given up on himself, and was ready to give up. And not only does he not drink, the wine merchant said unhappily, he doesn't like others to drink. Thales looked up in surprise. Raphael also frowned. Really? Degori laughed, his face full of sarcasm. I didn't go to the royal banquet yesterday, but a friend of mine did. He saw it with his own eyes. Before the hostage incident, there was a noble girl. She was very beautiful and had a good family background. She asked the prince to dance. In the end, just because she drank 2 glasses of wine before talking to the prince, she was publicly reprimanded by His Highness and came back in tears. Raphael was still skeptical. Are you sure? It's all over the socialite circle. Degori spat on the ground. His Highness rejected every girl who drank. Even his own aunt had a few more glasses of wine. He showed no mercy and kicked her out of the banquet in advance. There's also a servant who testified. After the banquet, when His Highness spoke to Duke Zayn alone, he only drank water. Raphael pondered for a moment. That's it? Just based on the trivial incident at the banquet last night? Maybe this is just an excuse you came up with to cover up your act of running away after your business failed and implicating hundreds of families. Degori interrupted him indignantly. I said I'm just going abroad for a vacation. Listen, the prince hates wine. This has been going on for a long time, not just last night. What do you mean? Degori snorted softly. First of all, the Northland merchants from Black Sand region. They have a rumor that Prince Thales and the current king of Extet fell out over a glass of wine and detested each other. I don't know how the prince is in the north, but his return to Constellation is also very obvious. He lives in seclusion, lives a simple life, and doesn't indulge in wine or women. Degori raised his finger and pretended to be serious. In Bladefang's camp, my colleagues in Western Desert prepared a bottle of fine wine, bribed the legendary winged soldiers, and prepared to dedicate it to him and advertise it at the same time. In the end, the prince didn't give them any face and smashed it on the ground without even looking at it. You know, that's the heir to the kingdom. That's when the rumors started. Degori exhaled indignantly. And I just heard what happened this morning. 2 of Prince Thales' personal guards, royal guards, former members of the 7 Jade Star attendants, drank a few too many glasses of wine last night, so they messed up and caused an accident in which they took hostages. So the prince ordered them to be whipped in Mindy's hall. They were beaten half to death. It's said that he even personally counted the lashes. Raphael listened attentively, glancing at the one-way glass from the corner of his eye. Degori slumped, then looked up. This is great. Soon the whole of Constellation will know that the future king doesn't like to drink, and he doesn't like people who drink. Damn the prince. Raphael coughed. Maybe you're overreacting. The prince's dislike of alcohol won't have that much of an impact. Oh, he's the prince. The future king. Degori interrupted the Baron Bone Man impatiently. Everything he does every minute, every drop, has a super, huge impact, okay. Raphael did not speak. The other side of the one-way glass fell into a dead silence. Listen, little brother, you're still young, but I've seen it, I know. Degori grabbed his handkerchief and wiped his nose. This may not happen so soon, but as time progresses, the upper-class circle in the capital will gradually form a trend. In order to curry favor with the prince and get close to the duke, first, some people will start to drink less, then everyone will follow the trend and drink less. Then, famous people will advocate not to drink, and then it will spread to the entire Eternal Star City, urging everyone not to drink, until the kingdom officially enacts laws to restrict and ban alcohol. Raphael was dubious. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Degori shook his head. All right, maybe I'm exaggerating a little, but bro, you're also a public servant. When the higher-ups like it, the lower-ups will add to it. Haven't you heard? When a cup falls in Renaissance Palace, a head falls in the kingdom. The wine merchant glanced at Raphael and smiled sarcastically. And did you know that Prince Thales smashed a lot of cups at the banquet? Ha ha ha. His laughter was discontented and desolate, gradually fading away. When the king turns his nose up at a certain kind of person, the people will drive them to extinction. When the duke takes a second look at something, it will go down to the common people, and it will be priceless, even priceless. People will regard a certain brainless sentence uttered by a big shot after drinking as a wise saying, and interpret it painstakingly. Academic pedants will even invest in it and conduct research on it. Or when a great noble forgets to wear his trousers for a stroll, it will be regarded as a new style of elegance, a fashion trend, and people will worship it and scramble to imitate it. Degori said angrily, That's right. Is there any lack of such situations? The wine merchant sighed. Power is a hook that draws everyone closer to it, just for a pitiful amount of bait. How else do you think I made my fortune? There was a moment of silence in the interrogation room. So you closed down the winery after careful consideration, Raphael said flatly. Degori nodded. Do you think I wanted to close it down? Believe me, if I don't cut my losses and exit now in a few months, when the rumor that the prince doesn't like wine spreads, my business report will only look worse, and my sugar daddy in Jade City will be even more unhappy. And I'm not the first person to know. The market has a better nose than I do. Gold coins only follow power. He pouted. Just last night, after the banquet, a total of 6 noble buyers canceled their orders for next month. They said that their own wine was enough. There were 10 more this morning. Degori's eyes became dazed. I originally thought that after the prince's return and the royal banquet, the capital, which has been quiet for more than a decade, would have many more banquets. The demand for wine, especially for extravagant banquets like ours, would definitely soar. So I expanded the range of partners, bought several more wineries, and prepared to increase production. For this, I borrowed a lot of money. He snorted coldly, wiped away the last bit of blood from his nose, and threw the handkerchief on the table. Now I can only cut my losses in advance. At least in the short term, I won't have any sizable orders for banquets in the capital, big or small. Raphael was silent for a moment before continuing. According to you, you're only the first person to act on the basis of rumors. In your line of work, more people will suffer, and more people will lose their jobs? Degori snorted strangely, half crying and half laughing. What can I do? I'm in despair too. He was in low spirits. But who's the one who caused the wine merchants to lose confidence, the future of the wine industry, and all my workers to have to eat dirt? If you're so capable, don't look for me. Look for His Highness, who told the world I hate wine. Moses slumped in his chair and muttered for the second time. Damn aristocrats. Damn prince. The interrogation room returned to silence. Raphael sighed. Very well. Thank you for your opinion. I'll make sure he knows. Make sure he knows. Soon Moses, who was immersed in his decadence, realized something. No, I hashtag #yen and. The wine merchant's expression changed drastically as realization dawned on him. Don't write down what I just said. Sunset knows that my whole family is loyal and wholeheartedly supports the Jadestar royal family. He waved his hands in an attempt to defend himself to Raphael. But Raphael only glanced at the one-way glass, then waved his hand to have Moses taken away. It's true, my mother can testify. I've been a loyal supporter of His Highness Thales since I was born. Aren't we on the same side? You can't set me up like this. The wine merchant's words slowly faded away, but lingered in the ears. Well, may the Duke of Star Lake be healthy and crowned king soon. Hey, no, don't get me wrong. I'm also very supportive of His Majesty Kessel. I sincerely wish the Iron Hand King a long life and eternal rule over Constellation. The door to the interrogation room closed, and Degori's voice disappeared completely. Raphael exhaled and looked at the one-way glass. On this side of the glass, the Black Prophet looked at the prince with interest. And for a few minutes, Thales just stared blankly in silence. He was silent for a long time. Chapter 585. It took Thales a long while to recover from his discomfort and confusion. What is this? He turned to Morat, who was sitting calmly. The Black Prophet smiled mysteriously. What do you think it is? Thales was silent for a few seconds. My father, when he sent me here, he said. The prince's voice was heavy and gloomy. Let me see my own mess. Mess? Thales was in a daze for a while. Morat said faintly, then you've seen it. At least, the liquor industry in the capital will be in a state of panic and depression for a while. Thales clenched his fists. Damn the prince. Everything he does has a super huge impact, okay? The voice of the wine merchant, Degori, still seemed to echo in his ears. But I didn't do anything, Thales muttered. The Black Prophet's sneer reached his ears. At your level, not doing anything is also a form of attitude. Whether you mean it or not. Thales frowned hard. Drink a little. A few sips is good. Princess Elisa's words to him on the day of the banquet rang in his ears. I bet that by tomorrow, you'll feel like everyone is looking at you. Everyone is looking at you. Thales took a deep breath and exhaled painfully through his teeth. They shouldn't interpret it that way. But they did. Murat's voice seemed to come from another room, but it was no less grim. And you left your home for the past 6 years, went to the far north as a hostage, and was placed under house arrest within the high walls. The demonic flesh on the Black Prophet's knees surged. With all due respect, that's your luck. My luck. Thales' expression was gloomy. As his thoughts flowed, the interrogation room welcomed a new guest. Name. Raphael picked up his pen, turned to a new page of the document, and looked coldly at the stout, thick-limbed old man opposite him, whose face was full of anxiety. The newcomer was treated much better than de Gories. Although he was also brought in with his head covered, the old man was not shackled and could move freely on the chair. Gibbon, I'm Gibbon, sir. In stark contrast to the arrogant wine merchant, the old man on the chair was obedient and obedient. There was even a hint of flattery in his tone. Gibbon Filson. Everyone calls me Old Gibbon or Old Bull. Raphael pursed his lips. Now Gibbon Filson, do you know why you are here? Gibbon forced a smile. To be honest, I don't really know. May I ask who you are? Police station. Raphael didn't even raise his head. Compared to the previous interrogation with the wine merchant, the Baron Bone Man's attitude this time was cold and distant. The old man was stunned for a second. Impossible. Old Gilburn was all smiles as he shook his finger at Raphael. I have a relative who works at the police station. I know their procedures. It's definitely not like this. The Baron Bone Man raised his head expressionlessly. But, the old man observed his surroundings. His eyes lit up as he thought of something. He was excited and curious. I know this way of doing things. Old Gilburn had a mysterious and slightly smug look on his face. He leaned forward to the edge of the table, close to Raphael. You are the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Am I right? Raphael's expression changed slightly as he looked at the old man who was winking at him. I've experienced it. A long time ago, when there was that serial blood-sucking murders in the capital. Old Gilburn nodded with a sinister smile, obviously eager to show off. The famous time limit police officer fought with the people from the secret intelligence department in my shop. Bang. Raphael tapped the table and interrupted Gibbon. That's right. You're absolutely right. The Baron Bone Man's gaze was profound and mysterious. He approached old Gilburn and said softly in a tone as if he was telling a ghost story. We are the kingdom's secret intelligence department. We work for the Black Prophet. In that second, the old man's smile froze on his face. On the other side of the glass, Thales frowned and turned to Murat. But the old man in the wheelchair was unperturbed. What? Old Gilburn blinked in disbelief as he looked at Raphael's unfriendly gaze. He looked around the interrogation room again. It's really the secret intelligence department? The kingdom's secret intelligence department? Old Gilburn's gaze fell on the wet bloodstain on the table. He thought of something and shuddered. You're not lying to me? Raphael snorted in disdain. The kingdom's secret intelligence department. The Black Prophet. The kingdom's secret intelligence department who had a target of killing 10 people every day. The Black Prophet who bathed in the blood of children every night. Gilburn first smiled uneasily as he thought of all kinds of mysterious legends. Then he huddled in his chair. His gaze was fixed on a small spot on the edge of the table. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. First of all, I'm not a child anymore. The Black Prophet won't like it. Then I hope I'm the 11th person who came here today? Thinking of this, Gilburn wanted to cry but had no tears. So, old Gilburn, what do you do? What do I do? Gilburn repeated blankly at first. When he came back to his senses, he cleared his throat fiercely and began to tremble visibly. I run a blacksmith shop in Twilight District. I've been doing it for many years. Smithing. Smithing? Raphael sneered a few times. The old blacksmith trembled back and forth with the rhythm of his sneer. I heard that you received a big deal this morning? A big deal? Old Gilburn's face paled and he quickly composed himself. Yes, a business deal. It's not a big deal, just a small deal. Old Gilburn put on a long face and tried to curry favor. Ahem, it's not exactly a small deal. Hee hee, it's considered medium, medium, medium. Raphael grunted and raised his pen without looking up. I swear. Old Gilburn's expression changed and he suddenly raised his voice. I've never forged prohibited weapons and equipment. Raphael was startled by the old blacksmith's sudden outburst. Military swords, military axes, military hammers, battle helmets, battle armors, battle stirrups, battle shields, crossbow parts, catapult parts, mystic gun stocks, crystal drop alloys, kitchen knives longer than half a foot, steel spear tips, killing arrowheads. I have all of these nuisances. Old Gilburn's mouth rattled without pause. He paused at the last sentence. Never forged. He stared at old Gilburn in denial. Raphael, who was ready to torture old Gilburn, put down his pen and was silent for a while as he watched the nervous and trembling old Gilburn. So, you're quite familiar with prohibited items? Old Gilburn trembled again. He realized something and had a bad feeling about it. He desperately squeezed out a smile. Hee hee, I'm just concerned about the law. Well, obeying the law. Raphael looked at the document and raised his pen again. Old Gilburn quivered. I definitely didn't sell it to them. Absolutely not. Raphael, who was startled again, put down his pen helplessly. Them? Gilburn's expression froze. He looked away, rubbed his chin awkwardly, and muttered in a low voice. It's them. It's them. Raphael got the hang of it. He put down his pen and closed the document. He leaned back and snorted coldly. The Baron Bone Man's action frightened the blacksmith so much that he instinctively trembled and danced. But they're nobles. Even if they don't have a noble title, they're at least second-generation hedonistic sons of officials. It should be legal. Raphael exhaled, crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. Gilburn was startled again and quickly changed his words. Even if it's illegal, they have a way to avoid it. I had no choice but to sell it to them. Raphael tilted his head and looked at the other man. Gilburn's expression changed again and he said loudly, I only took the deposit. He raised his hand and shouted. I haven't delivered the goods, made the proofs, drawn the drawings, and even the materials. Gilburn explained nervously, fumbling to take out an expensive piece of paper from his pocket. Look, all the orders from those customers are here. All of them. Raphael looked at the trembling order form in the old blacksmith's hand in bewilderment. He didn't seem to have he asked anything? All right. The Baron Bone Man took the order with mixed feelings. No one knew the helplessness in his heart. You're much easier to talk to than the last one. Maybe I should go back and check this old man's background. See if he's a distant relative of the Caribbean family? After handing over the order form, Gilburn put on an aggrieved expression of, I've done meritorious service for the kingdom. He asked cautiously, this shouldn't be illegal, right? Even if it is, can this be considered as surrendering? Raphael looked at the order form and snorted casually, scaring old Gilburn once again. Let's see. Raphael read aloud so that the person on the other side of the glass could hear. XXX hereby orders a long sword with the following requirements. One look and you'll know it's used by nobles. The material must be good, the color must be awesome, the luster must be shiny, and it must be easy to maintain. The heavier it looks, the better, but in fact, the lighter, the better. It's best to make it slightly old and leave some traces, so that people know it's often wielded in battle. On the other side of the glass, Thales also frowned. Under Gilburn's nervous and fawning gaze, the Baron Bone Man continued to read the first line of the order form. The grip must be comfortable, the sound of the wind when swung. The attack must be effortless, the defense must be effortless, the style and design must show heroic spirit and chivalry, elegance and firmness, fashion and classical, gorgeous and simple, simple and profound. Most importantly, it must look handsome when carried, so that it's convenient for the painter to paint from all angles. Raphael looked up in confusion. What's this? An invincible holy sword among knights that slays gods and demons? Well, the old blacksmith rubbed his hands in embarrassment and lowered his head shyly. Party. With a strange expression, Raphael did not continue to read the other items on the list. Then do you know what they're going to do with the things on these orders? Old Gilburn rubbed his fat belly. You know these customers are nobles, of course I don't. Raphael made a nasal sound contemptuously. But I happened to hear it. Old Gilburn's expression turned serious and he corrected himself in time. Raphael glanced at him sideways. These noblemen come one after another to order weapons. Most of them are going to. Old Gilburn paused and smiled obsequiously. Duel. Despite having expected it, Thales still tensed up. Duel. Raphael pondered and nodded. Do you know why? Speaking of this, old Gilburn was enraptured. What else can it be? Of course, it's because the Duke of Star Lake solved the case like a god last night, and he's strong and agile. He defeated the kidnappers in an earth-shattering duel, and the news spread throughout the capital. So now the noblemen are all. At that moment, Thales felt a buzz in his ears. Duel. But, didn't he make it very clear that he wanted to eliminate the impact? Since we're going to enjoy its convenience once and for all, we have to bear its price once and for all. But why? Why would there still be people? At that moment, Thales did not dare to look at the Black Prophet's reaction. He forced himself to turn his attention back to the interrogation room. There was a pair of noble brothers who said they wanted to duel with father because he snatched their sweetheart at a banquet, regardless of seniority. Oh my, look at this! Old Gilburn's eyes shone as he recounted the gossip. They even ordered 2 weapons and specified that the material and style must be exactly the same to show fairness, because they were going to duel with each other after killing father. Then I said, what about father's sword? So they ordered a 3rd one. Don't you think that's silly? Raphael looked up. The blacksmith choked on his words. Listen carefully. There's a shortage of materials, the furnace is cold, the apprentices are on strike. Raphael's voice was flat. Or you fell in love with a quiet, graceful, coquettish little widow in the countryside, and planned to sell the shop, quit, and go back to marry her. Huh? Quiet, graceful, coquettish and coquettish? Old Gilburn was confused. You know. Raphael paused, his expression unchanged. Party, eh? The Baron Bone Man coughed. But I don't care what reason you use. Raphael coldly handed the order back to old Gilburn. Refund the deposit and cancel this batch of orders. The old blacksmith was slightly startled. Cancel? This is such a big order. Raphael ignored him and took out a document and pushed it in front of Gilburn. If there's no problem, take a look at this confidentiality agreement, sign it, and you can go. Old Gilburn looked at the agreement and rubbed the order in his hand reluctantly. Well, I don't have any good reason to cancel the order in such a short time. Bang. Raphael suddenly moved. He grabbed Gilburn's hand, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Then put on a bandage for 2 months and say your arm is broken. Gilburn was scared silly and allowed the Baron Bone Man to hold his wrist. Go to the Department of Finance and show them the seal on this agreement, Raphael said calmly. Someone will pay for the breach of contract and the bandage. Old Gilburn felt wronged. But it's no use. He tried to argue. There's more than one blacksmith in the capital, although I'm indeed the best, but I'm alone. Those foppish brats will definitely go to other shops. Why don't I make a few shoddy and unkillable? Be gentle. Amid old Gilburn's screams, Raphael tightened his grip on his wrist and threatened. So, you want us to pay for the medical expenses as well? Old Gilburn choked out a few sobs and put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He picked up the pen and signed obediently, expressing his firm support for the decision of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Very well. Raphael released the blacksmith who was gasping for breath. Hurry up, we still have to rush to deliver the agreement to the others, or pay for their medical expenses. The Baron Bone Man said coldly. Old Gilburn, who was rubbing his wrist and crying, immediately perked up. Don't forget Karachi's blacksmith shop on South Street. By the way, that old cunning bastard is terrible. For decades, he's forged contraband for scum like the Blood Bottle Gang and the Brotherhood more than once. He even lied to everyone that it was produced by my shop. You mustn't believe him. Raphael shot another glare at old Gilbern, forcing him to swallow his words. The old blacksmith could only pout and try hard to sign page after page. Okay, I understand. You have a heavy responsibility to suppress the unhealthy atmosphere of duels and maintain the legal system and stability of the kingdom. I get it. But these things can be solved as long as you arrest the duelists. Why make things difficult for us little? You see, this is the problem. Raphael supervised him to finish signing the agreement and looked at the one-way glass casually. If the kingdom explicitly prohibits it, their dissatisfaction and resentment will move upward. Raphael looked at the old blacksmith. But if a supplier like you cancels for some reason? He narrowed his eyes and approached old Gilbern. Do you have a problem with that? Old Gilbern had a tacit understanding and shook his head faster than the bellows in his house. No. The old blacksmith finished signing the agreement and handed it to Raphael obsequiously. Raphael scanned the signature on it, closed it, lit a candle and covered it with wax. Very well, then as a reward for your cooperation. In the next few months, there will be a large demand for equipment for the regular army of the royal family. They will even have to recruit blacksmiths to forge it directly. There will be a large number of new orders. Gilbern's eyes lit up in surprise. But only for the army and the person who holds this agreement. Raphael narrowed his eyes and held up the sealed agreement. Do you understand? On the other side of the one-way glass, Thales watched in silence as the ecstatic old Gilbern was put on a hood and taken out of the interrogation room. I'm sorry. Morat, who was in a wheelchair, picked up a cup of tea and chuckled. Raphael rarely deals with these small matters at the grassroots level. He's not very skilled. But don't worry, we will have someone talk to the craftsman later and follow up on his mental health regularly to ensure that he won't resent you or even slander you. Or, there will be news of orders for specialized weapons for duels. Looking at the Black Prophet's meaningful smile, Thales felt increasingly uncomfortable. I thought that the nobles of Constellation would despise Extet's customs. The prince stared at a stain on the glass and said with difficulty. Morat put down his teacup. Duels have always been a martial ethos that originated from the empire. In the primitive times, it carried the spirit of chivalry and filled in where justice could not reach. The old man in the wheelchair was unperturbed, as if he was an outsider. Do you know how many centuries, how much blood, how many tragedies, and how many lives our ancestors paid, from the Imperium to the kingdom, in order to get rid of the outmoded customs that gradually fell behind with the development of time and disregarded justice, and tore apart the internal structure? His words were like a blade, cutting into Thales' heart over and over again. But now, what people see is only the deeds of the North Star, and they are scrambling to follow him. Especially the story of how you used your wisdom to avoid being killed in Extet in the name of a duel. Plus your supreme demeanor last night, which won the hearts of countless boys and girls. The Black Prophet shook his head and did not continue. But that was enough. Thales was expressionless. Duel. That was what he brought to the Constellations. Saving Doyle and Anchor, but ultimately causing the death of even more people? No matter what, you always want to find a way for everyone to be happy, a perfect choice that meets the highest expectations in your heart. King Kessel's words reverberated in his ears. It's best to be uneventful and harmless. Avoid the ugliness and sacrifice that you don't want to face the most. Thales raised his left hand with difficulty and looked at the scar on his palm. But doesn't the damned fate give you a damned response every time? Just as Thales' thoughts were heavy and his heart was in turmoil, the interrogation room welcomed a third guest. This time it was a noble who entered the interrogation room. His clothes were low-key but classic, and his posture was relaxed and arrogant. He sat steadily on the chair. Similarly, he was not shackled. His performance was steady and his bearing was extraordinary, as if he was the interrogator. I know who you are. Raphael also changed his way of asking questions. His words were concise and went straight to the point. And I believe that you also know who we are. The noble across the table slowly raised his eyes. He did not look around like old Gilbern, nor did he put on a fierce front like de Gory. Of course. You are the darkness of stars. The noble said slowly. But what I don't know is, Without the king's warrant, does the Secret Intelligence Department still have the power to secretly interrogate the kingdom's nobles? His gaze was fixed on Raphael, unbearably sharp. Raphael smiled. Of course not, so this is just an interrogation. The Baron Bone Man did not ask for his name, so Thales had no way of knowing. I see. The noble sneered and made a sarcastic remark. It seems that your interrogation invitation is a sack and rope? But the Baron Bone Man, who was eloquent and had even sparred with Thales verbally, did not dwell too much on words. Obviously, judging from the previous two interrogators, Raphael was adept at dealing with different targets in different ways, and had achieved many successes. 2 weeks ago, you came to Eternal Star City from Blade Edge Hill. Raphael flipped through the records, his gaze also becoming sharp. And a week ago, you secretly ordered a weapon from a blacksmith named Karachi on South Street in Twilight District? A noble from Blade Edge Hill. Thales thought silently. The noble's gaze froze and he was silent for a while. Raphael did not rush him. The atmosphere in the interrogation room became very oppressive. Finally, the noble snorted. Even a civilian has the right to carry a weapon for self-defense when traveling. And I'm a noble of the kingdom with the right to carry an armed force. Did I break the law by carrying a sword for self-defense? Raphael smiled kindly. Of course not. But either you are a supreme class elite, or your enemy is, Raphael said with a click of his tongue. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to order a total of 20 longswords, right? The noble from Blade Edge Hill's gaze turned cold. If you want to accuse me of treason, he said flatly, these weapons are not enough evidence in Eternal Star City. Thales, who was listening to the interrogation, had a hunch that this was not an easy person to deal with. I know. But Raphael sounded relaxed. So what do you want to do with them? Or should I say, what do you want? The noble tightened the corners of his mouth and stared intently at Raphael. He seemed to be struggling with his thoughts. After a while he said, as a member of the Secret Intelligence Department, why ask when you already know the answer? Raphael narrowed his eyes and smiled. But I want to hear it from you. The noble from Blade Edge Hill snorted angrily. He then turned to the one-way glass and looked straight at Thales. Who's behind the glass? Thales was startled. But Morat, who was beside him, was as steady as ever and not surprised at all. It seems that this noble is quite knowledgeable. Having his trick seen through, Raphael did not panic. No matter who it is, isn't it exactly what you want, to be seen and heard by more people? The noble frowned slightly. Raphael beamed and gestured for him to go ahead. A few seconds later, the noble shifted his gaze away from Thales. We, some nobles of Blade Edge Hill, for various reasons, have lost their land, power, or position. We want to jointly. The noble paused for a moment and found a passable word. Appeal. Raphael nodded. Where to appeal? The noble's expression was cold as he spat out a place. Mindy's Hall. Thales' eyelids twitched. Go to Mindy's Hall to appeal? No, he thought of Anchor at the banquet, and his mood plummeted again. How many people? Raphael asked casually. 13. The noble answered without hesitation. Barons, lords, noble knights, and many others are rushing to join us. All for the sake of justice. Justice. The weight of the word hammered heavily in Thales' heart. So at least 13 nobles and their attendants and servants will be armed to the teeth and jointly appeal to the Duke of Star Lake. Raphael sighed, feeling rather helpless. At that time, if some people get emotional and cause trouble, even the police officers, Jadestar Private Army, and the Royal Guards won't be able to suppress the matter so easily, right? The noble glanced at him. Just to make our stance clear, we have no intention of harming anyone. Raphael chuckled and asked further. Then why Mindy's Hall and not Renaissance Palace? The noble stared at him with an unfriendly expression. You want to imitate that idiot from last night, Raphael said what he was thinking. Find the Duke of Star Lake's tutelage, take advantage of his recent return and lack of worldly experience, and bring your swords to the meeting. Make a big scene. Big scene. Thales' gaze was unfocused. If you don't kill, no one will listen. If you don't shock the world, there is no way out. If you don't wallow in degeneration, you will suffer. Please tell me, Your Highness. What kind of logic is this? That night, Anker's indignant gaze when he held a hostage and barged into the banquet to force an abdication reappeared in his mind. We're not imitating, the noble seemed offended. We're determined to be earlier and smarter than that idiot from Western Desert. Raphael clicked his tongue. But you must have been encouraged by the precedent, especially since that idiot survived. So you've made up your mind to knock on Prince Thales' door and force him to see a problem that only His Majesty can solve? Encouraged by the precedent. A problem that only His Majesty can solve. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists, but then he remembered that the Black Prophet was still watching from the side, so he forced himself to loosen his fingers. He's also a Jade Star. The noble leaned against the back of his chair. His speech was neither fast nor slow, and his words were clear. He held the Northland hostage, went on expeditions to the desert, and was even revered by many noble families, including the Four-Eyed Skull. Last night he displayed wisdom and skill, courage and drive, as well as the ambition to reform the kingdom. He also displayed benevolence and loyalty, magnanimity and generosity, and would not turn a blind eye to us. Raphael nodded as he listened and said sarcastically, "And this is your repayment to the great philanthropist Prince Thales, as a group of loyal subjects and good aides? Carrying 20 swords and visiting Mindy's hall as if to force an abdication?" The noble of Blade Edge Hill suddenly looked up. "He's our future king." His voice was like steel, and each word weighed a ton, making it difficult for Thales to breathe. "He can afford it." Raphael was silent for a while, and did not look at the one-way glass. "But if he doesn't want to, and it's not convenient for him to meddle in your messy affairs that involve the interests of many parties and can't be resolved, then he's not fit to be king," the noble said decisively. Raphael snorted coldly. "You really have the guts to say that?" The noble laughed, his laughter chilling. "Have you been to Blade Edge Hill, young man?" He looked at Raphael in an aggressive and unflinching manner. "If you've never been, then shut up. And if you've been, then you'll know that there's nothing we don't dare to say." Raphael was silent for a while. Thales could feel that the barren bone man was at a disadvantage. A few seconds later, Raphael snorted softly. "You seem to be a smart man, sir." His words were polite, but the meaning behind his words was clear. "And you're already sitting here. Do you know what to do?" The noble turned away, snorted softly, and pondered for a while. But in the end he still turned back and said in a low voice, "Of course. I'll go back and tell them to cancel this appeal and protest." Raphael's eyes lit up. "Very well." The barren bone man closed the document happily. "If everyone was as reasonable as you, I wouldn't have to collect overtime pay every day." He stood up, ready to end the interrogation, or questioning. But the noble called him back. "You may have one today, young man." The noble of Blade Edge Hill raised his head and looked straight at Raphael. "You stopped us." But his words made Thales extremely uneasy. "But as long as the root of the problem is not solved, and the chronic disease of the kingdom is not cured, there will be more people like us. More people like us." Thales felt like he was in a trance. "Then I don't mind seeing you a few more times." Raphael did not back down. "Whether it's here or in the courtroom, or in a coffin?" The noble laughed out loud, but his laughter immediately turned into a warning. "Secret Intelligence Department, do you think this is the solution?" He stared coldly at Raphael. "We haven't been forced into a corner yet. We have families and businesses to worry about. For the sake of the bigger picture and our livelihood, we can swallow our anger when we encounter injustice. But what if there's another Anchor Byrel? What about the next person who presents himself to Prince Thales just for these questions? The next Anchor Byrel." Thales closed his eyes. The noble from Blade Edge Hill shook his head disdainfully. "Just you wait. What you did today won't solve your problem once and for all. Neither can the Black Prophet." His eyes focused and his tone was firm. "Only one person can." Although he was not in the main interrogation room, Thales, who was listening, felt like he was about to suffocate. Raphael forced a smile. "Then I'll make sure he knows." "Yes." The noble looked at him with a profound look in his eyes. "You better be." The noble stood up and allowed the two burly men to put a hood over his head without any resistance. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was finally less oppressive. "Take care, my lord. We shall meet again." Raphael sent the noble from Blade Edge Hill away with a smile. Finally he exhaled and said in a voice only he could hear, "I hope not." On the other side of the glass, Thales broke away from his complicated and subtle feelings. "He's right, Lord Hanson," he forced himself to speak. "Even if I didn't stand up last night and respond to Anchor Byril directly." The Black Prophet looked at him with interest. "One day, something like this will still happen. My identity will definitely attract this kind of accident again." Thales gritted his teeth. "This has nothing to do with my actions last night." Murat took a deep breath and endured another unusual movement of the vines on his knees. "Perhaps you're right, and of course, you can convince yourself that so that your actions last night seem justified and justified." The Black Prophet closed his eyes. If he did not look at his lower body, he would look like an ordinary old man resting with his eyes closed. "But you know, this is not what I want you to see." Thales looked up abruptly. "Raphael." He spoke loudly. His voice traveled to the other end of the interrogation room. Raphael calmly turned around and bowed to the unseen nobleman through the one-way glass. "How much more?" Thales' breathing was erratic. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and raised his voice. "Cases like this that are related to my behavior last night, as well as the things that have happened since my return. How much more?" Raphael did not answer immediately. He remained silent and bowed again to the mirror, until Thales realized that he was waiting for the Chief of Intelligence's permission. But the Black Prophet beside him did not say a word. Raphael. He would not listen to the prince's orders. An inexplicable anger suddenly flared up. It flared up Thales' already inexplicably depressed heart. It even triggered the sin of Hell's River. This beast was scratching at his blood vessels again. This made him feel as if he had immense strength and boundless anger, but nowhere to vent it. He could only suppress it. Raphael. The Duke of Star Lake tried his best to ignore his terrible state. "Answer." I. A few seconds later, perhaps sensing the Duke's anger, or perhaps understanding the meaning of Murat's silence, Raphael spoke faintly. "Quite a lot. Just what the butts found today. There are 4 more sections." "Butts." The prince's butts. Thales felt as if his fists were about to explode. But Raphael's words continued. "For example, the number of nobles applying for the position of police officer in the capital may increase significantly, because the first person you received, Mr. Caribbean, was a police officer, and the female officer taking care of your daily life was also a police officer. Another example, the number of members of the Glass Chamber of Commerce will increase dramatically, and there will be a large influx of funds. The changes in the market are beyond our expectations." Even if Baron Quentin tries to explain that the glass-smashing incident last night was not the latest rule of the royal family, that will be a headache for Lord Kirkirkman and Viscount Kenny. Another example, for the banquets held in the capital recently, no matter which family it is, security will be at the highest level, because your actions last night objectively encouraged everyone to bring weapons to the banquet. Take revenge if there is a grudge, and take revenge if there is a grudge. Perhaps you might even get a response and sympathy. With every word Raphael said, Thales' breathing became more and more difficult. "And this morning." Raphael's words were steady and flat, even with his usual ease. But for some reason at this moment, it sounded so piercing to Thales. There was a new murder case in the suburbs of Eternal Star City. Murder. Thales' nerves jumped. According to the preliminary investigation by the police station, the deceased is an agricultural tool merchant, and the murderer is a farmer working in the fields. He confessed to the crime, and it should be an impulsive crime. Thales swallowed the discomfort in his body and spoke with difficulty. "Why?" Raphael hesitated for a moment, as if searching for the right words. Then, the Black Prophet coughed unhurriedly. Raphael sighed slightly. An eyewitness said that the agricultural tool merchant, who is also the deceased, had a conversation with the murderer before the crime. He changed his mind at the last minute, and wanted to sell the lettuce seeds that the two of them had previously agreed on. Increase the price by 20 times. Thales was stunned. Lettuce. Increase the price. No. No, in an instant, an inexplicable sense of loss and confusion took over his body and mind. It is said that the farmer was poor and struggling to make ends meet for his family. So in his agitation, a conflict broke out, and the other party died from his injuries. Raphael's voice sounded like it came from the bottom of the water. It was erratic, but it was real. And according to the eyewitness, the reason the deceased raised the price at the last minute was, "The prince loves it." As soon as he finished speaking, Thales' figure swayed. "The prince loves it." In that second, all his anger and indignation seemed to realize the absurdity of his existence, and disappeared from his senses. The prince loves it. Even Raphael, the black prophet, the rustling of the black vein vines, and the entire interrogation room disappeared together. All that was left was emptiness, confusion, and sorrow. And himself. The prince loves it. Thales closed his eyes in a daze, leaned against the wall behind him, and slowly leaned back. But at that moment, the teenager felt that what he was leaning against was not a wall, but a bottomless, endless, and never-ending abyss. The prince loves it. Dark. Depressing. Cold. Dead silence. Suffocating. The prince loves it. Chapter 586. In the dark interrogation room, Thales leaned against the wall without realizing it. His face was completely submerged in the darkness. The black prophet stroked the armrest of his wheelchair, and observed the black-veined vines squirming on his knees as if they were breathing. He did not even look at the prince. At this moment, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Only Raphael's voice still came from the other side of the glass. "Our people have basically verified that this was just an accident, but we still have to ensure that this news will not be spread, used, and led to public opinion. Let's hope this is the only murder case because of this." Murder case. Thales slowly looked up. Because of this. Because of his dietary preferences. Thales was expressionless, his gaze frozen. Of course he could defend himself. This was none of his business. The so-called prince's love for lettuce was just a fuse. The whole thing was ultimately the result of a greedy person and an impulsive person's own doing. He should not be responsible for it. Including other things. Thales' fists trembled slightly. Right. Many people would not be troubled by it. King Nuvan would certainly laugh it off. King Chapman would only scorn it mercilessly, and King Kessel would certainly sit on his throne, unmoved. But they are a different kind of creature. Ordinary people rely on food and air to live, but they rely on power to live. This was Putre's sentiment on Prestige Orchid Snowfield. You need a heart that is hard, cold, and unwavering. It's best to get used to it as soon as possible for your own good. This was the advice King Nuvan had given him. At the thought of this, Thales felt bitter. Of course they are still pursuing a few other cases, Raphael continued, his tone no longer as relaxed as before. Some may affect your reputation, some may cause financial losses, and many may not be obvious for the time being, but we have to plan ahead, and try to find a way to fill in the gaps. He had not finished his sentence, but he knew it was time to stop. Thales was silent for a long while before he replied. "Okay, I understand." Raphael's expression changed slightly. He sensed something from Thales' disappointed tone. "Very well, continue," Murat said faintly amid the rustling of the black vein vines. At this moment, the Baron Bone Man suddenly said, "Your Highness, my lord. Actually, the remaining cases are pretty much the same. Why don't we call it a day?" Thales, who was immersed in dejection, quietly raised his head. However, he turned his head and looked at the old man in the wheelchair. Through the glass, the black prophet stared at Raphael for a long time, but the latter's gaze was steady and his expression calm. Murat snorted softly. "Of course." The chief of intelligence flashed Thales a smile. "Except for that. The last one." Raphael was silent for a moment, then nodded respectfully and listened to the order. Thales frowned, but he soon understood. The last interrogator was a woman. Even though she was escorted here with a hood over her head, she still looked graceful and graceful. The hood was taken off, revealing a beautiful woman with exquisite eyebrows and picturesque charm. Her first reaction was to smooth her hair and tidy up her appearance, showing no signs of panic or fear. Her light makeup did not lose her charm, and her calm demeanor was extremely alluring. Your name? In the face of such a beautiful woman, Raphael's tone was much better, no longer as aggressive as before. The beautiful woman looked up slowly, her slightly disheveled appearance almost perfect. Felicia. She answered calmly. Her voice was captivating, and her eyes were captivating. But the moment he saw the woman's face, Thal's eyes suddenly widened. Full name, Raphael politely reminded. The beautiful woman named Felicia giggled, bright and dazzling. She slowed down and stared at Raphael's handsome face with interest. That's Dorothy? Amy? Undine? Anyway, the customers have called me by many names. Felicia placed her left hand on the table and leaned forward, her eyes sparkling like water. But if it's you, her tone changed and was full of temptation. Why don't you call me little baby, little sweetheart, or little bitch? Raphael frowned slightly. Felicia inadvertently pressed her chest against the edge of the table, making her graceful and proud figure even more obvious. Which one do you like? Felicia winked seductively, and the corners of her lips curled up into a perfect arc. Handsome boy. Raphael put on a stern face. Felicia is fine. Felicia stared at him and suddenly laughed. She leaned forward on the table and lifted her chin seductively. Her expression was a little provocative, and she did not have the awareness of being interrogated. You're not a cop from West City, right? They're not so ignorant as to dare to kidnap people in Red Street Market. Felicia looked at Raphael carefully, and her tone became serious. As for Blood Bottle Gang, Catherine doesn't have the guts, Fergal doesn't have the face, and Nikolai doesn't have the strength. It's impossible for them to break the armistice agreement. She counted the names one by one, and her gaze never left the man in front of her. Recently, there haven't been any newcomers who would risk their lives to fight for a position. Thales stared at the woman in a daze. He looked at her appearance, her demeanor, her charm, and even the content of her words. He was more certain of his memory. That's right. It's her. An old friend. Felicia's bright eyes sparkled, but her tone was threatening. So you're a cop from outside? Or a blue skin from another department? Raphael looked at the pretty woman in front of him and smiled. Whether I'm a police officer or not, you're already here, the Baron Bone Man said flatly. If necessary, I can lock you up for a few more nights. Felicia tilted her head and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. A few more nights? The woman bit her lower lip and exuded a charming charm. One night of mine is not cheap, handsome boy. Besides, even though you're handsome, you're also thin. The beautiful woman moved forward and looked at Raphael with a charming and enjoyable gaze. I really doubt that you can really persevere. Felicia revealed her beautiful figure on the table and bit her lip gently. She was very seductive. A few more nights? Raphael's expression tensed. Felicia chuckled when she saw the other party's reaction. And a few more nights. Felicia revealed her fair and slender neck, and her smile was profound. Are you sure that it's enough to lock me up? Don't you want to do more strange things? Felicia switched her legs and sat down. The scenery under her skirt was faintly discernible. Raphael coughed. Under the other party's smug gaze, he opened the document beside him and did not dwell on it any further. Felicia, nicknamed Fickle. You were born as a prostitute in the slums. You gave yourself up to the strong and climbed your way up. After the bloody year, you joined the newly risen. Raphael paused for a moment and looked up. Black Street Brotherhood. Felicia's expression changed slightly, and she tensed up. That's not all. You also worked under Black Sword's trusted aide, and one of the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood, Fatty Morris. You're outstanding and deeply trusted. You trained prostitutes for the Brotherhood and acted as a go-between. Raphael said as he observed the other party's expression. So much so that the sleepless eye, Lance, had to rely on the flowers in your brothel as a source of information. So it seems like you're not cheap, Miss Fickle. Or should I call you A madam of a gang? Felicia was obviously caught off guard when her background was exposed with a lot of secret information. Her expression was unpleasant. You, the Baron Bone Man smiled confidently. 6 years ago, the Blackstreet Brotherhood defeated the Blood Bottle Gang in the one-night war. From then on, you went to Red Street Market with the little flowers under you. You took over the empty space left by the Blood Bottle Gang. You controlled from behind the scenes and expanded the Brotherhood's prostitution business. Felicia's expression was unpleasant. Now you have 2 choices. The first is to cooperate with me, and everything will go smoothly. As for the second, it's much more violent. Raphael closed the document and played down the situation. On the other side of the glass, Thales sighed inwardly. Felicia. He remembered her. A long time ago, during his life as a child beggar, this woman had appeared countless times in Black Street, the Underground Street, Sunset Pub, Abandoned House, and other places that Thales was familiar with. She even often went in and out of Chief Morris's mansion. She spoke harshly to Rick, and was full of disdain for Quide. But occasionally, when she met child beggars, she would wave her hand with a coquettish smile and lavishly sprinkle a lot of copper coins. She dressed fashionably, was clean and witty, and had a bright and confident smile. She was impudent, passionate, and unrestrained. The men around her were always changing one after another. Once, when she and her lover, Leorc, were doing something in the room, they happened to see Thales squatting outside the window, resting and counting money in a safe corner. But the moment their eyes met, the woman did not panic, blush, or feel displeased. She did not even warn the Brotherhood's killer, Leorc, who was working hard under her. At that time, Felicia, with her hair disheveled, just lazily pulled up the blanket to cover her beautiful breasts and bare shoulders. She pressed her index finger to her red lips and flashed a meaningful smile at the disheveled, dirty, and terrified little beggar under the window. Then the beautiful woman laughed and threw her head back. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she continued to moan, which made people's imaginations run wild. The child beggar, Thales, was scared out of his wits. His face turned red, and in the end, he had no choice but to flee. Thinking of the past, Thales felt a wave of melancholy. In the interrogation room, the Baron Bone Man's gaze was aggressive, and he would not stop until he achieved his goal. Felicia looked back at Raphael, a little at a loss. But in front of the Secret Intelligence Department interrogator, who had a sharp gaze and was cold and ruthless, she was soon defeated. The Brotherhood, giving yourself to a powerful person, clinging to a higher position, and calling yourself a brothel keeper. Looks like you've found out everything, police officer. Felicia's eyes were slightly red, and the corners of her mouth trembled. Her previous flirtatiousness and eloquence were gone like the avalanche of a snowy mountain. Of course, you can righteously accuse me of my profession and affiliation. You can accuse me of being a dirty and lowly brothel keeper, the head of a prostitute. But you think? The woman forced herself to turn her head away, bit her lip, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You think I willingly walked down this path and did filthy things for the Brotherhood? Raphael, who was about to follow up on his victory, suddenly froze after breaking through his target's defenses. Set off by her slender neck and graceful figure, Felicia was like a lonely flower on a cliff, stubborn and poignant. Since I was young, men only looked at me and my body with dirty eyes, especially after I reached the age of wearing skirts. They became even more. Raphael was obviously uncomfortable as he listened to her words. He furrowed his brows. Those people, those scum with knives in their hands, when they forced themselves on me. Felicia smiled mournfully. I didn't want to cry, I'm just sorry. Raphael sighed again, his expression bitter. It's okay. The Baron Bone Man frowned at his document. You're safe here. No one will force you. No one can hurt you. No. The Brotherhood is very powerful. Besides, I was kidnapped in Red Street Market, and I've been missing for so long. Felicia reacted, and her expression changed slightly. No, they don't like traitors and informants. She became flustered, but Raphael interrupted her. Hey, listen up. Raphael held her hand and said sternly, I will protect you. Felicia paused. Protect me? Felicia struggled to break free from Raphael's hand, which made the latter a little embarrassed. With a low sob that ruined her makeup, Felicia smiled sarcastically. Yes, you're really handsome and you don't look like a bad person. At least, you're not scum like the Brotherhood. The sarcasm on her face slowly disappeared, leaving behind deep fear and sadness. But you're not enough. You can't protect me. You don't know how afraid they are. At this moment, Raphael laughed. He laughed wantonly indulgent and cynical. Felicia's sobbing voice fell silent. Is this how you treat them? The bitterness and pity on Raphael's face disappeared without a trace. It was as if the man who comforted her gently did not exist. Felicia looked up, trembling, just in time to see Raphael leaning back in his chair, raising his arm to gesture at her. This whole set? What? Felicia stared at him in a daze. Until Raphael burst into laughter. The Baron Bone Man calmly flipped open the document on the table and pushed out a piece of paper. Ironbat Society's big hand, Gary mysteriously disappeared more than 10 years ago. Until now he has not been seen, and no corpse has been found. Felicia was stunned when she saw the image on the sketch. Raphael pushed out the second piece of paper. Blood Bottle Gang's drug dealer leader Dogtooth Bolt. On his birthday his subordinate, now known as Illusion Blade Catherine, betrayed him and fought with him. Mudu Talon, a corrupt police officer of the Western City Police Station. After being exposed he was sent to the Prison of Bones. A few months ago he failed to escape from prison, and was killed on the spot. One of the honorary directors of Aroma Merchant Group, Spice Merchant Boli Kato, encountered bandits while on an outing. He was blackmailed for a large sum of money, but was still killed. Raphael methodically showed the pages of the document in front of Felicia. As for the once famous Blood Bottle Gang's #1 expert, the Wandering Knight, Luo Sang II, who reached the peak. Raphael narrowed his eyes with a wary expression. 16 years ago he failed to ambush Black Sword. The latter fought against 2 enemies and killed him on the street. When he heard the familiar nickname, Thales raised his head in alarm. Felicia did not speak. She only stared at the documents in a daze, like an innocent passerby who was involved in a major case for no reason. The tears on her face had yet to dry. As a weak woman, Miss Felicia. Raphael's gaze was cold. He tore off the last of his disguise. It seems that since you were 12 years old, every important person you got close to, or according to what you said, every terrifying bad guy, who forced himself on you with a knife, did not end up well? Felicia sat on the spot in a daze. She seemed to have forgotten to cry. The next moment, the woman slowly raised her head. Raphael furrowed his brows. Unknowingly, the frailty and pain on Felicia's face disappeared without a trace. She no longer gasped, sobbed, and wiped away her tears. The woman threw away her handkerchief and stood up slowly. Starting from the corners of her mouth, the corners of her mouth curled up into a strange and chilling smile. It was directed at Raphael. Handsome boy, you know me so well. Felicia's voice was delicate and soft. She sat sideways on the table and leaned forward. Her movements were seductive and provocative. Then do you want to know more about? A little deeper? She was naturally beautiful. Even though her makeup was ruined by her tears and the powder spread on both sides of her cheeks, Felicia's smile did not look ugly. Instead, it had a different, strange, and fatal allure to it, making it even more eye-catching. On the other side of the glass, Thales felt a wave of irritation from the sin of Hell's River. Raphael's expression was tense. He did not answer. But on the table, Felicia's eyes were misty. She bit a finger in her mouth, and almost half of her body crossed the table to approach the Baron Bone Man in a seductive manner. Or do you actually want to be like them, with a hard knife? She pressed her lips against his ear, and sent the heat of her breath into Raphael's ear. Stab me. The provocative tone in Felicia's voice was heart-wrenching, and his heart surged with emotions. Raphael's breathing began to quicken. Thales could not help but recall the time when they exchanged glances when he discovered that this woman was doing something good. He could not help but blush slightly. But at this moment, crack. There was a soft sound. Felicia's expression changed drastically. She lowered her head and was shocked to see that her left hand, which was propped up against the table, was firmly cuffed to the leg of the table. Hence, she was now lying sideways on the table in a strange posture. One of her hands was cuffed, but her struggles were futile. She could not sit or stand, and she looked pathetic and awkward. The woman turned her head around in anger. But Raphael only calmly picked up the documents, walked around the table, and sat down on the seat that originally belonged to Felicia. Felicia had to turn around in a flustered manner to follow Raphael's direction. But when she turned her eyes, the resentment on her face instantly disappeared without a trace. "I see, so you like this. Oh my." Felicia flashed a mysterious smile. In her awkward posture, she simply kicked off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the table, and lay down seductively in front of Raphael. The woman's slender legs were clasped together. The scenery under her skirt was hidden, and it was full of temptation. "Actually, I quite like doing it in handcuffs." But she was disappointed. Raphael only looked at her with the ghost of a smile. He was not tempted at all. A few seconds later, Felicia's smile disappeared. She tugged at the handcuffs and spat on the floor. "You don't even have a reaction." The woman glared at Raphael fiercely. "Why? Is your penis too small and lacking in confidence, or can't it get hard at all?" Raphael could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Behind the glass he frowned. "Why don't you take it off and let me have a look?" Felicia giggled, and once again revealed her natural charm. She clenched her fists in the air, and smacked them against the side of her mouth. Her tongue moved from the inside to the outside, making her cheeks bulge back and forth. "So that I can help it." Raphael was speechless as he watched the other party's skillful demonstration. The Baron Bone Man coughed and tried his best to ignore the woman's acting skills, which were carved into her bones. "Don't you have anything to say about these lists and these unfortunate men?" Raphael looked at the files on the table, or rather, each dead person represented by each file. Felicia's expression turned cold. She swept her gaze over each file on the table, her eyes full of disdain. "Humph. Do you know that every person who forced me said the same thing in the beginning? I'll help you. You're safe with me. No one can hurt you. I'll protect you." Felicia lay sideways on her handcuffed arm and looked at Raphael coldly. "Just like you did just now." Raphael hummed in acknowledgement. "Every man thinks he's better than other men. They all want to prove to me that they're different from other men. They want to prove that they really respect and love me, and don't hurt me like other men." At that moment Felicia was unsmiling. Her gaze was cold, as if this was her true self. But what happened in the end? In the end, they still eagerly took off their pants, or waited for me to take off my skirt in return. And if I'm not willing, they still think they're protecting me, taking care of me, saying things like, "I know you want it too," or "I've done so much for you," or even "You don't know how beautiful you are." Felicia's gaze sharpened. With a loud crash, she swept all the files on the table to the ground. "Handsome boy. The reason why the hero saves the damsel in distress is so popular is because men look forward to it, and they naturally confirm the next scene." Felicia looked at the files on the ground and every sketch on them. She thought of something and revealed an unprecedented viciousness and hatred. The hero fucked the damsel in distress. Raphael frowned. And if that doesn't happen, if the beauties don't fall in love with the hero, and if they don't yearn for him until they're itching for him, if they're like me in the past, weakly saying no. Felicia looked up and gritted her teeth. "Then we'll wait for the next hero to save the damsel in distress. Then the next hero will say the classic line, 'I'm different from the person who forced you. I'm here to protect you.'" Felicia raised her sleeves and wiped off the powder on her face. "The King hero saves the damsel in distress. And I'm just proving to them that they're wrong." Felicia glared at Raphael with a sharp gaze. "Beauties don't belong to heroes." At that moment, the head prostitute of the Brotherhood said hatefully, "Just like how I don't belong to them either. No matter what the hero does. Never." Chapter 587. But the moment it was updated, This chapter was blocked by the back end. Swordless was also dumbfounded. What to do? Kingdom Bloodline, Chapter 80. The hero saves the beauty currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 588. Sigh, I can only post it on my VX Princess account. Search for ownerless sword. Everyone can read it for free. Kingdom Bloodline Chapter 81. There's a discount, currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 589. In the interrogation room, Felicia and Raphael both left. Thales stared motionlessly at the empty room on the other side of the glass. His eyes were still and his emotions were complicated. Sunset Pub, Jayla. The familiar name reverberated in his memory, stirring up endless waves every time he heard it. Ever since he finished chatting with Gilbert that time, as a prince he, who carried a heavy burden, had buried their sadness in the deepest part of his heart. Until just now. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. The sin of Hell's River was not threatened by any external force, but it was still surging and roaring in his veins. Your Highness, do you mind giving me another push? Murat's pleasant and comfortable voice, coupled with the constant sizzling of the black vein vines, pulled Thales back to reality from his complicated thoughts. But it also made him even more upset and restless. Thales slowly turned around and looked at the Black Prophet. But Thales did not move, nor did he help the sickening wheelchair under the old man's knees. Why? Why here, in front of the person he feared the most? You brought Felicia here on purpose, didn't you? Thales was expressionless and his tone was cold. The old man in the wheelchair put down his teacup and turned around indifferently. Not just to let me see the consequences of what I've done. Thales' eyes turned cold as he looked straight at Murat. You know her identity, her past. You also know my past. So you deliberately let Raphael mention Sunset Pub in front of me. The Black Prophet stared at him, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile. How is it, Your Highness? Surprised? For some reason, the smile was so awkward in Thales' eyes. Smug. Dark. Hateful. There must be a motive. What do you mean by this? What are you going to do? Thales stared at Murat, his eyes spitting fire. Old man. The interrogation room instantly became oppressive and solemn. The black vein vines on the old man's wheelchair and knees wriggled uneasily at an extremely high frequency, sizzling. In the darkness and silence, the Black Prophet chuckled. In the face of the prince's anger and accusations, he indifferently moved his wheelchair and turned around to face Thales. I thought that when you saw how attentive the Secret Intelligence Department was to your wish, and when you heard about your childhood playmate again, you would be very happy. Murat looked at the young man in front of him quietly. Thales, Prince? He deliberately left a long pause between the two words, causing the youth to frown. It was as if they had returned to that afternoon in Mindy's hall. There Thales, a child beggar, an illegitimate child, a boy with secrets and an uncertain future, met for the first time with Constellation's scariest and most sinister spy chief who was hunting for the forbidden calamity. At that time, Gines, Gilbert, and even Yodel were by his side. Even the old witch, Serena, helped him. But now, in the lair of the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, no one could protect him, except for himself. But when I asked you for help in the past, you told me. Thales stared coldly at the old man. Only when I'm strong enough can we talk about protecting them. Otherwise they will only become my weakness. His gaze was indignant. Being held back by others. Murat clicked his tongue softly. Very well, you still remember. The Black Prophet's expression turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Then why did you ask Count Gilbert Casso to search for them for the past few years? Even when you asked Raphael for help, you had to do everything possible to hide it from me. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He knew. The Duke of Star Lake looked at Murat's smile. The old man in front of him knew everything about him asking Gilbert Casso to search for them. As always. But Jayla. Thales called the name again. No. He could not let the Black Prophet find her. Because that girl was not just Jayla. She was Jayla Charlton. The assassin's flower. See? This is the problem. This is the reason why you and the Secret Intelligence Department have been out of sync for so many years. Murat's cold but sharp gaze was fixed on him, as if he was determined to win. We've always been on our own, unable to connect. The black-veined vines coiled up on his knees again, hissing like many poisonous snakes tangled together. It was strange and dangerous. Thales clenched his teeth. The pain of having his disguise torn apart in Renaissance Palace. The pain of witnessing countless tragedies in the interrogation room. The dissatisfaction with the setbacks of the Secret Intelligence Department over the years, and the worry for Jayla and the child beggars all melted into Thales' veins at this moment. Together with the sin of Hell's River. It flowed into his tortured nerves. It ignited the dissatisfaction in his chest. It pointed straight at the old man in front of him. I've said it before. Put away your nose that's sniffing around, and stop meddling in my affairs. Thales gritted his teeth. Or have you made up your mind to use them as a bargaining chip to threaten me? The Black Prophet laughed. You were in danger in the north, Your Highness. Therefore you had many concerns and found it hard to trust us, so much so that you doubted our motives. I'm not surprised. In fact, it should be a good thing that you're cautious and think twice about everything. Thales interrupted him with a sneer. Then why didn't you say anything for the past 6 years? Why did you wait until I returned to the country before revealing this matter in front of me? Murat paused for a while, deep in thought. You're right, Your Highness. We began to pay full attention to this matter. The old man's tone became stern. It's precisely because you've returned to the country. Because as the Duke of Star Lake, you're now, to be precise, when you expressed your dissatisfaction with my wheelchair just now, that's when you're truly powerful. Murat looked at the other end of the interrogation room. That's why we let you see that scene just now. Your weakness. Weakness. Thales was shocked. What do you mean? The Black Prophet grinned. Your Highness, you're young and intelligent. I don't need to say much to understand His Majesty's intention in sending you here. Regarding the mess you saw, the old man turned to the empty room on the other side of the glass. The black vein vines swayed back and forth, as though they were staring at Thales all the time. What do you think? Mess. Thales felt empty. Without waiting for his answer, Murat said slowly, the unemployed workers at the winery. The order for dual weapons from the blacksmith shop. The nobles of Blade Edge Hill protested. With every word he said, Thales became more absent-minded. The murders caused by Lettuce, and the Northland girls in Red Street Market. These are all. Thales' lips moved slightly, but he could not squeeze out even a word. I know. Murat's tone softened. You feel very wronged, very depressed, very sad, very indignant. All of these were actually not your intention. But this is the power of power. The power of power. Thales was speechless. The Black Prophet continued to stare at him, full of smiles, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Before this, I believe that everyone, whether it was Count Casso, female officer Gines, or even His Majesty, had warned you that as the Prince of Constellation, the Duke of Star Lake, and the heir to the throne of this kingdom, your decisions would have far-reaching effects, and the repercussions would be endless. Thales took a deep breath. I know, I will think of ways to make up for it. But Murat suddenly raised his voice, drowning out his confession. But maybe they didn't tell you the crueler part. Compared to the high position you are in, what you do doesn't matter. No matter how you make up for it, it will be of no use. Thales looked up stunned. What? Insignificant? Of no use? The old man wheeled his wheelchair in front of him, his voice hoarse. Because your behavior itself is more influential than its content and substance. What is important is not what you do, whether you do it or not. And even more so, whether you do it right or wrong, but that you are there. At that moment, the Black Prophet's gaze was like a bottomless black hole, with an unprecedented suction force that firmly enveloped Thales. It is your position and existence. What is important is not what you do, it is your position and existence. Thales frowned and met the old man's gaze. But in his mind, he thought of the words of another person: Thales, in this world, they do not hate us. What they are unwilling to forgive and find difficult to accept is not our actions. It is our existence. Under the power of power, your position is different from others, and the gap is set. Then, no matter what you do in the upper reaches of power, what will happen will happen. The Black Prophet's expression was indifferent. His gaze was unfocused as he looked at Thales, but it was more like he was looking into the distance. You make a small ripple, and the torrent will roll. You make light of it, but it is heavy. You whisper softly, but it is deafening. Murat sighed slowly, feeling inexplicably emotional. Power, it pours down like a mountain torrent and destroys everything. From you, to the noble of Blade Edge Hill just now, to the merchant de Gory and the blacksmith old Gilburn, to Miss Felicia and that poor vegetable and fruit farmer, all the way to the thousands of people in the kingdom. No one is spared. No one can stop it, and no one can stop it. This is the weakness that ultimately prevents you from reuniting with your childhood playmates after so many years. Thales was stunned. Your Highness, with all due respect, it is very easy to find their whereabouts. But what happens after you find them? Gilbert's words rang in his mind. Have you ever thought about the impact your reward, repayment, or even just observing them in secret might have on them? It is easy to do one thing, but it is extremely difficult to perfectly deal with the countless consequences brought about by this matter. As he thought of this, Thales became more and more depressed. You mean, no matter what I do, power will always distort my actions. And as a prince, I can only accept it in exchange for a cold and hard heart. Murat did not speak. He carefully sized up the youth in front of him. There was a long silence in the interrogation room, until the Black Prophet's eyes focused again. In fact, to prevent such accidents and losses, at the upper reaches of power, at the top of the crowd, around us, a high wall was built. Thales looked up. The Black Prophet's eyes were bright, and he spoke with certainty. It's a buffer wall to prevent a noble like you from becoming a remorseful person with a single mistake. So as to separate the mountain torrent and thunder of power. Murat turned his wheelchair around and looked at the empty interrogation room. So we have social etiquette, lifestyle fashions, facade decorations, behavior styles. These seemingly unrelated factors are the result of power, the social dams it builds on its own in the course of its operation. Using differences to separate people, using differences to separate superiority and inferiority, using rejection to label categories, and using rupture to regulate behavior. To tell the world that they are completely different from us. Areltha Twernot. Thales frowned. The Black Prophet's gaze was sharp. That's right. They block communication, foster estrangement, breed conflict, and mark class. But it has also built a natural floodgate for the rampant, barbaric power, Li Yao said. Looking at the puzzled Thales, Murat snorted softly. Yesterday, if you had followed etiquette and drank that glass of wine, if you had followed the aristocratic fashion and eaten some other dishes, if you had clearly written no duels on your facade, if you had stuck to the usual aloof style of the royal family, and not rejected protesters like Anchor Birel. Murat changed the topic. And this is the weakness you exposed yesterday, at least one of them. He did not continue. But Thales' frown deepened. The prince suddenly remembered that on the day he returned to Eternal Star City, Mallows had unreasonably prevented the prince from showing his face in public, insisting that he stay low-key in the carriage, saying that it would save a lot of trouble. And he had arrogantly returned a sword to Mallows. Murat exhaled and allowed the black-veined vines on his knees to stretch wildly. Most aristocrats and high-ranking people grow up under such norms, almost instinctively. They know that they have to act with self-control, be cautious in their statements, behave in accordance with etiquette, and have a serious attitude. They subconsciously practice the principle of separation and division to avoid being a bad example and a breach in the dam, allowing power, whether it's the suction from above or the buoyancy from below, to engulf them. With a sense of disappointment, Thales snorted sarcastically. You mean I need to go back and redo my etiquette lessons? But the Black Prophet's gaze was sharp, and he ignored his interruption. But this also fosters the habit of these people. They are used to doing it, as if it's instinct, but they don't know why they do it. They can't cross this high wall and dam. Outside the norms, they will be at a loss in the face of the barbaric attitude of power after it breaks free. The old man in the wheelchair looked straight at Thales, and his tone changed. But Your Highness Thales, you're different. Thales was stunned. The Black Prophet's lips curled slightly. You may be of noble birth, but you started from humble beginnings. You stand on the upper reaches of the river, but you understand the monstrous waves of the lower reaches better than most of the children of aristocrats and the relatives of officials. And today, you see how inconspicuously they originate from the tiny ripples under your noble fingertips. Thales bit his lower lip. First, it's these messes, then my past. The prince suppressed the confusion and bewilderment in his heart. After saying so much, you want me to stand on the high wall, make a choice between the gains and losses of power, make a sacrifice, and ignore and accept the tides behind the ripples, in order to overcome my weakness and become truly strong. At this point, Thales felt dejected. Murat stared at him for a long time. But unexpectedly, the old man shook his head in the end. No. I told you to eliminate your weaknesses. But you don't have to be restricted by your means. In the next second, the Black Prophet's tone became urgent, and every word was full of strength. A slight ripple, and a torrent will roll. It's just an understatement, yet it's so colorful. A whisper is deafening. Murat's eyes flashed, as if there was a blade in them. From another perspective, this is not a weakness but an advantage. This is the true power of power, a power that many people dream of. At that moment, Thales had an illusion. The old man in the wheelchair before him had turned into the deepest point in the endless darkness, devouring all light. King Neuven, King Chapman, King Kessel. These people seemed to be looking at him from the other end of the darkness. The black veined vines made an ominous sound and squirmed more violently. You do not drink, causing countless winemakers to lose their jobs amidst the banquet organizers' suspicions and doubts about your preferences. But your clear taste in wine can also force winemakers to rack their brains to brew better wine, or to do everything possible to develop new export routes abroad. The Black Prophet suddenly became aggressive. Your reckless duel at the banquet will cause thousands of young people to bleed on the streets because of a moment of impulse. But your bravery and fearlessness in the face of a duel can also inspire the kingdom's martial spirit and sweep away the decadent voices. Your tolerance and indulgence towards lawless people like Birel will cause the minds of countless subjects to become unstable and restless. But your harsh pursuit of justice and life can also warn people of their evil intentions, deter unhealthy tendencies, and unite noblemen to go through fire and water for you. You will become the norm at the banquet, and follow the example of your superiors, which will cause profit-seeking villains to flock to the masses, and the common people will never know whether they will be lucky or not. But you can also make a decree with a flip of your hand, and make contributions with your words, leading the kingdom's direction, and opening a way out for the future. Thales stared blankly at the chief of intelligence of the Secret Intelligence Department. The old man said eerily, "You who are on both sides of the wall should focus on these, and not hesitate in the ruins of power after the flood has passed through. The power of power." Thales stared at Murat, his mind in a jumbled mess of thoughts. But then he remembered another passage. "Trust me, your people will always give you unexpected feedback that goes against your wishes. People will always respond to their rulers in ways that are beyond their expectations, and catch them off guard." It was as if the Duke of Western Desert was standing in front of him again, with a ferocious and terrifying face, smiling at him with a tacit understanding. Thales felt his heart sink. "But you said it," he said with difficulty. "My behavior itself is more influential than the content and substance of my behavior. No matter what I do, there will be countless messes to clean up, and if I deliberately make up for it." "That's right." The Black Prophet interrupted him loudly. His voice, which sounded like a venomous snake hissing, was very powerful at this moment. "So you have to be more focused and do your best. Try to make the content and substance of your action." He stretched out his finger and pointed at Thales's heart. Surpass itself. Surpass the original sin of its position and existence, and in turn, cover its weakness. Are you worried that with the addition of your position, your concern for your childhood playmates will become their ferryman of Hell's River Bell? The Black Prophet suddenly brought up the thing that Thales cared about the most. Then you have to think about how to make your concern, your actions, go beyond the limits brought about by your position of power, and drive away that life-threatening ferryman. Thales' expression was uncertain, and his mind was a mess. What you have to do is not to make up for it, but to control it. Not to stand on this high wall and sigh, but to ride this high wall and ride the waves. The Black Prophet snorted coldly. There's a Far Eastern proverb. A gentleman enslaves objects, and a villain enslaves objects. Thales was silent and deep in thought. Your Highness. Morat pressed on the arm of the chair, and the black-veined vines on it gradually calmed down. So was the former king. So was Crown Prince Midir. So was His Majesty Kessel. Hearing the familiar name, Thales frowned hard. He stared at the other party. What if I can't do it? The Black Prophet smiled. You can do it. Morat turned his wheelchair and turned his back to the prince. From the moment you returned to the country, you could do it. You were ready a long time ago. Just one step away. He said sinisterly. It's just that you're too cautious, too fearful, and too wary of its unpredictable power and possible consequences. Thales gritted his teeth, his thoughts unsettled. A few seconds later, he looked up abruptly at the Black Prophet's back. I don't like you. I know. Morat did not turn his head. But as I said, it doesn't matter whether you like me or not. What matters is whether the fact that you don't like me can transcend the established position between you and me. The old man said slowly. Under your control, it will bring about its true effects. Thales' expression changed slightly. Morat took a deep breath, turned his wheelchair, and prepared to leave. At this moment. Will you be lonely? The Black Prophet paused. Thales cast a glance at him from behind. Lord Hanson, you said before that it's been a long, long time since you've met someone who can feel at ease in front of you without any burden, and who is not afraid to lie to you. That must feel very lonely. Morat did not speak. Only his back moved. Then Thales' tone changed slightly. The Red Witch. At that moment, Thales saw the black vein vines on the Black Prophet's wheelchair sway. It said that Madame Calshon, who can deceive you and is not afraid to lie to you. Is she one of them? Morat remained silent. Only the black vein vines wriggled back and forth, more and more jubilant. The atmosphere in the interrogation room became very delicate. A few seconds later. Please forgive me, I'm old and my energy is limited. I'm going to rest first. The Black Prophet did not move, but the demonic vines on his knees swayed horribly, covering the wheel of the wheelchair, and dyeing it into endless darkness. Raphael, entertain His Highness well. Make sure he feels at home. Thales turned his head in shock, only to find that Raphael was already standing at the door. The Baron Bone Man bowed respectfully. Covered by the dark vines, Morat's wheelchair rolled in a strange and astonishing manner, carrying him forward and disappearing outside the door. The interrogation room regained its peace and relaxation. Thales stared blankly in the direction where the Black Prophet had left. So, his wheelchair can actually move on its own. He murmured. There's no need for me to push him. Raphael came to his side and smiled. Sometimes, some people just need a push, Yizichin said. Thales sighed. How did you get along with him all these years? Raphael raised his eyebrows and looked at the door where the Black Prophet had disappeared. He said. The Baron Bone Man said calmly. And I listened. Thales snorted with a gloomy expression. I guess so. Raphael smiled lightly and gestured to the door. As I said, you'll only feel worse when you get to the Secret Intelligence Department. The prince sighed and followed Raphael out of the interrogation room. Felicia, that girl left? With complicated feelings, Thales walked past the portrait of Princess Theodora, the glorious star. I'm not even looking at you. Why the F***ck are you scolding me? You narcissistic idiot. Thales vented his anger at the incompetence in his heart, and asked in a non-committal manner. Raphael nodded. Why? Do you want to spend some more time with her? Thales frowned at him, looking displeased. Raphael smiled lightly and raised his hand in surrender. Thales glared at him and snorted softly. What about you, Cohen? He'll be fine. Raphael did not blush or pant. He did not look ashamed at all. When she realizes that he's not me. But you won't, Thales said coldly with a hint of bickering. When he realizes that you sold him out. It's okay. Raphael did not feel burdened at all and was relaxed. He's used to it. And Cohen. Raphael paused for a moment. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he kept what he wanted to say in his heart. He can't beat me. Raphael. The two of them walked in silence for a while before Thales suddenly spoke. Do you guys do this often? Wipe my ass. Raphael frowned and turned around. Murat said that I've always been incompatible with the Secret Intelligence Department. We've always been on our own, and there's no communication between us, Thales said faintly. I've brought you guys a lot of trouble? Raphael sighed slightly. Probably, he replied casually and did not say anything else. Thales snorted softly. Is that so? But it's not all trouble, right? I should be of some help. Thales thought of the mess he saw today and the mess the Secret Intelligence Department had wiped for him. What you need to do is not to make up for it, but to control it. Raphael was silent for a while. Do you want me to tell the truth? Thales looked at the barren bone man. National Conference, Dragon Cloud City, the Great Desert, Blade Fang's camp. Raphael's expression did not change as he counted the locations. Basically, all the times you acted freely and saved the world by yourself, the people you helped, were all hindrances. Thales' expression changed. It can't be? Raphael turned his head and gave him a polite fake smile. But, Thales caught up with him and said indignantly, National Conference, if I hadn't persuaded Zayn. We had a backup plan. Dragon Cloud City, if I hadn't gone back and defeated Lampard. We also had a backup plan. Great Desert. As expected. Blade Fang's camp. Completely hindrance. Thales did not manage to catch his breath. He said unhappily, Really? Raphael shrugged. The Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department is the place with the most meticulous planning in Constellation. We have records of any accidents, including you. The prince's but is one of them. When he heard this name, Thales took a deep breath and reminded himself not to get angry. All right, let's take the most exaggerated example. 6 years ago, when you carried out Dragon's Blood, did you think that you would lose control like this? Charlton? Shadow Shield? Secret Room? Chapman Lampard? Raphael looked back at him. Of course. It was all within expectations. Thales was stunned, and he immediately laughed in anger. The Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department really dared to say that? Raphael shook his head and said slowly. That's the truth. The status and function of the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, the relationship between the two countries, and the strength and weakness of the two countries have long determined the consequences of the Battle of Dragon's Blood. But most importantly, no matter how things develop, it is still within the acceptable range, and does not exceed our expectations. Even if there is an accident, it is within the scope of the backup plan. Thales snorted in disdain. Really? Thales took a deep breath and recalled the conversation he had with the Black Prophet about the consequences of power. Chapman is king, and his ambition is greater than Nuven's. Northland is rotten and chaotic, far more than expected. The prince is captured, the succession of the throne is in doubt. These are also within the plan. The two continued forward. Didn't we talk about it? It doesn't matter if Lampard wins or Nuven wins, they will still fight to the death, Raphael said nonchalantly. After Dragon's Blood, Exdet will definitely shatter inch by inch, and it will be difficult to gather, just like now. As for Lampard's ambition, the situation in Northland and your whereabouts, it's all within the plan. All right. Thales sneered as he listened. He crossed his arms. What about the calamity? What if the blood octopus in Dragon Cloud City loses control, and the Queen of the Sky doesn't come? Raphael was silent for a while. Don't worry, we also have a backup plan. The Baron Bone Man said faintly, Even if the great dragon doesn't come, we also have an absolutely reliable way to completely suppress the blood calamity. Recalling the power of the mystic Giza, Thales smiled sarcastically. Is that so? I highly doubt it. Then, what about the Red Witch seeing through your plan and making use of her to lay an egg? What's the backup plan? Since we are going to Dragon Cloud City, we will definitely have to fight the secret room head-on. Raphael did not panic. Being stopped by them is also within our expectations. Didn't you come out safely? Thales curled his lips and shook his head. It sounds like he's being stubborn. What about when King Chapman entered Heroic Spirit Palace and prepared to gather the archdukes to join the coalition army to invade Constellation? The prince said coldly. Don't tell me that was also within your expectations? You also have a backup plan? Raphael did not even turn his head. Of course. Thales shook his head in disdain. He said sarcastically, yes, the backup plan is to make the little boy break into the chimney of Heroic Spirit Palace. Raphael suddenly stopped in his tracks. They stopped. Thales turned around, puzzled. This should be a top secret. But, Your Highness, since you are so suspicious. At that moment, the prince suddenly realized that the Baron Bone Man's expression was extremely serious. Let me put it this way. Raphael's red eyes stared straight at him. Do you think that if Lampard had successfully framed you as King Nuven's assassin, and even persuaded the archdukes to send troops south, we would really have no countermeasure? Countermeasure? Thales frowned secretly. Furthermore, you've been standing here for the past 6 years, thinking that you've saved the world by yourself and turned the tide. The prince's expression changed slightly. Raphael's tone was very mysterious, with a very deep meaning. How did you know that on that day in Heroic Spirit Palace? An ally who secretly communicated with us and cooperated with us. Raphael said faintly. Only Lampard. His voice faded away. Time seemed to stop at that second. Thales was completely stunned. Only Lampard. What? In the quiet corridor of the Secret Intelligence Department, Raphael looked at the stunned Thales expressionlessly. It might not be very polite to say this, Your Highness, even though your choice back then was quite bold. Beside them, Oriental Beauty, Elva looked at them quietly from the portrait. But you were just one of the countless spare chess pieces in the chess game. Raphael narrowed his eyes and said in a profound tone. One of them. Thales was stunned for a full 10 seconds. One of them? At that moment, Thales felt like he had returned to the bloody storm 6 years ago and the hustle and bustle of Dragon Cloud City that night. The calamity, Nuven's death, Black Sand's entry into the city, the alliance of archdukes, the South Constellation, the Archduchess King Chapman. But old scenes flashed in his mind. Thales felt his thoughts stiffen and stagnate. Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace. Everything in the past, like a beautiful painting, was just torn apart by Raphael. But no. One of them. No. Raphael looked at the prince's dazed expression, smiled in satisfaction, and turned around again. But at that moment, Byril. The Baron Bone Man turned around, puzzled. Anchor Byril, the assassin last night. Thales looked up slowly in a daze and murmured. Raphael, I want to see him. The prince frowned, looking slightly anxious. Now. Chapter 590. Why? Raphael's expression was unpleasant as he responded coldly. There is no why. Thales stood in front of the portrait of Lone Sail Noah Almond, gritted his teeth and looked up. I want to see him. Raphael shook his head. I don't think. I know he's here, Thales interrupted him. While he tried to reorganize his thoughts, he insisted firmly, I know he's here. After the banquet, he was escorted here. In the corridor of the Secret Intelligence Department, under the gaze of the Chief of Intelligence of the past generations, Raphael stared at Thales. What are you going to do? Nothing much. Thales calmed himself down and made up his mind. But he is one of the messes I left behind. I have to see him. Immediately. Raphael could not help but frown as he looked at Thales' determined expression. I can't decide. I need to consult his lordship first. Tomorrow. You've been evading me for the whole day. Thales interrupted him mercilessly. For the sake of the past, you should at least be of some use, right? Raphael pursed his lips. But at that moment, if you really want to see him, Your Highness, it is not impossible. Both of them turned their heads. The one who spoke was a familiar man with a walking stick. He stood respectfully and humbly under the portrait of the pale Baron Sancho Doyle. Norb. Raphael looked at the man in surprise. What are you doing here? As the highest person in charge of the kingdom's secret intelligence department in Western Desert, Norb did not answer. He only looked at Thales quietly. The prince glanced at Raphael and turned towards Norb. Are you serious, Norb? Can you really bring me to see him? Anchor Byrel? Norb nodded and bowed respectfully. I have the authority. Please follow me. Thales exhaled and stepped forward. Wait a minute. Raphael pressed on Thales' shoulder with a gloomy expression. Norb, this is none of your business. Don't interfere with my case. Thales said discontentedly, Hey. But Norb tapped his walking stick, signaling the prince not to be anxious. Listen to me, Raphael. Norb said patiently, Anchor Byrel is a Western Desert nobleman. In this case, I think my long-term experience of lurking in Western Desert can help. I don't need it, Raphael refused. But this time Norb didn't back down. But the Lord needs it. The person in charge of intelligence from the West Wilderness said calmly, In fact, he has already assigned me the interrogation and investigation of Anchor Byrel before he is transferred to the Court of Justice. Raphael was instantly stunned. When? Just now, Norb said calmly. And I think that letting Your Highness meet him may help the progress of the case. At that moment, Raphael frowned at Norb, who looked back at the Baron Bone Man nonchalantly. The two men from the Secret Intelligence Department exchanged glances in the air. Your Highness. Norbwin gestured with his hand. Shall we go? Thales glanced at Raphael and took a resolute step forward. Seriously. As he walked past the Baron Bone Man, Thales cast a displeased glance at Raphael. What do I need you for? Cohen Caribbean? Raphael stood rooted to the ground. His expression seemed to have sunk into an icehouse. Norb smiled faintly and turned to lead the way. If you're worried, Raphael, you're welcome to accompany us. He became friendly and humble again. Raphael said nothing and remained expressionless. The figures of the prince and Norb gradually disappeared into the distance. The Baron Bone Man looked coldly at the portrait of Black Messenger Mason Johnvold. A few seconds later, he strode forward and quickly caught up with them. Thales quickly realized that the place he was going to was not simple. They took many turns, and in an inconspicuous corner, they set foot on a stone staircase that sunk into the ground. Unlike the desolation on the surface, the underground corridors of the Secret Intelligence Department were heavily guarded and heavily locked. He had already encountered several groups of police Ludo dogs used for sniffing. Even with Raphael and Norb clearing the way, Thales still felt that his progress was slow and that it was difficult for him to move forward. It's a necessary security check, Norb explained patiently as he was inspected by a guard. Especially since you're here. This is even more important. Thales forced a smile and glared at a Ludo that was sniffing at him until it whimpered and backed away. When the guards pulled open a heavy iron gate and brought them into another damp and foul-smelling corridor, there was a commotion in the darkness on both sides. This point again, can't you leave some leeway for people who want to sleep? What, we've lost the fortress, lost the Northern Territory, and now even my dignity as a diplomat. Your Highness Midir, why your legs have recovered. That's great. I knew that those despicable people wouldn't succeed in their scheme to usurp the throne. No, Your Highness, you must stop His Majesty. He can't marry that woman. He's here, with the ravings of the devil. He's here, with the conspiracy of the gods. He's here, with the cruelest fate in the world. They must have been hiding for a long time. They've been in cahoots with the rebel army. They even wanted to instigate the Duke to make him their king, invade Eternal Star City, and change the dynasty. All of them, yes, all of them must have colluded together to murder the Duke. Starlight, Starlight, long live the Starlight. Someone must pay the price. Damn bastards. I knew there was something wrong with the battle at the altar. Bulsh asterisk T conquerors of the desert god's altar. Bulsh asterisk T. Listen to me, it's Sylvia, Princess Sylvia. It must be her. She has relatives in Vine City. The people there specialize in making herbs. They know this the best. And those profiteers from Fragrance Merchant Group, they've always been dissatisfied with Prince Banker's policies. They colluded with Blood Bottle Gang to stir up trouble. In the darkness, the figures in the cells on both sides could not be seen clearly, but the screams and cries mixed together, making Thales feel uneasy. This is a special cell of the Secret Intelligence Department. It's a little dark and complicated. Norb turned a deaf ear to Thales, his expression unchanged. Please forgive us. Thales coughed softly. These people. They were convicted by the court a long time ago. Raphael took over the conversation. They should have been imprisoned for life in the prison of bones. But some people have special identities, some still have some value, and some are not suitable to serve their sentences in places other than the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Norb sighed. In Blade Fang's camp, if Stake did not die, he should be here now. Raphael glared at him. As you can see, many people are abnormal. They have ulterior motives, and naturally, their willpower is not strong. Norb shook his head. They are just immersed in the past, unable to extricate themselves. Raphael's gaze on him became even more hostile. Immersed in the past. Thales' expression darkened slightly. The magical journey known as the Black Track in the mountainside of Dragon Cloud City appeared in his mind. Norb sighed. I still remember what Lord Hansen told everyone. Being able to forget is the greatest happiness. Raphael snorted softly. Why don't I remember? When did he say that? Norb twitched the corner of his mouth. 30 years ago. 30 years ago. Raphael immediately fell silent. Thales could not help but ask, how old are you this year? Norb nodded respectfully amid the endless cries. 42. Thales pursed his lips and did not say anything. They passed through another iron gate, and shut the cries behind them. What appeared in front of them were sealed cells with iron doors and thick locks. There was only a small hatch on each door that led to the outside world. Here Thales was stopped. I knew you would come. A faint, deep voice came from behind one of the cells. Thales felt like he had heard it before. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. The prince frowned and turned around. A weathered face appeared at the hatch. By the way, boy, last night's wine was terrible. It was a man with a sloppy face but unwavering determination. He held the iron bar on the hatch and glared at Thales. I've been hungover ever since. Raphael and Norb looked at each other. They wanted to say something, but did not. Thales was silent for a while before he snorted coldly. Of course not as good as the wine here, Sir Arund. The prince continued forward, leaving Val Arund behind. Norb followed closely behind. I told you, he will be a big problem. The imprisoned guardian Duke of the Northern Territory stared at Thales' figure quietly. He is older than you, little Baron Breed. When he heard this form of address, Raphael, who was the last to leave, stopped and looked at Val behind the iron door with a complicated gaze. Eat more in the future, Your Grace. Raphael stared at him for a while before he slowly said, Don't just drink. Once he finished speaking, the Baron Bone Man turned around and left. Wait. Raphael turned around. Val pressed his elbow against the iron door. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly passed a folded letter out of the hatch. Raphael frowned. You know she won't reply to your letter. Val's gaze dimmed. I know. The Duke's gaze fell on Raphael's hands. The latter subconsciously put his hands behind his back. But at least you can see her once, child, Val said absent-mindedly. Raphael looked at him for a long time before he finally sighed. He walked to the hatch, took the letter, and put it away carefully. All right. Val forced a smile. Thank you. But in the next second, the Baron Bone Man's expression returned to indifference. But we will only use messenger crows. Once he finished speaking, Raphael roughly closed the hatch. He shut Val's face in the darkness. Under Norb's guidance, Thales finally arrived at his destination, a spacious room. There was a young girl, beautiful and kind. Fate was not good. She lost her mother at a young age. But before they could step into the room, they heard an awful ballad. Here came an old pervert, drunk and groping the bed. The girl's eyes turned. There was meat soup on the stove. The song came from a man. He sounded smug and interested. That was my subordinate. Norb apologized to the prince awkwardly. I asked him to scout out the place first. Thales nodded. They entered the room amidst the man's humming ballad. The place was dark, damp, and depressing. The first things that entered his sight were all sorts of terrifying machines. Torture racks, head crushers, stretching wheels, skinning beds, spike chairs, blood cradles. These were just the ones that Thales could recognize. When he was young, there were similar places in the Black Gold Casino beside Black Street. As for the ones that he could not name, there were even more small tools and gadgets placed on carts. Thales' heart sank. The figure of a fat man appeared in the middle of the room. His back was to the door, his upper body bare, wearing an apron, gloves, and a hood. He hummed a song and shook his shoulders as he rhythmically arranged the various tools on the cart. Wrapping an egg with a pair of tongs, twisting and turning, the pervert wakes up and cries in pain. The girl spins with a smile. Just treat it like a skewer, turning it 9.5 times, pressing the knife against the stick, the tip of the knife in, peeling the skin and opening it up to carve a small funnel. Anchor Birel, the criminal who trespassed on the royal banquet, was lying motionless on the recliner in the middle, naked, with his eyes closed. He had obviously lost consciousness. His limbs were bound, and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. Only his lower body was covered with a thin, blood-stained blanket. Thales looked at the bloodstains on the recliner under him, and his heart tightened. Perhaps it was the soundproofing effect of the hood, but the humming fat man did not notice the movement behind him. He held a hammer in one hand and a pair of tongs in the other. He twisted his buttocks, swung his waist, and danced wildly while singing. The pervert cried, "Girl, don't mess around. You were in a good mood last night. Why are you so violent tonight?" The girl smiled. "You're mistaken. I'm a flesh eater. I didn't eat much tonight. How's the broth in the girl's pot?" In the bloody, terrifying, dark, and sinister torture chamber, this fat man swinging his fat and dancing passionately was such a refreshing sight that Norb could not help but cough awkwardly. "Gomez." The fat man did not seem to hear him. He continued to move his buttocks, swinging his waist, and the hammer seductively brushed past his buttocks that were facing the three of them. Norb had to increase his volume. "Gomez." With two clangs, the hammer and tongs fell to the ground. The fat man froze in place, maintaining his posture of stroking his buttocks. The song stopped. The room fell silent. The fat man named Gomez trembled as he took off his hood and stumbled around. He was the first to see Thales and was startled. "Wow." Gomez breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped away the sweat on his face from his vigorous dance. "Where did you come from, little brat? Don't you know it's wrong to scare people like this?" Norb appeared from the darkness. "Gomez. This is Prince Thales." Gomez froze again. A few seconds later. "Ah, Norb, you're early. You're dressed well today." "I was warming up." "Hee, warming up." The fat man first begged for mercy, but when he realized what Norb said, his expression changed. "Ah, did you say you're your highness?" He glared at the expressionless Thales and sized him up several times. Ah, your highness Thales." Gomez immediately put on a fawning expression. He tried to use the apron on his body to cover the fat on his chest. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. "I'm the one from Western Desert. That. Do you remember? That." Unfortunately, his naked, ferocious, sweaty, and blood-stained appearance reduced his fawning effect by half. Thales had no choice but to smile at him. "Wake up the prisoner." Norb felt humiliated and helplessly covered his face. Gomez smiled obsequiously and said, "All right." He turned around and picked up a pair of bloody tongs before walking excitedly towards Anchor, who was lying on the recliner. Thales' expression changed. "Wait a minute." Norb stopped him in time and glanced at Thales. "Be friendly." Gomez lowered his head in embarrassment, dropped the tongs, changed a bucket of cold water, and splashed it on Anchor. "Cough, cough, Tina, cough, cough, cough." Anchor, who was lying on the recliner, was splashed with cold water. He struggled up from the recliner agitatedly, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. Tina, cough, cough. He coughed out the water in his mouth in pain and looked around weakly. It was only when he saw the bandages on his hands and feet that he realized he was still in a nightmare. Didn't we agree to rest for a quarter of an hour? Anchor fell weakly back onto the recliner, barely breathing. It's the middle of the night, I'm not tired. You guys. Aren't you tired too? Thales looked at his bloody fingernails, bruised and bruised joints, and his eyes that were gradually losing focus. He found it difficult to breathe. Hey bro, wake up. Gomez slapped Anchor's face hard and opened his closed eyelids. Someone's here to see you. Thales let out an indescribable sigh and walked up to Byral. Anchor, Byral. It's me. Anchor's unfocused eyes were confused for a moment, then gradually focused. Your Highness. He struggled to lift his upper body and saw the young man in front of him. Prince Thales. Anchor's breathing quickened and his chest rose and fell. He squeezed out a weak smile. How have you been today? He trembled all over. The blanket that had slid off was covered in blood. Occasionally, it tugged at his wounds, causing him to moan in pain and sweat. Thales held back his nausea, helped Anchor pull the blanket back up and gestured for him to lie back down. I want to talk to him alone, the prince said to the person behind him. Now. Raphael and Norb looked at each other. Norb signaled Gomez with his eyes, and the latter reluctantly took out a Western Desert Army-style waterskin. Open your mouth, bro. Gomez put the waterskin next to Anchor's mouth. This is the shaka wine that I specially mixed. It's a medical analgesic to make you feel better. Damn it, don't drink too much, it's expensive. Under Gomez's pained shouts, Anchor loosened the waterskin's mouth, collapsed on the recliner, and laughed out loud. Raphael was about to say something, but Norb patted him on the shoulder and pulled the aggrieved Gomez along. The three of them left the torture chamber. Only Thales and Anchor were left behind. It's useless, Your Highness. Anchor, whose limbs were bound, struggled to turn his head, his words stuttering. His words were intermittent. This is the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Once you leave, they will come again, and force me to repeat what I told you. Thales looked at the tortured Anchor, trying not to look at the wounds on his body. I know. The young man felt stifled. I just want you to feel more at ease. Anchor stared at him quietly and flashed a tired smile. You are a good man, Your Highness. But as kind and generous as you. Have you found a way not to be a pawn? Thales paused, his eyes rippling. What's the difference between you and him? The last words he said to Anchor at the royal banquet replayed in his ears. I just understand the other pawns. This man. He chose to believe me, so he let go of the sword. And what can I do for him? Recalling his experience in Ballard Room, Thales pursed his lips, wanting to speak but hesitating. I understand. Seeing the prince's expression, Anchor panted as if he understood something. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Whether it was yesterday or now. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to put away his negative emotions. No, the case is still under trial. There's still a chance. Anchor leaned back in his chair, gritting his teeth in a muffled grunt. No need to comfort me, Your Highness. The Byral family has long since gone bankrupt and has nothing to show for it. He smiled bitterly. And I've studied the kingdom's laws before I came here. Armed assassination against the royal family is punishable by death. What's more, my actions have incited discord between Western Desert and the royal family, alienated the 7 attendants and Renaissance Palace, alienated you and His Majesty, and even involved many unspeakable secrets in the land measurement order. It's extremely tricky and a headache. All stakeholders will be happy to add insult to injury. Anchor stared straight at the ceiling, his gaze unfocused in the dim light. I'm hopeless. Thales draped his recliner, or torture chair, and gritted his teeth. Not necessarily. The Duke of Star Lake recalled the Black Prophet's words and forced himself to smile. I can think of a way to offend the royal family. As for the rest, I can communicate with Baron Doyle and persuade him to be kind. The prince tried to piece together the words he had thought of to make them more beautiful, or at least less feeble. As long as both sides agree, the debts between your families can be settled. As for the land dispute between Crowcaw City and Mirror River. No, Your Highness. Anchor interrupted him. The young Western Desert noble forced a bitter smile, looked at Thales gently but hopelessly, and shook his head weakly but decisively. We all know very well that this is no longer a problem between Crowcaw City and Mirror River. Thales' words came to a halt, and he could not continue. Your Highness, do you know the situation in Western Desert now? On the recliner, Anchor looked at the prince silently, but his gaze was distant, as if he was gazing into the distance from the other side of Hell's River. After the Desert War, Blade Fang's Dune and the regular army of the royal family were like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into the heart of Western Desert. With the military control of the Western frontline, they kept the selfish, xenophobic, conservative, and divided Western Desert dukes in check, and became the best reason for Renaissance Palace to implement the royal government in Western Desert. Land Measurement Order, and Border County Development Order, which made the suzerains gnash their teeth in frustration. Thales could not help but frown. He thought of Blessingstown, and the Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma, who told him about Western Desert's predicament on the way back to Eternal Star City from Western Desert. That's right. In order to save my father's mess and find a turning point for the family and a loophole in the contract, I read all the official documents and decrees between the Western Desert and the Central Territory in the past 10 years. I can almost recite them backwards. Anchor's face was flushed and he smiled at him. His breathing was much more even, and he no longer groaned and moaned. The pauses between his sentences also lessened. It seemed that Gomez's wine was taking effect. But 10 years have passed, and the cunning, realistic, passive, and mischievous dukes of Western Desert have found the most shameless way to deal with it. The most shameless way to deal with it? Thales was stunned. Anchor's spirits improved slightly. He thought hard, and he was no longer dispirited. On one hand, they claimed to be insincere, so that the military in Bladefang's camp becomes the norm. On the other hand, they deliberately fan the flames, so that the lower-ranked nobles are filled with resentment. Over time, without the royal decree, the wartime control order has no legitimacy. Without the help of the kingdom's regular army, it is difficult to carry out government decrees. If the envoy from Renaissance Palace is not the legendary Wing himself, no one will respect him. And the conflict between my family and Doyle is getting deeper and deeper, and it is difficult to resolve. Anchor's gaze gradually focused. He persisted in speaking, as if realizing that this was the rest of his short life. This has instead turned the desert frontline into a protective talisman for the Dukes of Western Desert. They want to slowly get used to this knife, assimilate this knife, and at the same time, make it the king's brilliant plan and impediment. Just like how my father shamelessly carries a huge debt, and the creditors can do nothing about it. Ha ha ha. Insincere, fanning the flames, shameless, Thales took a deep breath. He recalled what Gilbert had told him about the divided Western Desert. However, Anchor's tone changed. So, this sharp knife stuck in the heart of Western Desert exceeded the expectations of both parties, and entered the most awkward tug-of-war. Anchor took a deep breath, cherishing the few moments where the alcohol allowed him to ignore pain. The people of Western Desert are in pain. This sharp knife is stuck in their vitals, and has always been the most hated thorn in their flesh, but they still have to endure the pain, and try to assimilate it into their limbs and protective talisman. Renaissance Palace is tired. The hand that holds the knife expends a lot of energy, but it does not know whether to stab or pull it out. It is immobile and it is difficult to advance or retreat. If we advance, we will cause a huge mess, and the losses outweigh the gains. If we retreat, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Thales' gaze changed. At that moment, he seemed to see a black and white chessboard. On one end was his father's magnificent and noble staff of constellation. On the other end was the inconspicuous wooden cane in Fakenhas's hand. Both sides are waiting, and waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps it is a foreign war, a crisis, a major event. The people of Western Desert are waiting for a turning point in the situation, while Renaissance Palace is waiting for a further opportunity. Thales nodded and wiped away the bloodstains that obscured Anchor's vision. I know. For example, my return to the country, the ownership of Bladefang's camp, the invasion of the Baron and mixed breeds. Both sides are going back and forth, dealing with each other as they see fit. For example, Thales did not continue, but looked at Anchor quietly. Anchor forced a smile and nodded weakly. And I realized that the Birel family, who had nowhere else to go, wanted to save themselves, and the only way was to seize this opportunity. Let my family's case climb to the heart of the struggle, and hitch a ride on this carriage that is the center of attention. Thales lowered his head and sighed. So I had to die. It would be best if I died at a banquet, in a duel, like a hero, to leave a protective talisman for my family, to protect my property, land, and title. Anchor straightened his upper body, ignoring the open wound. His breathing quickened, and his voice became sharper, as if he had returned to yesterday's battle. Until you. Anchor stared blankly at the prince, helpless and at a loss, with a plea that he himself was not aware of. Thales' hand on the recliner shook slightly. So, Anchor realized something. He lay back on the chair and fell silent. No one can save me, Your Highness. Not even you. You. Thales was stunned and speechless. He was right. He could not save him. He could not even face his father's interrogation in Ballard Room. There was a moment of silence in the torture chamber. I'm sorry, Thales said with difficulty, feeling that his tone was dry and meaningless. No. Anchor turned his head and curled the corners of his lips. His eyes were gloomy. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for facing the injustice of others, facing the pleas of desperation, facing the suffering of others. You did not respond with indifference, but turned around and waved your sleeves. Even if you could. Thank you for your mercy at the banquet. Mercy. Thales could not help but recall Zayn's words. You used your power to cut off this hope. Regardless of victory or defeat in the duel, life or death, whether you killed the prince or never overturned the case, his family would be doomed eternally. You took advantage of his humanity, forced him to give up the duel, and even forced him to live. You were so stingy that you were not even willing to grant him the mercy of death. Now who is the heartless one? The prince shuddered slightly. Anchor said in a daze. Thank you for being willing to come here and listen to my voice, or my last words. Thank you for being as tolerant, just kind, and wise as you are rumored to be. Anchor looked at the ceiling, but the corners of his lips curled up into a smile, as if he was looking at a beautiful dream. There's no sunlight here, but it's not that dark, is it? Thales could not take it anymore and slapped the cart next to him. He took a deep breath and turned around. Anchor, I promise you about your father and the Doyle family. It doesn't matter anymore. Anchor shook his head, his eyes lifeless. I know my father, Your Highness. He's just a damned bastard. He's obstinate and self-opinionated. He's extravagant and self-righteous. His expression was disgusted and contemptuous. Thales stared at him blankly. Anchor. Marrying him was my mother's greatest misfortune in her life. Marrying her was my father's greatest fortune. Anchor snorted. Yes, in order to catch people's attention. What I said at the banquet was insincere and untruthful. My father brought this upon himself. He smiled apologetically at Thales. I know, I've always known. Even if Doyle's scheme didn't make him squander his fortune, he would have fallen into the hands of others. It was just a matter of time. It has nothing to do with anyone. And it has nothing to do with you. Thales did not speak. He only lowered his head and held Anchor's hand, feeling him squeeze it even harder as he continued to listen to his confession. Just like in the prison of bones, Anchor was lost in thought as he recounted his troubles like a child. In fact, ever since I was young, my father was best at whipping his wife and children, just like most fathers in Western Desert. In the Tower of Eradication, Teacher Curadle said that I was very perceptive and sensitive to the enemy's attacks, very suitable for the Rose Line. Anchor was contemptuous at first, then broke into laughter. I could only tell him that this was the result of my training since I was young, a family tradition. A family tradition, ha 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 ha. Whether you believe it or not, Thales said in a low voice, Being good at taking beatings is also a family tradition. Anchor glanced at him, and the two smiled at each other. Maybe we should have known each other earlier, and exchanged insights. But the young man's smile became more bitter, and heavy. Thales listened quietly, like it was the last thing he could do. Byral exhaled. I was never close to my father, and I don't want to pay for the mess he left behind. Anchor shook his head, the conflict in his eyes slowly turning into relief. But we have no choice, right? Especially our origins. I was never close to my father. We have no choice. Especially our origins. At that moment Thales, who was in a trance, felt his hand tighten, and the sin of Hell's river jumped slightly. Anchor. The prince endured the pain and gently patted the back of Anchor's hand to make him relax. But Anchor Byral just stared blankly at the void. But my brothers and sisters, they are innocent, just like our mother. They should not be like me, burdened by their father's shadow. They should walk out of Western Desert and see the world outside, just like I promised them. Anchor came back to his senses, full of disappointment. But I can't see it. Thales closed his eyes. My father's shadow. At that moment, he seemed to see the figure at the end of the long table in Ballard Room, or the throne at the end of the long corridor in the council chamber. They will be fine. The prince opened his eyes and tried his best to comfort Anchor. Your sisters-in-law, I swear. I'll do my best. Anchor looked at him and nodded laboriously. It's impossible to count on Byral to keep his title, land, and provide them with adequate food and clothing. Anchor seemed to recall something and tried his best to explain. But my mother, she deposited a sum of money in the royal bank when she was alive. The proof is in the hands of our maid, Tina. After I die, that might be enough to raise my younger siblings until they become adults. Not necessarily. Before I came, I really didn't expect the prices in the capital city to be so expensive. Anchor smiled bitterly. I just need your help not to let others find out, especially my father's creditors. The Doyles are not the only family, especially after Crow City's land has been reclaimed. Thales exhaled, trying his best to calm his voice and instill confidence. I will get someone to look after it, Thales said seriously. In Western Desert, Duke Fakenhas will give me face, and Derek Chroma of Wingfort is also my friend. The truth was he did not know if they were his friends. But he had to say it. He had to. But in the next second, Thales' palms trembled. He quickly looked at Anchor, who was agitated, his chest heaving up and down. Anchor, don't be agitated, maintain your strength. It took Anchor a few seconds to recover. It's all right, Your Highness. He was sweating profusely and tried his best to smile. Even if I'm someone's pawn, it's still my choice. Thales looked at him, all sorts of feelings welling up in his heart. But he had a thought. Speaking of pawns, the prince said slowly, there's still one more thing I can't figure out, Anchor. Anchor turned his head slowly and looked at him in confusion. Zayn Covendier, as the instigator of the conspiracy, he specifically told me yesterday, Thales said in a low voice, trying not to let his emotions affect his judgment. He asked me to come and see you in prison when I'm free. Anchor's palms froze. The Duke of Star Lake said solemnly, he also said, His Majesty will be very happy. Why? Why did he say that? Anchor Byral? End of this chapter. Chapter 591. In that second, Anchor was stunned. He stared blankly at Thales. His Majesty will be very, very happy. The Western Desert man turned his head absent-mindedly and muttered to himself. Is that so? Is that so? Thales frowned. You know, this morning, Zayn gave in to my father. He cut a big chunk of his flesh for this, then ran back to Jade City, as if it was planned. What's in it? Thales stared at Anchor. What's in it for Zayn Covendier and his South Coast Hill to help you create this big news? Just to embarrass me? And then watch you being executed? Anchor was still in a daze and did not speak for a long time. Anchor? Thales had to raise his voice. Byral trembled slightly and came to his senses. He looked at Thales blankly. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. Do you know, Your Highness? Anchor finally spoke a few seconds later. But what he said had nothing to do with Thale's question. If I die in a duel, or at the hands of the guards, it's my own doing. It's no one's fault. Anchor said blankly. But you said you wanted to give me a chance. But do you know that when you stopped me, you stopped the weight of a life? He looked at Thales like a walking corpse. That was brave. But also very stupid. In the next second, Anchor's expression kept changing, his facial muscles contorted. As if he was having an intense mental struggle. Something was wrong. Thales frowned. Anchor's behavior was not right. How interesting. Thales' tone was calm as he continued to speak. You know, more than one person has said I'm stupid, and it was after I made them suffer. Thales recalled the people who had said that. Neuven, Chapman, Kessel. But Birel ignored the prince's words. But why did I agree at the time? Why should I give you the sword? He was immersed in his own world, his words flowing like pearls. I'm just a pawn. Why should I overthink? The more Anchor spoke, the more agitated he became, until he sobbed bitterly. Perhaps I still have a hint of foolishness left in me. The Western Desert noble gritted his teeth, but he could not stop the tears on his cheeks. A trace of weakness, a trace of luck. I want to believe. To rely on. His reaction made Thales even more suspicious. But when they were dealing with me, I suddenly thought of something. Anchor bit his lower lip, his eyes brimming with tears. You are only one person. Thales had no choice but to comfort him, more to calm him down. If I believed you and relied on you. But you. Who can you trust? Who can you rely on? The next second, Anchor suddenly struggled. He did not care about the pain of his limbs being tied up, nor did he care about the terrifying wounds all over his body. He exerted force in his hands and pulled Thales in front of him. The astonished Thales had no choice but to hold on to the other side of the recliner to maintain his balance. At that moment, Thales realized that he was face to face with Anchor. And his eyes were filled with fear. Your Highness, you are also just another chess piece, aren't you? Anchor gripped his hand tightly, his body trembling to its peak. Another chess piece. What else did Zayn say to you, Anchor? Why did he insist that I come to see you? Since things are, as you said, irreparable? The Duke of Star Lake stared at Birel. What other chess pieces does he have? What is it? Anchor let out a painful whimper. Reason tells me that it's wrong. I shouldn't have taken my chances. The desert god is merciful. The desert god is merciful. He breathed heavily and spoke incoherently. His meaning was unclear. Your Highness, you shouldn't be weak either. The desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters. Thales grabbed Anchor's hand tightly, watching his painful and fragile tears, and became more certain of his judgment. Anchor was a chess piece. But Zayn was not the whole game. Anchor. Thales reached out decisively, hugged Anchor's head from both sides, and looked straight into his eyes, as if he was looking into his soul. Think about your family. Think about why you came to the capital. Anchor shuddered. We are the same people, the prince said in an irrefutable tone. No matter what we face, let me help you. Anchor stared back at the prince blankly, his gaze blank and helpless. But Thales' gaze was unwavering, overbearing, not allowing him to retreat. The next second, Anchor exhaled. With this exhalation, he seemed to have lost all his strength and fell weakly back onto the recliner. But Thales was stunned. Sobs could be heard in the air. In front of the prince, a wounded Anchor lay dejectedly on the chair. The young man bit his lip and trembled. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Anchor Birel. Thales felt suffocated. This man who dared to make a scene at a royal banquet and exchange his life for the future of his family, cried. Thales suddenly thought of Ralph. That night, the phantom wind follower, who had lost all hope, cried in front of him. Just like Anchor Birel at this moment. The prince sighed, sat on a stool beside him, and lowered his head dejectedly. He suddenly lost interest in knowing the answer, and did not want to pursue the matter further. At this moment, Tina. Thales looked up. Anchor was lying on the chair, holding back his sobs as he whimpered. Tina Amorei. The prince frowned. What? Anchor took a deep breath, as if it could give him courage. Tina Amorei, the daughter of the former baron of Amorei town, he said intermittently like a zombie. She's living in Crocaw City, in our Byril household. Thales was puzzled. I don't understand. What does this have to do with her? Anchor looked up abruptly. 5 years ago. He raised his voice, his expression mournful, like a prisoner on death row heading to the execution ground. The case of tax exemption for the development of border counties caused the most controversy in the Western wilderness. In the Western wilderness, Baron Imolii Town returned from a trip to the Blade Edge Hill. However, he was infected with the Mist Plague and his entire family died. Thales was stunned. But Tina didn't. Anchor widened his eyes and stared at the prince. For 5 years, she tried to forget the past, hid her identity, and lived with us as a maid, after I left my father's castle with my sister-in-law. Amorii Town. The entire family died. Thales felt a jolt in his memory. It was familiar. But as long as you go to my house and find Tina, Anchor panted, fear and pain entangled in his voice. She is the most convincing living proof. Her bloodline, her survival, her existence, her testimony can prove that 5 years ago, Baron Amori's entire family did not die of a plague. In the next second, Anchor's voice became extremely cold and full of resentment. Instead, it was a few important figures in Western Desert who conspired together to silence them. At that moment, Thales' heart stirred. He remembered. After the incident, Amorii Town was given over to someone else to suppress the situation. Those in the know include the 3 most powerful families, Brave Souls Fort, Wing Fort, and even Fakenhas. He had heard of this. Thales thought in a daze. On the way back to Eternal Star City from Bladefang's camp. According to Cohen's cousin, the Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma. But why? Thales reacted and asked anxiously. Why? Anchor was sweating profusely as he panted. He let out an ambiguous sneer. In order to turn Bladefang's camp into a talisman, in order to assimilate that sharp blade into a normal state, in order to stop Renaissance Palace from extending its hand to the west, Western Desert had to endure the pain of having a blade piercing their heart, and had to sacrifice the interests of the middle and small nobles. Obviously, Baron Amorii could not bear the pain. The king's decree dealt a huge blow to him. So much so that he decided to cast aside his tacit agreement with the 3 families and act rashly. He even threatened to lead his troops in protest, ignite the conflict, and force Western Desert to take a clear stand against Renaissance Palace. Thales' expression changed several times. He recalled what a certain duke had said to him. You have to know that when your vassals and subordinates are enraged and the public's will is high, you have no other choice but to go with the flow. If you don't become their leader, you will become their enemy, and be the first to fall under a pincer attack from both inside and outside. The tragedy of the Amole family. This will be a tragedy that will shock the entire kingdom. The 3 great families are selfish, willing to sacrifice the interests of their subordinates and lords, not hesitating to kill the natural orthodox nobles of the kingdom to clean up the family. This will expose to the world how backward, autistic, brutal, and conservative Western Desert has been for a long time. Anchor closed his eyes in pain and leaned back on the recliner. It is also the opportunity and bargaining chip that His Majesty has been dreaming of. It is a chance for Renaissance Palace to completely break the stalemate. Thales shuddered. The evidence is conclusive, and there is no way to deny it. It is a heinous crime, and the whole country is in an uproar. The 3 families will be besieged internally and externally, and Western Desert will be divided and difficult to unite. They can either submit, allow Renaissance Palace to do whatever they want, or accept whatever punishment His Majesty gives them. Anchor's face was pale. Or, Thales was inexplicably shocked and speechless. The bargaining chip that King Kessel had been dreaming of to completely tame Western Desert, held in Byril's hands. But why? Too many things that he could not figure out came at once, squeezing his head until it hurt. There was a long silence in the room. No matter what, His Majesty will be very happy to have this bargaining chip. Very happy. Anchor subconsciously struggled, the straps on the recliner rattling. Use it, Your Highness. Use this bargaining chip. Use it to plead with His Majesty. Anchor gritted his teeth. as if he was about to crush the most precious thing in his mouth. I will definitely die, but please, for the sake of this bargaining chip, protect the Birol family, and protect my sister-in-law. Thinking about the logic behind this, Thales took a deep breath and came back to his senses. Why are you only saying it now? The prince asked the tortured soul in front of him, puzzled. If you've made up your mind, why didn't you take it earlier and bargain with the Secret Intelligence Department, or even my father? Anchor's expression crumbled. The madness and ruthlessness in his eyes vanished without a trace in an instant. So, Your Highness, what's the price? Anchor replied blankly. Thales understood and looked at him sadly. Everything. The young man revealed a numb and despairing smile and nodded. The Birol family will become traitors, the target of public criticism. In the chess game of Western Desert, we will no longer have a choice, no longer have freedom, no longer have a future. Thales pressed on his shoulder. In the next second, Anchor's eyes were slightly dazed. Endless pain and remorse seeped out of his voice. And Tina. She will never forgive me. As Birol's voice faded, he stared blankly at the void, motionless. Like a walking corpse. Dead silence. That girl called Tina. After a while, Thales spoke with difficulty. Who is she to you? Anchor did not answer. He only glanced at Thales with bloodshot eyes, slammed back against the back of the chair, and whimpered painfully between his teeth. In that instant, Thales seemed to have returned to the cramped Ballard room. She's good? The prince asked in a daze. Anchor panted in a daze. The best. But now, it doesn't matter. Anchor no longer looked at him and said numbly, it doesn't matter anymore. There was silence in the torture chamber. But Thales' mind was in a mess. Does Zayn know about this? Or does Zayn know that Anchor has a bargaining chip? Is this what Zayn asked you to tell me? An irresistible bargaining chip, an opportunity for the royal family to completely crush Western Desert. Anchor nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. But it's not. Thales frowned. What do you mean? Anchor raised his head and looked at Thales bitterly. In order to save my family, I did ask Duke Covendier for help, and asked him to facilitate my intrusion into the banquet. But it wasn't him, Anchor said faintly. He was just another chess piece. Zayn was just another chess piece? Thales was stunned. I don't understand. Anchor panted for a few seconds, his expression pained, as if the effects of Shaka wine were gradually fading. But Thales could not care less. Long before that, when I was searching everywhere, I asked another person for help. Another person. He was the one who reminded me of the plan to bring a sword to the banquet and duel in front of everyone to protect my family. Anchor's words were intermittent, with the double sorrow of heartbreak and despair. What? Thales suddenly felt that he had touched the back of this chess game. Bring a sword to the banquet. Duel. Who? The prince pressed down on Anchor's shoulder in shock, shaking him and asking, who was that? Anchor hissed in pain, but he still smiled bitterly and said, but he was indifferent. But he was indifferent. He refused to help me. I even used this bargaining chip to threaten him. But he just laughed. He finally said that my only chance to save the Birol family can only be found in the capital, in one person. Anchor's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Thales. He also said, in case I fail, in case I have to use this bargaining chip, I must hand it to you. And I can only hand it to you. Zayn was just a chess piece, someone. The one who set up this chess game, someone else. Thales could no longer hold it in. His grip on Anchor's shoulder tightened. Who? The one who drove Anchor to his death. The one who sneered and moved the chess piece. The one who drove himself and Doyle into a dead end in his anger. The prince's eyes burned. Who is the person behind this banquet farce? Thales made quite a commotion. Norb and Raphael's footsteps sounded urgently from behind. Your Highness? What happened? But Thales did not care. He only pressed down on Anchor and waited for his answer. The one hiding behind the scenes, the one who watched coldly from the sidelines, the one who, in the end, hinted at Zayn, guided Anchor, and pushed Thales to find this bargaining chip that His Majesty would be happy about. and did not hesitate to ignite all the conflicts under the table in the kingdom. He wanted me to tell you, Your Highness. Anchor panted in pain, mustered the last of his strength, and leaned close to Thales's ear. The carriage is about to disperse. What do you want? Thales was shocked. What? At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. Along with his thoughts, the carriage was about to disperse. The carriage? But Thales stared at the dying Anchor in shock. That's not right. That's impossible. How could it be? It's too dangerous, Your Highness. Stay away from him. The footsteps behind him were getting closer. Anchor Byril gave a pale and numb smile. He also said, Since I've given it to you, then hold on tight. In that second, Thales' eye sockets suddenly widened. Before he completely passed out, Anchor laboriously pressed himself against Thales' ear and hissed out the last few words. Hold on your sword. Western Desert Hill Ruins Floating Sand Palace. In a quaint and solemn room, Derek Chroma put down his teacup and glanced at the chessboard on the table. Are you going to take this step or not? He asked the person across the chessboard respectfully and politely. Your Grace. Humph. Across from him, the master of the ruins, Cyril Fakenhas stared at the chessboard leisurely, deep in thought, but his expression was even more ferocious and terrifying. Patience, young man, patience. A good game of chess is never won in one move. The Duke of Western Desert changed his sitting position without a care. He held his teacup confidently. Derek was silent for a second. His face was expressionless. But the young Count of Wingfort was very honest. He pointed at the lonely black king on the chessboard, which was tightly surrounded by white chess pieces. You only have this one piece left. Fakenhas' hand that was holding his teacup froze. Derek pointed out the truth calmly and even more ruthlessly. No matter which way I go, my next move is going to be a checkmate. Fakenhas' eyebrows twitched slightly. What do you know? Looking at the overwhelming situation of 10 white and 1 black on the chessboard, the Duke calmly coughed at the right time to hide his slightly red face. The situation on the chessboard is only superficial. What's more important is the chess player. He extended his finger and pointed meaningfully at Derek, then at himself. As the saying goes, even chess is evenly matched. Little Derek, remember, we're playing chess with a person, not chess pieces. Chess player. Derek narrowed his eyes. Fakenhas smiled coldly and gently placed a chess piece. The king moved. His demeanor was profound, full of vigor. Derek cast a sidelong glance at him as he placed his chess piece. He breathed a sigh of relief and extended his hand to take his next move. Wait! Fakenhas shouted loudly. Derek's hand stopped in midair. The Duke of Western Desert bent down and observed the chessboard with a profound expression. Let me think again. Under Derek's incredulous gaze in the next second, Fakenhas calmly extended his hand and placed the only king back to its original position. Let me think again. Derek's hand fell to his side in disappointment. Sir, there's only this move left. You keep going back and forth. The young Count Chroma sighed heavily. Or else, we can just consider this game as invalid. Hey, how can we do that? Fakenhas slapped his thigh. We have a stake. He firmly interrupted the Count of Wingfort. His gaze was fierce, and his aura was aggressive. And this is a peerless sword. Fakenhas pointed at the sword in the distance, which was used as a stake in the game. He said sternly, Don't you know that I just gave my saber to someone? Ah, the entire kingdom knows. Derek could only roll his eyes in his heart due to his good manners. But you are about to lose. No matter how good this sword is, what does it have to do with you? He smiled elegantly and used vulgar words to pierce the Duke's heart mercilessly. But unexpectedly, Fakenhas only smiled sinisterly. He stroked his walking stick gently and resumed the manner of an expert. The situation on the chessboard is only a superficial representation. What's important is the player. As the saying goes, we are evenly matched. Little Derek, remember, we are playing against a person, not a chess piece. Derek shook his head absent-mindedly. Once he was certain that time was not flowing backwards, he exhaled in pain and covered his forehead in resignation. Fakenhas saw his movements, narrowed his eyes, and seized the chance to extend his hand. It's useless to touch my chess piece secretly, your grace. The Count of Wingfort buried his head in his hands. He did not even look, but he seemed to have predicted what would happen. You only have one king left. Falkenhaz's expression did not change when he was caught. He naturally and smoothly withdrew his hand that had been secretly touching the other person's chess piece. His expression was calm. There was no guilt. Derek raised his head. His expression was stern. Seriously. The Count of Wingfort no longer looked at the chessboard. You should really be glad that I have a good temper to give away such a huge bargaining chip just like that. If Count Bosdorf was here, he would definitely lead his soldiers to Crocaw City and burn that orphan girl from the Amoli family to ashes. Falkenhaz did not seem to have heard him. He only stared at the chessboard carefully. He stared at the only king he had left. It was as if he could create a miracle with his stare. You seem to have a large army pressing down on us, and I seem to have no chance at all. The Duke focused on the chessboard and muttered to himself. But where is the turning point? Derek glanced at him and said tentatively, of course, if Black Lion knew about this now, he would also lead his soldiers to the ruins and break your other leg. Falkenhaz was still immersed in his own chessboard. He scratched his chin and thought hard. No matter what you do, you will die. You bastard, as expected of someone who was taught by Caribbean. Derek snorted in disdain. Are you sure you are taking the right step? What if His Majesty announces to the world tomorrow that he will list our crimes and force us to, for example, disband the army, raise the tax rate, and hand over the right to appoint and dismiss government officials? What if Count Bosdorf cannot bear the humiliation and leads the people to revolt? The Count of Wingfort stared at Falkenhaz coldly, but the Duke still ignored him. It's fine. Chess skills are not the key. Not the key. Falkenhaz pretended to be deep in thought. He rubbed his palm as if he wanted to rub a chess piece from it. The key is the person playing the chess. Think, Cyril, think again. There must be a way. But in the next second, Derek's aura changed. But let me say this first, Your Grace. He stared at the Duke of Western Desert, who was mumbling to himself. If the ending is not good, I do not intend to die with you. Wingfort has its own place to go. But Falkenhaz turned a deaf ear to him. He only stared at his bald king's chessboard. It's fine. Continue thinking, continue thinking. When the sky turns dark or the sky turns bright, there must be a way to break the stalemate. The sky turns dark. The sky turns bright. Derek raised his head and looked at the position of the sun. He felt a chill run down his spine. Enough, Sir Cyril. Derek, who had long since lost his mood, pointed at the White King who pushed him down and said impatiently, It's just a game of chess. I admit defeat. At that moment, slap. Falkenhaz slapped his thigh fiercely. Look! The Duke, who was immersed in the world of the chessboard, suddenly came back to life and returned to reality. Look! He pointed at the White King who was pushed down by Derek. He grabbed his own Black King and laughed excitedly. Didn't I win just like that? As he stared at the Duke of Western Desert, who could not stop laughing, Derek's expression twitched. Win, my foot. Falkenhaz put down his chess piece. Filled with emotions, he heaved a long sigh. It can be seen that perseverance will eventually pay off, and hard work is the way of the king. The twitching on Derek's face became even more extreme. Falkenhaz stared at the cold and merciless scenery of the ruins outside Floating Sand Palace, as if it had been plowed by nature's razor blade. He suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit, and he slapped the table. In this situation, in this game, when I won, I should give a big white. The Count of Wingfort could no longer hold on. He sighed in resignation and buried his face in his palms again. Chess. As expected, we are not playing a game of chess, and neither are we playing chess pieces. Falkenhaz chuckled. We are playing a chess player. Derek gave him a polite and resigned smile. Chess player, my foot. Just like you, young Derek. You are still too young and too eager to admit defeat. Derek could no longer hold it in. That's right. The entire game took 2 hours, and you wasted 1.5 hours just on the last move. He stood up and left swiftly. He did not forget to swear. Who the hell can win against you? As he stared at Derek's retreating figure, Fakenhas smiled softly. He turned his head around and stared at the Black King standing tall on his chessboard. My uncle can, the Duke said softly with a sigh. So can Midir. When he thought of this, the Duke of Western Desert's expression changed. He stood up in a fluster and shouted hastily, "Hey, leave that sword behind. It was not easy for me to win the bet." He extended his hand expressionlessly. Monthly votes, rewards, and comments praising Swordless Sword for being diligent in updating. End of this chapter. Chapter 592. Thales walked out of the cell where Anchor was being interrogated numbly. He was in a daze. In front of Raphael and Norb, he still instinctively maintained his dignity and bearing as the Duke of Star Lake. His every move was elegant and steady. He still remembered everything that happened in the interrogation room. He remembered how his words and actions had far-reaching effects and were difficult to reverse because of his power and status, not the content of his words. This was his luck, but also his curse. But when the two men from the Secret Intelligence Department came forward and respectfully asked the prince, "What did he say to you?" Nothing. Thales only remembered that his voice was calm and composed as always. He was just unwilling and begged to live. Raphael and Norb did not say anything, but the Baron Bone Man's gaze lingered on him a little longer. Norb's expression became more serious as he sized up his surroundings. But that was no longer important. The carriage is about to disperse. What does the prince wish to do? Hold on to your sword. The dying Anchor used all his strength to tear the words out of his throat. They lingered in his mind like maggots, echoing and deafening. Please follow me, Your Highness. The exit is this way. In front of the absent-minded Thales, Norb bowed respectfully in a humble and low-key manner. According to the rules, we cannot return the way we came. But Raphael appeared in front of him and Thales, and glanced at Norb indifferently. I'll just send him out. Norb smiled and nodded without refuting. Behind him, Gomez looked back at the two men and occasionally stole glances at Thales. But Thales did not care. The teenager could only remember that he politely and humbly thanked Norb and Gomez. And under their respectful and submissive gazes, he left mechanically. You said that you're only in charge of the interrogation today? Raphael scrutinized the calm Norb. Indeed. Looking at the prince's back, Norb smiled and nodded. Raphael glanced at the unconscious Anchor. How lucky. The Baron Bone Man said coldly and turned to follow the prince. What a coincidence. Norb bowed respectfully and sent Raphael off. Only when the other man disappeared did his gaze become profound and strange. Very good. The troublesome prince is finally gone. Wiping his sweat, Fatty Gomez tugged at his apron as if he had just finished a big exam, causing his fat to jiggle. He turned to look at the naked Anchor and happily picked up a pair of pliers. Now we can return to the main topic. See if I don't squeeze him dry. Gomez. Yes. Norb turned around, his face expressionless. Stop. Gomez walked towards Anchor with the vice in his hand, but his smile froze halfway. Okay, I'll go now, huh? With an indifferent expression, Norb walked towards the unconscious Anchor with his cane. From now on, don't use hard torture on him, and don't use soft torture like sleep deprivation. If necessary, give him pain relief. Gomez looked puzzled. Then, how should I ask? Norb shook his head. Let's just pretend that we're police officers now. We'll stop the interrogation at the verbal level. That's enough. Having worked together for a long time, Gomez could read Norb's calm but determined tone. He hesitated for a moment. But it wasn't easy for us to return to the capital, and it wasn't easy for us to encounter this major case of the Western Desert. If we don't take this opportunity to render meritorious service, we've already rendered meritorious service. Norb looked at the darkness outside the door, then leaned over to observe their prisoner. His eyes flickered. Just now. Rendered meritorious service? Gomez blinked. Unwilling to give up, he still wanted to fight for it. But didn't you say that this guy must be holding back or hiding something? Maybe he has something big? The previous interrogators almost broke him. We have to get something out of him before he's completely broken or sent to the gallows, and let Lord Hanson. No, Norb interrupted him again, straightening his back with his cane. Trust me, he won't die. Under Gamus' puzzled gaze, Norb glanced at Anchor, who was covered in bruises and had almost no unscathed skin. Not today. Thales walked expressionlessly in the dark underground corridor of the Secret Intelligence Department. But he felt like he was standing on Ghost Prince Tower in Bladefang's camp, enduring the cold wind and the assault of flying sand. His palms were cold. He told me that if I have to use this bargaining chip. Raphael walked in front of him, leading the way. His back was dark. I have to give it to you. They did not return the way they came. Instead, they walked through one checkpoint after another, shuttling through the maze-like underground corridor. But Thales no longer cared. I can only give it to you. Thales clenched his fists. Why? His gaze pierced through the darkness of the corridor, and vaguely projected thousands of miles away in the western desert, at that hateful, maverick noble who often laughed maliciously. Just a few months ago, he was still talking and giving pointers in front of him. He appeared to be unique and concerned about the country and its people. But why? He's the mastermind behind Anchor. He handed me the bargaining chip that could suppress the vassals of the Western Desert and destroy the Great Wall. And into the hands of a Jade Star. Thales clenched his teeth. He did not understand at first, and his whole body was anxious. But after he came to a slight realization, he became even more anxious, restless, and uneasy. Why? Cyril Faken has. This arrogant and pretentious old bastard. What right does he have to do this? Who does he think he is? What right does he have? What right does he have? Wow, Morat Snake Cub. A male voice with a Northland accent came from behind a cell door, pulling Thales back to reality. Long time no see. Raphael ignored the other party's tone, which sounded like they were old acquaintances, and walked quickly past the cell door. Snake Cub. Hearing these words, the dazed Thales felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When he was still in Extet, Archduke Alcius of Prestige Orchid Region often called him Constellation's Little Viper. Moreover, the prisoner who said this had a Northland accent. It was as if he had returned to the past, back to the days in Dragon Cloud City when, despite the hardships, he could still manage to hold on without any worries, and could even find joy in hardship. Dragon Cloud City. Thales' pupils trembled. He stopped in his tracks, and his entire body came to a halt. Raphael sensed that something was amiss and turned around with a frown. Thales slowly turned around and stared at the iron cell door from which the voice came. There was a small opening on the door. The everlasting lamp, which was a rare sight in the corridor, shone on the blurry figure at the opening. What an honor for you to grace us with your presence. Thales' eyes slowly widened. He took a deep breath and took a step forward, wanting to poke his head out to see the figure behind the iron gate. Then, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him. Clang. Raphael appeared in front of him, pulled the iron gate violently and shut it tightly. Wrong way, Your Highness. The Baron Bone Man acted as if nothing had happened. The exit is ahead. Thales stood in front of the cell and stared at the closed iron gate. Why? The prince's voice subconsciously took on a hint of coldness. Why close it? Raphael maintained his smile and asked in return. Why did you stop? Thales was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the iron gate. Open it, he said calmly. Raphael chuckled softly. His attitude was casual and cynical. It's just an annoying prisoner. Thales looked around. There were many such narrow cells in this small corridor, but it was obvious that this was the only one with a prisoner. Solitary confinement. Open it, Raphael. Thales repeated calmly. The atmosphere was slightly solemn. Raphael was silent for a second. His smile gradually disappeared, and he returned to a businesslike tone. Your Highness, this is a wanted criminal and internal affairs of the Secret Intelligence Department. Thales did not let him continue. The prince enunciated his words slowly, and his voice was as cold as ice. I order you, Raphael, open it. Raphael frowned. According to the rules of the Secret Intelligence Department, Your Highness, Thales's gaze became fierce. He lost his composure and shouted angrily, "Damn it, just open it." At that moment, the oppression and grievance he felt in the Secret Intelligence Department all turned into anger and exploded in his chest. In the face of the prince's sudden outburst, Raphael's expression did not change. His gaze gradually became solemn. Thales could no longer endure it. He took a step forward, grabbed the handle without any explanation, and pulled the iron gate open. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing reverberated in the corridor. Raphael did not stop him, but his gaze was cold. "What's wrong, R.A.?" The voice from before rang again and it mocked. "It's been a long time since we last met. Do you want to treat me to a good meal?" A stubbled face appeared at the gate and cast a cold gaze at Raphael. The moment he saw the other person's face clearly, Thales's eyes widened. Goo. Shock and doubt filled Thales's heart at the same time, forcing him to speak involuntarily. "It's you." Behind the gate, the face full of Far Eastern characteristics froze slightly. The prisoner turned to Thales, looking slightly puzzled. Raphael's expression darkened, and he exhaled in a barely noticeable manner. "That's right." In disbelief, Thales carefully sized up every inch of the Far Eastern prisoner's face. He ignored his doubts about the prisoner's voice and completely confirmed his guess just now. "It's him. It's really him." 6 years ago, the butcher shop owner in Dragon Cloud City, the Far Easterner who gave him shelter and a meal in the despairing morning after Dragonblood's night. "It's you, Goo," Thales said in a daze. In a split second, Dragon Cloud City, Westbound Avenue, the butcher shop, Little Rascal. The scenes of the past appeared before his eyes. "But who are you?" Through the narrow gate, the unkempt Far Eastern man looked at Thales and gestured at Raphael with his chin. "That lover he yearns for day and night, but can't get?" Raphael snorted coldly and did not answer. "I." Thales stared at his old friend. At him holed up in this narrow and claustrophobic cell. He felt complicated and indescribable emotions. He took a deep breath. 6.5, remember? 6.5. In that second, the prisoner's gaze slowly froze. He sized up the handsome young man who was only half a head shorter than Raphael again. He gradually came to a realization, and then felt relieved. "Oh." Goo turned around, and his face disappeared at the gate. A muffled sound immediately came from the iron gate. "It's you. That's why you escaped, young prince. Perhaps you're no longer young." His words were filled with melancholy and sentimentality. "You and your little maid didn't die in the hands of that cunning Camion." "Young prince." Camion. Goo's words evoked Thales's memories. It was as if he was sitting in the butcher's shop 6 years ago again. Sitting on the table with Little Rascal, holding bowls, and drinking meat soup with a heavy heart. Raphael exhaled through his nose. He was obviously unhappy. What happened? Thales pounced on the iron gate and asked anxiously. "Goo, why did you?" Thales stopped talking. "Wait a minute." Goo's impression of himself was still at the moment when Marquis Shiles took the prince and Little Rascal away 6 years ago. Thales' pupils dilated slowly. He did not know what happened to him after that night. He did not know the story of the second prince of Constellation that was later spread among the people. "That means..." Thales furrowed his brows tightly and stared at the darkness behind the gate. Goo's disdainful laughter came from behind the iron gate. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He tried to calm down and asked Raphael, who was beside him. "He was imprisoned here 6 years ago." The prince spoke with difficulty. "Why?" Raphael crossed his arms. His expression was slightly dark. 6 years. Goo's voice rose. There was surprise and self-deprecation in it. "Damn it. Without the sun as a reference, the time I calculated is indeed inaccurate." Thales's heart sank when he heard that. He remembered the guards and prisoners in the prison of bones. He remembered the laments they had when they found out how long they had been imprisoned. "Your task is complete, Your Highness," Raphael said coldly. "There is no need to complicate matters." Goo's sneer came again. Thales suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and tried to think calmly and rationally. 6 years ago. Something must have happened to Gu after they parted ways. It caused him to wander about and be imprisoned. The sin of Hell's river came uninvited. It filled Thales's brain and washed away his memories, washing away an old scene. Your Highness, do you remember what happened in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? On the day he fled Dragon Cloud City, Putre's words in the secret tunnel rang in his ears. No, it's not just that. On that day 6 years ago, in a dark place we cannot see, outside Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District, something else happened. Thales raised his head swiftly. That night, Raphael. He looked at Raphael and stared into his dark red eyes. Dragon Cloud City, the night of dragon blood. The prince gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. Aside from the calamities, Lampard, and what happened in Heroic Spirit Palace, what else did you do? What does it have to do with him and Gu? But Raphael did not move. His expression was dark. What did they do? The one who answered the teenager was still the Far Easterner with a Northland accent. His voice was full of mockery. What else could they have done? As always, they followed the fine tradition of the Secret Intelligence Department. They wouldn't even let go of the leftovers. Thales and Raphael turned their heads to look at the prison at the same time. The former was surprised and bewildered, while the latter was gloomy. Just like what they did to everyone, including you. Gu sneered and called out the teenager's name. Prince Thales. Thales' gaze changed. He was about to speak, but Raphael spoke first. His tone was distant. I would very much like to answer your question, Your Highness, but this is not my case. Thales' expression darkened. Not my ass. Gu snorted coldly behind the door, and exposed Raphael's words. 6 years ago, weren't you the first to find me? Thales narrowed his eyes at Raphael. This was not the first time he had rejected him today. The Baron Bone Man stared at the darkness behind the gate. His gaze was terrifying. Your Highness, you've already made an exception by contacting a wanted criminal in private. Don't. Lord Hansen said it. Thales suddenly raised his voice and interrupted Raphael. The reason why I don't get along with all of you is that we've always gone our separate ways. Raphael did not speak, but Thales stared deeply into his red eyes, as if he wanted to tear apart the world behind his pupils. Now is a good chance to change. The Far Easterner behind the door laughed. It was half mockery and half disdain. Raphael remained calm and collected. He silently endured the prince's sharp gaze that could almost break an iron wall. Not here, not now, he said faintly. In the dim corridor, Thales and Raphael stood on either side of the iron prison door, facing each other in silence. The everlasting lamp elongated their shadows, like two train tracks that extended parallel to each other. The gate on the door stood between them. It was claustrophobic, dark, and bottomless. He helped me before. I owe him my life. Thales only felt that he was extremely calm. The sin of Hell's river flowed through every vein in his body, allowing him to sense the location of this small corridor more clearly. It was as if he was standing outside his oil painting. He stared at the universe in the painting. If he's locked up, I must know why. Thales' tone was cold, but it contained a tone that allowed no refusal. That night, that crucial night, that night not only changed the future fates of two countries, but it also determined the political situation of the world. It was also a night where countless secrets were buried and turbulent in the dark. That night made Putre suspicious. He even had to avoid the surveillance of the Secret Intelligence Department and give Thales a warning in private. Obviously, Gu was one of the pieces of the puzzle. The aura on Raphael's body slowly changed. It went from being round and casual to sharp and dangerous, causing Thales to feel a slight stab of pain. At that moment, the person standing in front of him was no longer the young Raphael, who rescued him from prison 6 years ago, who then risked his life to go to Heroic Spirit Palace with him. Instead, it was the Baron Bone assassin, a secret intelligence department agent with a mysterious identity, unpredictable intentions, and terrifying and dangerous methods. But Thales did not retreat. He only met Raphael's gaze. If you want to display your compassion, then perhaps you also need to know. Raphael's voice became deeper, but it was strangely piercing to the ears. His warning was extremely obvious. He has harmed us before. He owes us many lives. Harmed us before. Thales was silent for a second. I'm not letting him go. The prince's expression became a little clearer, but his words were soft and forceful. He gradually increased the stakes. I just want to ask about some things, secrets related to the Jade Star royal family. Raphael narrowed his eyes. Those who know must keep secrets. He calmly but firmly stated the creed that the former chief supervisor of the Secret Intelligence Department, wise minister, Halva Caribbean, had left for the Secret Intelligence Department. My responsibility. Thales' gaze became fierce. You missed the first sentence. The prince gave tit for tat and said coldly, Thou art the king's eyes and ears. Raphael snorted coldly. When you are crowned king. The Baron Bone Man's answer made the atmosphere even colder and more solemn. It's not too late to talk about it. Crowned king. Thales was expressionless. But in his body, the sin of Hell's river began to boil again, turning its anger and coldness into a dangerous weapon. Raphael immediately frowned. His hands tightened without him realizing it. You are wrong, Your Highness, who has grown up. However, at this moment, Gu's voice rang out in a timely manner, interrupting the unfriendly conversation. It was still full of sarcasm and disdain. You are not compatible with the Secret Intelligence Department not because you have a bad relationship with them. Thales and Raphael turned their heads at the same time. The Far Easterner's face reappeared at the gate. He gently knocked on the iron gate, full of contempt. But because you are still a human. He stared deeply at the Baron Bone Man. His gaze was cold. Not a monster. Raphael's expression did not change, but the corners of his mouth slowly tightened. Do you know, Prince? Gu suddenly laughed and said to Thales in a serious tone. 6 years ago, in an inn in Spear District in Dragon Cloud City. The next moment, Raphael's arm turned into an afterimage and pressed on the iron gate. Thales quickly acted. But the moment their skin touched, Thales' expression changed. A tremendous force, an obvious piercing pain, and a strange feeling of flesh squirming came from his hand at the same time. This was, bang. The rough sound of metal clashing rang out in the corridor. Thales watched the scene in front of him with a livid expression. He gripped the Baron Bone Man's wrist tightly, but he could not stop the man from pulling the iron gate again, shedding Gu's sarcastic expression into darkness again. He lost. The sin of Hell's river roared and flowed rapidly, dispelling the numbness and pain in Thales' hand. Thales looked up angrily. Open it. But Raphael's arm was like cast iron. He pressed firmly on the handle of the iron gate. Your Highness, we have a good relationship, and we have gone through life and death together. The Baron Bone Man said faintly. Please don't make things difficult for me. The sin of Hell's river boiled again. Thales gritted his teeth and exerted force, but Raphael's arm did not move. Like a boundless black hole, it silently endured all the power Thales could muster. A few seconds later, knowing that he could not win, Thales exhaled through his nose and let go of the man. The sin of Hell's river faded from his hand in agony, leaving behind an indignant roar. I think I know. The second prince's gaze was like a sword, piercing straight into Raphael's eyes. Why you and Miranda can't be together? The Baron Bone Man's gaze changed slightly. That's definitely not because of your identities. Thales said coldly. It's just because of you, Raphael Lindbergh. Raphael did not move. Even his expression was frozen. Looking at the man's expression, Thales began to ponder silently. Gu did not finish his sentence. But that was enough. The information revealed by the Far Easterner was like a puzzle that had been lost for many years. It flowed into Thales' mind. It was enough for him to piece together the next clue. His next bargaining chip. Listen carefully, Your Highness. What I am going to say next is something that the sanctimonious old fox, Gilbert, would never tell you. Putre's warning, which was filled with deep suspicion, rang in his mind. And it will not be something that the mysterious and abnormal Secret Intelligence Department will tell you. Remember, Your Highness, do not trust anyone in this matter. An inn. Thales looked at Raphael quietly. Gu said that it was an inn in Spear District. As expected, he was satisfied to see Raphael's expression change slightly. The Baron Bone Man said in a low voice, "That is because he harbors ulterior motives and harbors ill intentions. He is trying to sow discord and disturb your mind." Thales smiled. "But you told me that the Secret Intelligence Department's headquarters in Dragon Cloud City, which is also the chess room in Spear District that I left, was also an inn 6 years ago." Raphael's hand was still pressed against the iron gate. His expression was as cold as ice. "I did not say that." Thales took a step forward and smirked in disdain. "Then you must have forgotten." Raphael's gaze flickered. The handle of the iron gate deformed in his knuckles, and the sound of metal bending could be heard. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at the Baron Bone Man's fair and delicate hands, and remembered the man's stunning appearance when he broke into the prison and took 6 lives with 1 slash. Impossible. Raphael's expression was stiff as he slowly enunciated his words. "Where did you hear that from?" Thales did not want to think about the man's strength. He met Raphael's dark red eyes again. "Karen Booker." When the name came out of Thales' mouth, Raphael's gaze became colder. Thales knew that he had taken the right step. That was the strange part. So the prince followed up with another attack. He was not only the owner of that inn, but also a special class intelligence officer from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, who had been lurking in Dragon Cloud City for 20 years. On that chaotic day, he was killed in a burglary. This time, Raphael was silent for a long while before he spoke softly, enunciating each word clearly. "Who told you that?" Thales remembered the headquarters of the kingdom's secret intelligence department in Dragon Cloud City's Spear District, and the secret passage that allowed him to escape. "I met Booker when I was in Dragon Cloud City. He was a good man, but he would never die in a robbery." Raphael snorted coldly. "You were running for your life all day. It's impossible for you to know him." Thales did not back down. "I know a lot of people. And you are just too ignorant." This sentence, which he learned from Ricky, made Raphael fall silent for a long time. "That doesn't help, Your Highness." Raphael did not dwell on the topic anymore. He shifted his gaze to Gu's cell. "Forgive me for not being able to comply with your excessive request." Thales became more and more irritated as he looked at the stubborn Baron Bone Man. He would not cooperate. Just like the kingdom's secret intelligence department, they had never liked the prince, let alone obeyed him. The prince came to this conclusion. But at this moment, Thales remembered the Black Prophet's words. "Whether you like me or not is not important. What's important is whether the fact that you don't like me can surpass the established position between you and me, and bring about real results under your control." At that moment, Thales stared at the unfriendly Baron Bone Man. He clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. "Yes, you're right. You can't do it." The Duke of Star Lake lifted his chin slightly, as if he did not care about Thales' behavior. "Maybe I should go find Norb." After saying that, Thales turned around without hesitation, and went back the way he came. Raphael, who was left behind, stared at the teenager's back. His frown deepened. Thales' movements remained the same, but he deliberately increased his pace. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the dark and depressing corridor. One step after another, it sounded like the beating of war drums. Raphael's gaze froze. 1 second, 2 seconds. The prince's figure slowly blurred in the darkness. In fact, Thales knew that what Raphael was unwilling or unable to do for him, Norb, who had been away from the kingdom's secret intelligence department for many years and had just returned to the capital, might not be able to do it. But the prince shook off the unnecessary baggage in his mind and strode forward. He remembered the most effective way of bargaining that he saw on the streets when he was a beggar. Finally, when Thales counted to the 10th step, "Your Highness." Thales' footsteps stopped just in time. With his back facing Raphael, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, Thales turned his head around. His expression was still dark. Raphael released his hand from the iron gate, but did not open it. Instead, he walked towards Thales step by step. "No matter who you look for, it will be useless." The Baron Bone Man said faintly. Even if it is His Majesty. Thail's heart sank. His Majesty. Damn it. Your Highness, you must do this and you should do this. The truth about the bloody year, about your own birth, can only be unearthed, investigated, and verified by yourself. Remembering Putre's warning, Thales took a deep breath and tried hard not to think about the figure on the throne. Then I will be happy to try and see what my father has to say. Thales turned around and was about to leave again. At this moment, Charlton. Raphael's words floated around the walls and successfully stopped Thales in his tracks. Charlton. Charlton? The name he had not heard for a long time rang again. Thales' expression changed slightly. Whether it was the beautiful figure in Sunset Pub or the horror of jumping off the cliff of the sky, they all came to his mind at this moment. What do you mean? As if time had slowed down, the second prince slowly turned around and spoke in a low voice. Raphael stood in front of him and took a deep breath. He seemed to have made up his mind with great willpower. The Far Easterner you care about, Gu, the Baron Bone Man said softly. He is a solid ally of the Charlton family. For more than a decade he has been secretly working for the regicide family. Look around. Raphael said he is. What is he? Thales' expression remained the same, but his eyes slowly widened. The regicide family, ally? Do you understand now? Raphael regained his composure and looked into Thales' gray eyes. In this matter, no matter who you look for, it will be useless. Even if it is His Majesty. The Baron Bone Man narrowed his eyes and enunciated his words like steel. His words were like knives. Especially His Majesty. Typing will be slower when you are outside. End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.